After completing the final piece, Fang Zhao and the orchestra stood for a curtain call. Fang Zhao took a deep bow toward the audience. The concert was finally over. He hoped that his first report card had pleased his audience. It was his first concert and comprised 10 original compositions, 10 of his own stories. What the audience had heard were stories that came from his heart. Many fans might have first come across Fang Zhao through the Four Movements in the Period of Destruction series, but those weren't Fang Zhao's own stories. They were built around the virtual idol Polar Light. The feelings and thoughts he had conveyed through music and visuals were part of Polar Light's journey, not his. Any outstanding work of art was based on a compelling story. Now, whether they had watched in person or tuned in via live webcast, people knew the background that informed these 10 pieces and the stories they represented. It was a dream come true. Fang Zhao hoped it was just the beginning. He was delighted. Shortly after retreating backstage following the curtain call, Fang Zhao got a call from Duan Qianji. "Did you see the updates on the rights on your song list?" Duan Qianji asked. "Yes." Fang Zhao was carrying a copy of his electronic program. 3, no, now 4, songs were tagged with solid circles. Another circle had been filled while Fang Zhao was on the phone. In other words, 4 of his songs had been sold. Maybe not sold per se, but potential buyers had already placed their orders. 4 of your 10 songs have been reserved, Duan Qianji said. Fang Zhao was signed to Silver Wing as a composer, so Silver Wing was his agent in charge of handling copyright issues for his works. Duan Qianji didn't have to call in person to notify Fang Zhao of the sale of the 4 songs. Fang Zhao's contract with Silver Wing included a supplementary clause that allowed him to sign off on all sales of his songs, including the 10 pieces performed at the concert. He had the right to veto any sale if he took issue with a potential buyer. Barring exceptional circumstances, if a potential buyer was eyeing one of Fang Zhao's songs, they had to get in touch with Silver Wing and get Fang Zhao to sign off before the sale would be official. But in this case, 4 of Fang Zhao's songs had been sold without his final approval. Fang Zhao knew Duan Qianji was someone who kept her word. There had to be a reason behind her decision to proceed without consulting him, hence the phone call. So Fang Zhao wasn't mad. He just wanted to hear what Duan Qianji had to say. "Shanta wants to buy Expedition," Duan Qianji said. Fang Zhao could figure out from that comment alone why Duan Qianji had changed the status of Expedition before getting his okay. In fact, that was what Fang Zhao had expected. He had figured that Shanta would express interest in Expedition, and he did not object. Even if Duan Qianji decided to sell the rights of the song to the Baiji military district at a low price, he was okay with it. At least the Baiji military district was bothering to pay this time. When the Yenzhou military district had wanted to use songs from the Period of Destruction series, they had just gone ahead. Seeing that Fang Zhao was not objecting, Duan Qianji continued with her spiel. The Interplanetary Fund bought Encore. It was the first song that was ordered. They approached us during the concert before the song had even finished. They made an offer too good to refuse. The price they offered was higher than we expected. They also said the song would be used for charity, so as a result of their strong lobbying, I changed the status of Encore as well. The Interplanetary Fund worked with social welfare organizations, local governments, orphanages, and so on. They shot a series of public interest announcements for these partners every year, twice a year, once in each half. The senior managers at the Interplanetary Fund wanted to use Encore as the score for their first public interest ad next year. Fang Zhao nodded. Understood. Fang Zhao couldn't find fault with the Interplanetary Fund's offer either. He even would have agreed to a heavy discount, but the Interplanetary Fund wasn't poor and had no intention of lowballing him. ZH was the 3rd song sold. We were approached by Huangzhou Geography Channel. They want to use ZH in a documentary about minerals. Their offer was fair too. This is a good thing for you, good for your career. As I understand it, the documentary they are making is quite meticulous. It will be widely distributed and archived. It will have a long shelf life. Chances like this are hard to come by. This was also an offer that Fang Zhao couldn't refuse, but he was still curious as to why Huangzhou Geography Channel had reached out so quickly. He remembered that Xue Jing had mentioned bringing a few old friends to the concert, so he made a mental note to ask Xue Jing if one of his master musician friends had suggested the song to the channel. Why else would the snobs there pick his piece? As for the third song, The Power of Life, it was bought by the Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute. I think they were referred by Professor Fan Lin at the Academy of Science HQ. This year marks the 400th anniversary of the institute. The song might figure prominently in their celebrations. The Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute was a spin-off of the Academy of Science HQ. It was also an important research body. Fang Zhao couldn't find any reason to oppose the 4 sales Duan Xinji had just mentioned. These 4 buyers weren't for-profit businesses, so they would make sure the 4 songs were used in a meaningful way. Oh, that's right. Hua Li, the team leader of Fiery Bird sound effects team, expressed interest in the first song. Are you okay with that? Duan Xinji said with a chuckle. Yeah. Fang Zhao received a text from Hua Li while Duan Xinji was completing her sentence. Hua Li just wanted to give Fang Zhao a heads up that he was interested in the first song, Empty, and was in negotiations with Silver Wing about the sale. Having received Fang Zhao's consent, Duan Xinji changed the empty circle after empty to a solid one, indicating to everyone browsing the program that the song was taken. Many folks who attended the concert noticed before they even left hall number 1 that half the 10 songs in their electronic program had already been sold. Such efficiency. That level of interest in the works of a composer in the early days of his career was indeed unexpected. Perhaps spurred on by the speed with which the 5 songs had been sold, the remaining 5 didn't go unclaimed for long. Soon, all the empty circles became solid. A furious Zero stormed out of the venue as soon as the concert ended. His companion, Barbara, wasn't in a great mood either. Why? They hadn't managed to snag a single song. Zero had been paralyzed by indecision. His agent had told him that their funds were limited and that there was no need to pick several songs. One was enough. Zero was interested in the music itself, but his agent was different. His agent had been performing a cost-benefit analysis. Zero's agent considered the cost of one song as money spent on a publicity push for his client, which was his goal for the trip to Yenzhou. Zero had lingered and taken his time, so by the time he had decided, all the songs were gone. As for Barbara, she hadn't faced the same dilemma. She had only gone for the song she liked, Encore, but someone had beaten her to it. She hadn't even had the chance to place a call to Silver Wing. She had tried to outbid the original buyer of Encore, only to find her offer politely rejected by Silver Wing. Barbara came from a well-connected family, so to avoid ending up on her *T list, Silver Wing had revealed the identity of the buyer. That was also why Barbara couldn't vent her frustration. The Interplanetary Fund. The Interplanetary Fund had important business dealings with the Lacalina family. Even an idiot like Zero knew when to back down. Naturally, Barbara knew what the smart thing to do was. All that pent-up anger. Barbara hadn't felt this way in a long time. They kept a lower profile when they left the concert, avoiding the press pack. If the entertainment journos snapped Zero and Barbara together, they would be revitalized enough to concoct another 800-word *T story. But their main concern was that they were in a bad mood. They didn't want to deal with the media in a bad mood. The couple exchanged glances. They both looked like they had stepped in dog poop. Let's go, let's go. Let's get out of here. I don't want to stay in Yenzhou any longer, Zero said as he sped up to a trot. Barbara waved her hand for some time, as if fighting a bad smell, before gesturing with her chin to the assistants and bodyguards by her side. Let's head back. Like Ha Wen, Fang Zhao couldn't leave the venue immediately after his concert. He had to stick around while Silver Wing negotiated with potential buyers of his songs. Only one official remained from the Interplanetary Fund party to discuss the fine print of their contract. The others had already left. Negotiations went smoothly. Duan Xianji would take charge of the negotiations with the Baiji military district. Fang Zhao didn't have to worry about that. The negotiations with Fiery Bird also proceeded quickly. Again, the fine print in the contract could be handled by their relevant staffers. Huali and Fang Zhao discussed the composer's creative process, the former expressing interest in collaborating with the latter again in the future. Fiery Bird had acted decisively. Even if they didn't use the song now, it might come in handy later. Fiery Bird was in the video game business, but even if they didn't use the song in a game, it could be placed in an ad. With their wide range of products and their corresponding ad campaigns, Fiery Bird made a point of building a substantial song library. Huali maintained the practice of buying whatever he fancied. In contrast, Fang Zhao spent quite a bit of time entertaining Xue Jing and Xue Jing's friends. Ming Tsang wanted to grab Fang Zhao for a chat, but when he approached, he noticed Xue Jing introducing a bunch of veteran musicians to the young composer, so he decided not to intrude. He said a quick hello and offered his congratulations instead. Fang Zhao, this is Lin Sun. Professor Lin is an old friend from Huangzhou. He's the one who recommended ZH to the Huangzhou Geography Channel. You should thank him properly, Xue Jing said while pointing toward his companion. Quality is my only criterion. I only recommend works that are worthy. Good job, young man. Lin Sun broke his serious demeanor with a grin. Fang Zhao's concert program was quite diverse. There were tender pieces, subtle ones, and epics. There were dark, roundabout expressions of regret and explosive displays of passion. Fang Zhao had managed to strike a balance between raw energy and attention to detail. Every single piece was of good quality. You could tell that Fang Zhao was a serious composer. The combination of the aforementioned factors was why industry elders like Lin Sun were so impressed. Lin Sun and others were quite willing to give a promising junior musician like Fang Zhao a helping hand. Xue Jing and his close friends might have had different personalities, but they shared the same approach to and values about music. They wanted to see even more outstanding young composers emerge. So what if they themselves were eclipsed? This was a good thing for the industry as a whole. It proved that the composers of the current generation were an improvement from the previous lot. The other professional critics who had attended the concert started to issue their reviews as well. The consensus was that this was a high-quality concert. Even Lin Sun, who was typically a harsh critic, gave a positive review, even though his praise was restrained. Xue Jing was happy with the outcome. He was happy for Fang Zhao, happy that the young composer had taken this critical step in his career. On Baiji, Shanta was pleased to see Silver Wing's response. Not only had he gotten free advertising from Fang Zhao's concert, he had managed to snag a song at a discount. Still, he wasn't an asterisk shoal who milked his advantage for everything it was worth. Considering the fact that Fang Zhao had taken a loss on this song, he made a mental note to offer the young composer a discount on Power or in the future. Elsewhere, folks who had been holding their breath and trying to catch flaws in the concert weren't in a very good mood. After listening to the first song, they had felt there wasn't much to take issue with. Even if the song didn't belong to a genre that such critics preferred or specialized in, the pundits were still competent enough to appraise the piece. So after listening to the song, even if they didn't like the style, they couldn't trash it. If they criticized for the sake of criticizing, they would only lose face. Next song, then. We'll scrutinize the next song. And then the next, and the next, and the next. Before they knew it, all 10 pieces had been performed. Critics who were paid to write negative reviews got together to brainstorm. Okay, let's discuss what we can start our critique with and what position to take. How could they write their reviews so that they didn't come off as paid hacks? As hard as they tried, they couldn't find any major flaws in the concert, but they had to go through the motions at the very least. After all, they were professionals. They had to satisfy their clients. Yenzhou, the offices of a film production company whose staff had just finished watching Fang Zhao's concert online. Okay, let's have a brief meeting to discuss which songs to buy. I think there are a few that fit in the movie we are making. I think quite a few are decent, especially the ones that resemble the style of the Period of Destruction series. They would fit in nicely in our movie. We have to single one out, then rearrange it into 3 versions so we can use them both as the score and in the trailers. When we've decided, let's negotiate a good price. We might even get some free publicity for our movie out of the concert, some early marketing. Check out all the hype before the concert. It's a pity none of it touched on our production, but judging from the entertainment headlines in Yenzhou right now, the hype around the concert hasn't ended yet. Who knows, maybe we can catch this train in the nick of time. The meeting ended half an hour later. A song was agreed on. Shaoli, get ready to reach out to Silver Wing. Shaoli was staring at his tablet screen. What's up? They're all gone. What do you mean? I mean, none of the songs are available anymore. He passed his tablet to the others. All the circles at the end of the 10 songs in the program had turned solid. In other words, all 10 songs had been sold. The staffer nicknamed Shaoli scratched his head. Half of the songs were sold before you started your meeting. The other half were sold during the meeting. The others were incredulous. That fast? This isn't Silver Wing's doing, is it? Have they announced the buyers yet? Shaoli browsed several news websites and checked Silver Wing's official website. He couldn't find any announcements. He shook his head and answered in the negative. He noticed an update right after he finished his sentence. Wait, here we go, Shaoli blurted out. Silver Wing just issued an official statement saying all 10 songs have been sold. It wasn't just the potential buyers who were blown away. Fans who were following developments online were even more surprised. Just half an hour after Fang Zhao's concert had ended, Silver Wing issued an official notice saying all 10 songs performed during the concert had been sold. There were all sorts of thanks and pleasantries at the end of Silver Wing's statement, but that was of no interest to the fans. Their focus was whether Silver Wing was telling the truth about the sale of the 10 songs. My classmates are Fang Zhao fans. They bought online passes to the live broadcast of the concert. I just finished watching with them. It was okay, but was it that good? I heard that newcomers at most sell 1 or 2 songs after their first concert and that selling the whole program takes months. Fang Zhao is different. He has a foot in various industries and has lots of fans. It's possible his songs were snapped up by nouveau riche tycoons. Hasn't that happened in the past quite frequently? I just want to know how much the songs sold for. For most curious onlookers, the most straightforward way to judge the quality of Fang Zhao's songs was by their selling price. The prices won't be disclosed, but word has it that all the songs fetched high prices. You can't trust rumors. It's all hype. Definitely hype. It's just rigging. They bought their own songs so they could brag about the sales. It's not like Silver Wing hasn't done it before. I've seen these kinds of underhanded tactics before, pushing up prices and then conning idiot companies into buying the songs. I wonder which idiot companies were conned. Another 20 minutes passed. Here come the idiot companies. A photo came with the status update. The picture the fan posted was an update Silver Wing had just issued via its social media account announcing the buyers of the 10 songs. F***CK. The Interplanetary Fund, Baiji Military District, Fiery Bird, Huangzhou Geography Channel, and the Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute. My dad is asking why I'm reading the news on my knees. *T, these idiot companies are quite high class. If these companies are considered idiot companies, then what about the others? Are they parasites then? I can understand why the Interplanetary Fund, Baiji Military District, and Fiery Bird might be interested in the songs, but what's with Huangzhou Geography Channel and the Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute? This makes me want to watch his concert. D***mn, if only I had bought tickets. Among the buyers were also several production and gaming companies that had global reputations, even if they weren't as famous as Fiery Bird. They were capable of generating plenty of discussion on their strength alone, but all eyes now were on the first 5 song buyers. Just like Barbara's appearance on the red carpet before the concert had stolen the limelight, it was a level of attention that others could only dream of. The first 5 buyers were such prestigious brand names that readers ignored the rest of the pack. But say what they may, the other 5 buyers weren't idiot companies by any measure. Soon the tides turned in online sentiment. Most professional critics gave good reviews, but for the masses who were clueless about music, all they cared about was whether the reviews were positive or negative. Then they would move on to the gossip and spectacle. Footage of the concert wouldn't be available online right away, so folks who had missed the concert could only rely on online news reports. In Yenzhou, many reporters were working through the night editing their copies. There were also journalists still out in the field reporting. It was already past 10 p.m. in Yenzhou, quite late, but the night was still young in many hotspots. One reporter was lingering near a cluster of university campuses. He was responsible for interviewing university students in the area. Did you catch Fang Zhao's concert? No, I just woke up after crashing following 3 days of group gaming. I need to grab a bite. Have you heard of Fang Zhao? Yeah, we used to listen to his Period of Destruction series before exams. After conducting several interviews, the journalist overheard a few students discussing Fang Zhao's concert. Further questioning revealed that the group had watched Fang Zhao's concert online, followed by a bit of web browsing in their dorm rooms. They had gotten hungry and had decided to venture out for a late-night snack. The reporter asked the students for their thoughts on the concert. I was still in secondary school when I listened to the Period of Destruction series. It was right before my university entrance exams. I listened to the songs while working on mock exams. The concert tonight was great too. I enjoyed Expedition the best, one student said. I liked Encore. Who knew Fang Zhao could produce a song of that style, another student said. The reporter shifted his recorder to a third student, who was a bit shy, probably because it was his first time being interviewed. Me. I liked Enemy Attack, Counteroffensive, Legion, and Expedition. They make for great background music while working on mock papers. I got quite excited listening to them. The reporter thought to himself that the kid sounded interesting, and the reporter followed up. Excited? What exactly did you feel when you listened to the songs? Or to put the question in other terms, what thoughts and feelings did the music provoke? Thoughts and feelings? It's hard to say. I don't know how to describe them. I'm not good with words. I don't know how to organize my thoughts. Just in simple terms, in your own words. In simple terms, listening to the songs felt like. The reporter threw the student an encouraging glance. Keep going. The high you get when you wake up after a super long nap. The next day, many entertainment media outlets reported on Fang Zhao's concert. Yenzhou's most authoritative music media, Voice of Yenzhou, and the global authoritative periodical, Worldwide Music, had lengthy features introducing Fang Zhao, the young composer who had finally taken his first step. When people like Xue Jing and Lin Sun wrote their reviews, those reviews would appear in Worldwide Music. As for reviews written by Ming Tsang and others, those would be shared on Voice of Yenzhou. Other entertainment media outlets had commercial objectives, but Worldwide Music and Voice of Yenzhou focused more on artistic aspects. Many artists within the industry, both new and old, paid attention to them. Voice of Yan Zhou, and worldwide music were not really in touch with the needs of the masses. Most audiences naturally preferred reading reports that were more interesting and understandable, reports with a larger focus on entertainment. Whether it was the matter of all 10 of Fang Zhao's songs being sold off within an hour of the end of the concert or the identities of the buyers, these became topics that were discussed by everyone. SSS, this Fang Zhao really seems like a capable person. To be able to get those parties to fancy his pieces, surely the quality is decent. He's rich, he's rich. Fang Zhao is earning big bucks this time. This was what many people were thinking. High-quality professional undertakings like the Huangzhou Geography Channel and Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute, which sounded like prestigious scientific branches, gave people a stronger sense of novelty regardless of how much had been spent. Commercial companies were a dime a dozen, so these sorts of organizations interested the masses much more. For these sorts of high-level professional organizations and research institutions, even if someone was a great master, these organizations still might not approach that person. Even if the works were of an excellent quality, the work still had to be in line with their intentions. Furthermore, it was only through recommendations and combining various factors that these organizations would consider purchasing something. Thus this was the reason why Duan Qianji had said that Fang Zhao was very lucky this time. Normally, these sorts of chances were hard to come by, but Fang Zhao had gotten two in one go. After the concert ended and Fang Zhao returned home, he made time to contact Fan Lin, who was still cultivating arrow sunflowers at Outpost 23's experimental plot on planet Baiji, to thank Fan Lin for recommending his song to Huangzhou's Life Sciences Research Institute. They really bought it? I only mentioned it once to get them to take a look at the quality of your work. Getting them to select it is all thanks to your own ability. Fan Lin did not feel that he had done a lot. When he had been watching the concert online with the other people in the outpost, he had thought that the song, The Power of Life, was not bad and that the inspiration was from when the arrow sunflowers he had been cultivating germinated. Coincidentally, he had been invited by Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute to participate in the end-of-year celebrations for their 400-year anniversary, so he had mentioned it to them. Every 100 years, the Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute would produce a large-scale documentary to be saved in the archives as a record of the important achievements and research results of the last 100 years. It was a grand affair, and they wanted to find a great master to compose an accompaniment piece for them. As this song had been selected, Fan Lin was also delighted. Although it had been composed by Fang Zhao, the inspiration behind this had been his arrow sunflowers. How glorious! The documentary would surely not just contain one song, but Fang Zhao's song being picked was a stroke of luck. Fan Lin chuckled. My experiments here are concluding soon. I'll return back at the end of the year and won't be leaving Earth for the next couple of years. When the time comes, let's have a good chat. Without Fang Zhao at the outpost, Fan Lin had felt like he had lost a good listening ear. Although Fang Zhao had not spoken much, his words had always pointed out the important parts. Furthermore, Fang Zhao's insights weren't narrow-minded, and Fan Lin was very happy discussing matters with him. Since Fang Zhao had been discharged, Fan Lin had felt rather lonely. After ending the call, Fang Zhao looked through a few reviews from various authoritative music e-magazines and browsed a few of the comments online. Fang Zhao could roughly tell what sort of evaluations he would get from within the industry just from his conversations with those old people Xue Jing had brought along. As for others, Silver Wing teams would steer the direction of online audiences. Currently, the overall evaluations were not too bad. After disconnecting from the internet, Fang Zhao received a call from Duan Qianji's top secretary, Zhu Zhen. You can take a nice little break now. Contracts have already been signed for the song copyrights and the buyers have paid up already. Currently, it's all being processing internally. It'll be transferred to your account next month together with your wages. Oh, right, will you be attending Fiery Bird's event on the 18th of August? While Fang Zhao had been undergoing military service, Duan Qianji had assigned Zhu Zhen to the Virtual Projects Department to handle things. Now that Zhu Wen had been promoted to take over the Virtual Projects Department, Zhu Zhen had been transferred back to Duan Qianji's side to manage other matters. Jinro told me that Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch has sent me an invitation letter. At that time, I will be attending as a special invitee, Fang Zhao replied. Zhu Zhen had wanted to let Fang Zhao attend it alongside the gaming team, but she had not expected that Fiery Bird would send out a special invitation just to Fang Zhao. But after considering matters, it made sense. Fang Zhao endorsed an entire series of products and had collaborated with them in the past. Receiving a special invitation was perfectly reasonable. Alright, that's good. I don't have to inform you about the details then. Zhu Zhen's objective had been to remind Fang Zhao about Fiery Bird's event on the 18th and inform him of the progress of the copyright sales. Now that she had said her piece, Zhu Zhen did not have anything else to bring up. Actually, in Fang Zhao's composing notebook, there were still 2 completed songs that had not been taken out. The first was Peach Blossom Garden, and the other was Arkansas. The sources of inspiration had been obtained when he had been sent on assignment to Planet Y, which could not be publicly announced. It would be hard to explain why he had been to Planet Y during his military service duration. Thus, those 2 songs had been not featured in the concert. Duan Qianji's intention was for the company to purchase them and use them for serials shot in Y's film entertainment complex. Although it was an internal purchase, price-wise, not only were they not cheaper, they were actually slightly more expensive to compensate for Expedition being sold at a lower price. These 2 would be settled together with other works that were sold. After finding out that all of Fang Zhao's copyrights this time around had been sold and he was going to earn a fortune, the members of the Virtual Projects Department and gaming team and a few close friends and family members were going to let Fang Zhao treat them. Fang Zhao continued to reply to messages from friends and family before resting. As for the Virtual Projects Department, Fang Zhao had decided not to hold any position there, as he had other plans and did not wish to just occupy the post and collect wages. He also did not want to deny those youngsters with the capability the chance of getting promoted. Zhu Wen had grasped this opportunity for himself. He believed they would bring the virtual projects to even greater heights. Early in the morning of the second day, Fang Zhao had just finished breakfast when he received a personal message. The sender's information was, the world's most authoritative pet magazine, Pet. It was a corporate account. The contents of the personal message mentioned establishing a record in the archives for the pet that Fang Zhao had reared, Curly Hair. Pet had its own pet archive set up by their specialized teams. Pets that could establish a record in the pet archives were considered special. Some people would think up all sorts of methods to get a record in the pet archives, because any pet in the pet archives would not have a low price and its reputation would increase. However, to reduce commercial hyping, Pet had very strict requirements when selecting pets for their archives. But while there were people willing to establish records in the archives for their pets, there were also people who were unwilling to do so. For example, people like Fang Zhao. Previously, Pet had contacted Fang Zhao numerous times. Not mentioning the contact they had made 2 years ago, just this April, when Fang Zhao had just returned, he had been contacted by them. However, then, Fang Zhao had given the excuse that he was preparing for his concert and had rejected them. Now, the moment after the concert had ended, Pet had immediately sent their request. Fang Zhao could also choose to reject them once again, but Curly Hair still had some reputation in the pet circles. Furthermore, the competitions in Muzhou had increased his status considerably. Continuing to hide and conceal it might have negative consequences. Looking at Pet's modus operandi, if Fang Zhao continued to drag it on, they would persist in sending request after request. Continued rejections would cause people to suspect that Fang Zhao was hiding something. However, Fang Zhao did not agree to it immediately. He instead asked, "Are blood samples required for the archive records?" Previously, Fang Zhao had asked some people and found out from that when a record was established for pets archives, the pet staff would come and run some tests on the pets. However, curly hair was too special, and Fang Zhao needed to be somewhat prudent here. The other party apparently seemed to have been waiting. After Fang Zhao sent the message out, he received an immediate reply. No, no, no. Please believe me, we have the reputation of being the world's most authoritative pet magazine. We wouldn't secretly take blood samples of any pet without their owner's permission. We won't even touch a strand of hair without explicit permission. Blood samples, hair, and other such things might contain too much information, and many pet owners were unwilling to let this information be divulged, especially certain high-value pets with gene defects. Owners absolutely did not want this information to be known to outsiders. Even if the pet was healthy, owners were still unwilling to allow such samples. Therefore, when Fang Zhao had asked this question, the person over at Pet had hurriedly guaranteed that they never ever did such things that infringed on the owner and pet's privacy and secrets. The checkups they did on pets were just for better records and an estimation of the value of the pet. That's right, Pet would make an estimation of a pet's value for its archives. These records would not remain unchanged either. Every year, Pet would provide at most 3 free inspections for pets in the archives and then update a new record in the archives based on the pet's condition. A pet's value might also see changes. When Curly Hair had won the championship in Muzhou for the first time, Pet had already wanted to make a record, but Fang Zhao had been difficult to contact. When they had finally managed to reach out to Fang Zhao, he had rejected them. During that time, Fang Zhao had been investigating the videos taken from the Black Street and had discovered the strange circumstances surrounding their rebirth. He had not wanted Curly Hair's abnormalities to be known by even more people. Su Ho and the team could be considered insiders, but it would be difficult to say the same for Pet. If Pet investigated and found some issues, Fang Zhao would not be able to hide it. When Pet asked again in the second year, Fang Zhao had rejected them using military service as an excuse. This year, Pet still had not given up. This time, having gotten Fang Zhao's approval, people at Pet were extremely excited. All right. Mr. Fang, thank you so much for giving us such an opportunity. During the checkup, you can supervise from the sides. May I ask when you will have time? Today and the next 2 days are fine, Fang Zhao replied. You can choose a place to conduct the checkup, it can be at your home or you can bring your pet over to our Yenzhou branch. It's not too far away, just in Qian City. At home. Fang Zhao did not wish to send Curly Hair to Pet's Yenzhou branch. They had to be more passive in another's domain, so choosing his own place would be better. Great. May I trouble you for your address? We will send someone down today. Please do not worry, Pet was established 200 years ago and we have an excellent reputation. Under no circumstances will we take your pet's genetic information without permission. After arranging matters, Fang Zhao was preparing to disconnect when he heard the other person say, "Please wait. Mr. Fang, we still want to ask you something. For your other pet, is it possible to establish a record for it in our pet archives?" The sea slug? Fang Zhao asked. Yes, yes. That hybrid sea slug that you brought back from a foreign planet. May I ask whether you would permit our staff to make a record? Don't worry, our evaluating staff were transferred over from headquarters and are very professional. They have veterinary backgrounds and definitely will not harm it. In the past, these sorts of creatures carrying extraterrestrial genes could only be brought back to Earth after obtaining approval from research institutions. In recent years, these restrictions have been relaxed, but all sorts of certifications were required and there were many procedures that had to be cleared. Thus, even with the lessened restrictions, there were still very few people that raised pets with extraterrestrial genes. Pet also had their eyes on it because it was special due to its extraterrestrial genes. Fang Zhao mulled it over and then replied, "Sure. Thank you so much for your trust in us. Our evaluating team will be immediately dispatched towards Yenzhou's Qian City. I will forward his information to you in a bit. 2 minutes later. Pet had decided on the team to be dispatched to Yenzhou. 5 people. 2 veterinarians, one specializing in handling dogs and the other in sea slugs, 2 professional archivists, and a cameraman. To guard against imposters, Pet sent images of the 5 members, along with their work IDs and their contact details, to Fang Zhao. Pet headquarters were in Marsizu. The 5 of them boarded a flying transport in Mazhou and headed straight over. Knowing that people would be coming over in the afternoon to make a record for curly hair, Sui Yu and Yen Biao were very curious. They did not really know much about this field. Searching the internet, they had expected that curly hair's value would also be placed in the top 3. However, when they saw the pet charts, the top 10 most valuable pets on the list had values above 100 million. Placed first was a lion. It was rumored that, way back when, a laboratory had been trying to resurrect animals from the old era, this was among the 5 lions that had been successfully bred. The other 4 were all in a zoo over at Huangzhou. Only this one had been bought as a pet. A person who could own a lion as a pet would definitely not be ordinary. Estimated value: 300 million. Just an old era lion is worth 300 million. Yen Biao found this inconceivable. Curly hair could still take part in competitions, and his value was genuinely a result of his efforts in Muzhou. What about this first place? What could it do? How could it be worth 300 million just like that? On the contrary, Sui Yu did not find it hard to accept. The rarer something is, the greater its value. There are only 5 in the entire world. Furthermore, there are regulations regarding the resurrection of old-era animals, and there are quantity restrictions on these sorts of large wild beasts. Furthermore, from a commercial perspective, in order for it not to devalue, after the estimation, it can't undergo more appraisals. Meanwhile, curly hair is a dog. Regardless of how many championships he has won, he is still a dog, and dogs are not uncommon at all. Yen Biao pointed at the water tank in Fang Zhao's study. Then what about that? The rabbit inside carries extraterrestrial genes, and it's the only one of its kind in the entire world. According to your criteria for evaluation, shouldn't it be 5 times that 300 million? Sui Yu choked up. This, I have no idea. These evaluators have their own criteria. How would I know how much they will estimate its worth? In the afternoon, the 5-member team arranged by Pet arrived. After displaying their ID cards and the verification information, the 5 had looks of eager anticipation on their face as they prepared to enter. However, they were stopped by Sui Yu and Yen Biao as soon as they stepped through the doorway. Sui Yu wore a polite and formal smile as he looked at the 5 who had just entered. Sorry, can everybody open up their suitcases for a brief check? Yen Biao also had a solemn expression. Finally, they had some use as bodyguards. When strangers came to their boss's place, checking inventory was a must. Most people with status or fame would require the same. Sui Yu and Yen Biao had expected the 5 to show some dissatisfaction, yet the person in front did not show even a hint of hesitation and handed over the suitcase in his hands. The passcode is 666. As soon as he handed over the suitcase, he did not even look at the 2 bodyguards and entered, throwing a radar-like gaze all around as if searching for something. Little cutie, where are you? Just like someone hoping to see their treasured darlings, his final syllable was dragged out. Sui Yu and Yen Biao both felt a chill across their back as goosebumps appeared on their arms. Especially at the floating, at the end. Yen Biao felt like hitting someone when he heard it. If anyone in the outpost had dared to talk like that, he would have communicated with their faces using his fists. However, since this was not the military, he had to get used to it. Twitching his mouth, Yen Biao cursed in his heart as he checked through the equipment that these people had brought and made sure they had not hidden any hidden cameras or any such items. However, he still placed 30% of his attention on the 5 people as they entered the house. Being cautious at every moment, maintaining their alertness, and guarding against people other than their boss were their duties as bodyguards. Although the other 4 were slightly slower, they voluntarily put down and opened their suitcases. They had encountered these sorts of situations too often and had long ago gotten used to it. The few of them curiously looked at Curly Hair, who had just run out from the study. "This is that golden competition dog. Indeed, it isn't ordinary at all." One of them clicked her tongue in admiration. "Look at this fur. Look at those lively eyes, they are so pretty." Zui Yu and Yen Biao, who were going through the contents of the suitcases, were bewildered. They had been with Fang Zhao for a long time and had seen Curly Hair for so long, even though he had the hallowed title of Golden Competition Dog, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? These few were praising him straight in his face, but they also shouldn't do so blindly. However, Curly Hair was not on friendly terms with these strangers and stood 3 steps away, baring his teeth and growling. This was a warning to the people who had come. This was also not the first time these people had come into contact with dogs. They could tell the intentions of a dog from its actions, so they stood 3 steps away from Curly Hair and observed him from there. Noticing that Fang Zhao had come out, the youth at the front put on a warm and amiable smile. "Good day, Mr. Fang. I'm Awakening, the person in charge of the team here to help establish a record for the 2 pets at your home. You can also call me Wawa. This here is my partner, Muto. The rest are." Awakening introduced his partner, who was also a vet, and the cameraman to Fang Zhao. After exchanging pleasantries, they wasted no time and immediately went straight to the main issue. To these people, nothing had more appeal than pets, even if the person standing before them was a Yenzhou teen idol who was a hotly discussed topic and had been hogging the recent limelight. "May I ask if we can start the recording?" Awakening asked. Fang Zhao did not know that Awakening's assessment of him was teen idol. Hearing the question, he nodded. "Sure. Can we get closer to examine him?" Awakening meant that they needed to come into contact with the pet's body in hope that the owner, Fang Zhao, would cooperate. Fang Zhao made eye contact with Curly Hair, who was crouching, and said, "All right, he won't bite anyone now." Not biting anyone now didn't mean that Curly Hair wouldn't bite humans any other time. Awakening and the others were considered old hands and could understand what Fang Zhao meant. Furthermore, they could judge from experience whether a dog would bite or not. However, when they saw Curly Hair standing there obediently to cooperate with the examination, Awakening and the others could not be bothered to think about anything else. Eyes gleaming, they carried the equipment case over and put on thin gloves. Muto had already turned on an electronic board and had started recording information. Name, Curly Hair. Awakening looked at Fang Zhao. Certain. Seeing Fang Zhao nod his head, Muto filled in that section of the form. In their hearts, Awakening and the few others did not approve of such an ordinary name. However, the person who decided a pet's name was its owner. Even if the few of them had any objections, they could only keep those objections to themselves. Awakening studied Curly Hair attentively while reporting the information that needed to be recorded. Build, small. Curly Hair's height, which slightly exceeded 40 centimeters, would barely have been enough to be considered a medium-sized dog in the old era. However, in the new era where the average height of dogs was over 80 centimeters, he could only be considered a small-sized dog. This was also the reason why people had not considered Curly Hair a sheep-herding dog when they had first seen him. In Muzhou, there were no fully grown sheep-herding dogs that were this small. One of the reasons many Muzhou people felt ashamed was because, despite having so many sheep-herding dogs, they had all been crushed by this little thing. Awakening continued reporting the information. Some of the information was furnished by Fang Zhao. Sex, male. Date of birth, unknown. Age, 3 to 5 years. Occupation, dog. After all, Curly Hair was a stray picked up from the Black Street, and there was a lot of information that was unknown. Although his age was unclear, test results taken in Muzhou back then could be used to give a rough estimate of his age, which did not exceed 5. Human lifespans had increased in the new era, as had the lifespans of dogs. A 5-year-old dog was not considered middle-aged. Curly hair was still considered young. Hobbies? Awakening asked Fang Zhao. Games, Fang Zhao replied. Awakening looked at the toy ball for dogs lying in the corner and understood. This was indeed a dog that loved to exercise. If this dog could not be herding sheep on the pastures, he could only play games with his owner every day. Perhaps frisbee, fetch, or other such small games. Awakening carefully extended his hand to touch the fur on Curly Hair's back while observing Curly Hair's mood and reaction. Fur color. Fur color. Gray. Unevenly distributed gray, Yen Biao answered. He thought to himself, fur color ain't simple, and I can't see any regular patterns. It has a sort of a messy feel, but the wording I just used should sound quite refined, eh? However, the 5 people from Pet glanced at Yen Biao as though they were looking at a country bumpkin before minding their own business and continuing with the recording. Gradual layers of gray. The base layers are ash gray to silver. Back, ears, tail are covered by a darker shade of gray fur. Awakening continued reporting the information for recording and Muto keyed the information into the electronic board. From the nose to the tip of the tail right down to the claws, everything was recorded down in detail. Curly Hair was very cooperative. He stood up when he was required to and laid down when told to do so. During this process, Awakening's own evaluation was this, considerably docile. After a round of simple tests, Awakening said, "Let's measure his bite strength." Before setting out from headquarters, they had sent a chart to Fang Zhao. On it had been information and examination options that Fang Zhao could choose from according to what he approved and the equipment and instruments they could bring along. Now, the examination was in line with Fang Zhao's choices. The vet has checked his teeth already, but the bite strength test will show the functionality and health of the mouth, Awakening said as he took an instrument for testing bite strength out of his suitcase. It looked like a little toy stick with a bone-shaped sensor at its head. The instrument also had a smell that made dogs excited. Given the level of technology now, it was actually possible to get a rough estimate of a dog's bite strength just by examining the teeth. However, people from Pet just lived to use these primitive methods, baiting the dog into biting so they could obtain data from the instrument sensor. When Awakening was not looking, Fang Zhao made a slow down gesture, hinting that Curly Hair should show restraint. Indeed, the sensor smell got Curly Hair all excited and he bit down on it immediately. 601 kilograms. Awakening exclaimed in astonishment when he saw the figure. There was shock on the others' faces as well. A small pet dog with a bite strength of 601 kilograms. Humans only had a bite strength of a few tens of kilograms. Larger pet dogs in the old era had bite strengths roughly at or above 100 kilograms. However, during the period of destruction, because dog species had mutated and there had been changes to the environment, survival conditions had been much harsher and there had been dogs with bite strengths of 500 to 600, and sometimes even higher. But 500 years had already passed since the end of the period of destruction. Even if the gene and lineage had continued, the environment had become peaceful and easy. Also, their sources of food had changed, and after 500 years, the average bite strength of dogs had already dropped to 200 to 300 kilograms. Other than dogs with certain occupational uses, it was very rare to see a dog that had a 600 kilogram bite strength. And it was the first time such figures had been seen from a small domestic pet dog ever since Pet had been established. Could it be that there was an error in the test? Muto asked. Awakening had a puzzled look on his face. Wait a minute. Let me calibrate it first before testing once more. He remembered that he had calibrated the equipment before heading over, and the instruments did not have any problems. How could such a figure have appeared? After calibrating, Awakening chuckled as he faced Curly Hair. Come, cutie, let's try it out once more. Yen Biao, who was standing beside him, thought, didn't he call curly hair little cutie when he first entered? What happened to the little? When the instrument was raised up to curly hair's mouth, curly hair bit down on it. At the moment he bit down, an ominous glint flashed through his eyes. Crack! A cracking sound came from the instrument, but it did not break. However, the display had been rendered unable to record any figures. The instrument had been broken by that bite. The apartment was filled with the sound of exhaling. The five of them were very clear on the quality of equipment their own company provided. Even though they had only brought over a low-level bite-strength instrument, low-level did not mean its quality was poor. How much bite strength could it have taken to break the instrument? Unless the instrument had already been broken to begin with. But was that possible? Saying that their pet equipment was defective was just like saying that Fiery Bird's game consoles were of poor quality. Muto's face was rigid. He did not know how to record this. With this sort of bite strength that could damage the instrument, regardless of whether curly hair's teeth or muscles could withstand it, this strength alone made them feel terrified. Wakaning wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. At the moment when curly hair had bit down on the instrument, he had felt a chill across his body and hadn't been able to help but gulp. He had suddenly felt that he was too close to the dog. As for the vet who had helped check curly hair's mouth and teeth a moment ago, he felt goosebumps appear all over his arm as he shivered. His back felt clammy and he wriggled his fingers. Just now, when he had been examining curly hair's mouth, his fingers had even touched curly hair's teeth. Although the instrument had been broken on the second test, in that short moment beforehand, Wakaning had seen the figure exceed 1,000. However, before the figure had stabilized, the instrument had broken. With this sort of bite strength, if he were to bite down viciously, even placed in a group of sheep-herding dogs from Muzhou, he would be able to crush 7 or 8 large dogs as if they were playthings. When they thought about curly hair taking part in 2 iterations of sheep-herding competitions, they could not help but sweat a little for those sheep and dogs of Muzhou. There had not been any news of bloody affairs over there, but had this dog really never bitten anybody before? Forget about sheep and dogs, even biting a person to death would be an easy feat. A human bone would be crushed in one mouthful. Luckily, curly hair was small. If he was larger, that would be even more dangerous. Then, are we still going to test again? I still have a spare sensor instrument in my case, but it is an old model and isn't for dogs, so it might not be that accurate, one of the veterinarians said. Instruments not meant for dogs might not produce reliable figures and did not have the bite-inducing smell, so it was not known whether the dog would use so much force to bite it. He seems a little impatient, Wakaning said. He realized that curly hair seemed to really not like instruments, and the dog seemed to be a little moody. Could it be that curly hair did not like the smell? The people who had manufactured this equipment had even said that all dogs loved it. That was a lie. Yen Biao and Zuiyu exchanged glances and thought to themselves, now he isn't even using cutie. Has he been scared **less? Not just Wakaning and the people from Pet, actually, Yen Biao and Zuiyu had also gotten a scare today. They had also never known that curly hair could bite like that. As for whether or not they should continue the test, the decision was in the hands of the owner, Fang Zhao. Wakaning and the others looked toward him. The apartment fell silent. Fang Zhao broke the silence. Record the first test result. The figures from the second time were inconclusive. All right, Wakaning said. Their objective was not clear-cut figures. As long as the first test's figures were real and the equipment had not been defective, that was more than enough. They wouldn't investigate further. They at Pet had come across all sorts of strange, bizarre pets that could shock people. Thus, although curly hair did have shocking bite strength, thinking back to other occasions, it really wasn't a big deal. If he wasn't special, how could he have caused waves in Muzhou and forced them to change the rules? How would he have gotten the nickname, Golden Competition Dog? Being extraordinary was expected. Wakaning sighed deeply and made a gesture to Muto with his hands. Muto gave a light sigh, shook his head and recorded greater than 600 kilograms in the file and typed extremely fierce in the remarks column. After sorting out Curly Hair's file, Wakaning excitedly said, "Let's go see the other one." Although they had been a little intimidated by Curly Hair, they still had one other purpose for this trip, and it was something their compiling department considered important. This was the first case of a sea slug with extraterrestrial genes, so they would have to spend more time to carefully study it. Beautiful. It's so pretty. Wakaning looked at the pure white rabbit. Its external appearance actually seems quite different from the choppy hair variety. After all, it has half choppy hair genes. It is only natural for there to be some differences, Muto said. Wakaning took out a pair of gloves from his case. Begin. There were sensors on these gloves that would transmit all sorts of data when it came into contact with the sea slug. Of course, there were other methods of examining it, but Wakaning's reason for choosing to use gloves to examine it was actually because he wanted to touch it personally. Fang Zhao had already given them a copy of this sea slug's record, and the information on it was even more detailed. There was no need to ask much, but... "What's its name?" Muto asked Fang Zhao when he saw the blank space there. "Not yet named," Fang Zhao replied. Fang Zhao's reply made Wakaning and the others dazed for a second. Generally, it was alright for owners of ornamental fishes or other ornamental aquatic pets to not give a name for their pets, but this sea slug before their eyes was the only one in the entire world. To the people from Pet, this sea slug had a much higher value than Curly Hair, and it could even glow. How could it even be considered an ordinary ornamental pet? How about giving it a name? After all, it's the only one in the world, Wakaning suggested. Fawn thought about it. That made sense. This sea slug was actually rather smart, so giving it a name was not a bad idea. "Call it Big White," Fang Zhao said. Muto wasn't in favor of it. "It's so small, calling it Big White. A few days back, we went to make a record of a great white shark that had been successfully bred. The owner named that great white shark Big White. Then how about Little White?" Fang Zhao offered. Now it was Wakaning who didn't approve. "It's so big yet you are calling it Little White?" Although there are other such sea slugs this size, for the choppy hair variety, it is already considered large. Even if it is an extraterrestrial variant of the choppy hair variety, it is very big already. Yen Biao's lips curled. Too much B*LLSH*T. If you talk about size, the one in the water tank can be taken out and made into stew, unlike those native choppy hair varieties that would barely be a morsel. However, Yen Biao was also very certain that if that actually happened, because this little thing was poisonous, he wouldn't even dare to eat it. Actually, Wakaning wasn't finding fault. He was trying to get Fang Zhao to think about it more and give it a more classy name, not like Curly Hair, whose name sounded like it had been picked randomly. A dog with a value more than 100 million being called Curly Hair. Just hearing it made their hearts ache. Looking at the pure white ball of fluff that was the rabbit, Wakaning felt his heart aching again. Rabbity is so cute, how can it have such a vulgar name? But even if his heart ached, he did not have any other complaints. This was somebody else's pet, and the final decision was in the hands of the owner. Wakaning could only keep his objections to himself. "Then call it Spiky Hair," Fang Zhao said. Wakaning wanted to advise Fang Zhao to change the name again. This name sounded awkward, and people who did not know much would think that it came from the crossbreeding of a hedgehog and a hare. However, they had already denied 2 names previously, and if they were going to reject yet another name given by the owner, that would really be impolite. Immediately, the room became quiet again. Wasn't there some sort of animal called a spiky hair in ancient stories? Suoyu suddenly asked. That was Red Hair. It was the name of a horse, Fang Zhao corrected. Right, the horse named Red Hair. Since a horse can be called hare, then so can a sea slug. I feel that the name boss came up with is really great, Suiyu said. Fang Zhao had originally wanted to explain, but after considering it, he felt there wasn't a need to waste his breath. He would let Suiyu read up on it himself after this matter was settled. Yen Biao, who had been standing to the side, secretly thought to himself, Suiyu, this *SS kisser. Yen Biao thought back to his first day on the job as a bodyguard. On that day, Suiyu had spoken to him. A qualified bodyguard need not be smart, but he definitely needs to be devoted. It's simple, really, whatever the boss says is absolutely right. Thinking back, Yen Biao shuddered internally. He immediately seconded what Suiyu had said. Well said. The hare in its name doesn't have to mean it is a hare. The spiky in its name doesn't have to mean it is a hedgehog. Calling it spiky hare gives it a really profound image. I also feel that it is really great. If the boss called it a hare, then it shall be called a hare. Furthermore, it looked like a hare anyway. Wakaning looked at them disdainfully. These two bodyguards are just lackeys. Noticing Muto looking over, Wakaning bit down and nodded. So be it. Spiky hare it shall be. What else could they do? Watching the name being recorded down, Wakaning stared at the water tank, sighing in his heart. Oh darling, this is all I can help you with. At least you don't have to share a name with a great white shark. What hobbies does it have? Muto asked Fang Zhao. Eating, Fang Zhao replied. Muto asked again. Do you have any additional things to add? It can eat a lot. Got it. Having settled on a name, Muto looked through the information Fang Zhao had furnished and proceeded to update the record. As for Wakaning, he was preparing to touch the sea slug and have the sensors on his gloves obtain some data. Putting on the gloves and checking there were no problems and they were not leaking, he extended his hands into the water tank. In a bit, he would be touching the first ever hybrid sea slug with extraterrestrial genes in the entire world. Wakaning was overwhelmed with emotions as he kept his gaze firmly fixed on that sea slug. Fang Zhao warned him once more. It is very poisonous. You have to be careful. Trust us, we are professionals. This time, I'm even wearing extra thick gloves, and the sensors have been upgraded. Our preparations are sufficient, don't worry. Wakaning had not even finished speaking when he felt a sharp pain in his palm. Ah! Wakaning shouted. A series of beeping warnings sounded from the gloves, but everything had happened too quickly. Wakaning hadn't even had time to react before he had been affected by the venom. Wakaning quickly withdrew his hand out of the water tank before removing his gloves, and he found his entire palm was swollen like a bear's paw. Muto couldn't be bothered recording down the information. Watching Wakaning's hand that had rapidly swelled up before his very eyes, he nearly screamed like a chicken. Doctor! I've been poisoned. Wakaning wailed. The other vet in the party, who was a sea slug specialist and was meant to provide treatment for anyone stung by one, had already reacted quickly and taken out all sorts of antidotes and diagnostic equipment. When Wakaning had just taken off the gloves, only his palm had been swollen. Now, it had extended to his entire arm. Wakaning's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. I don't need an amputation, do I? Every word that came out of his mouth seemed like it was falling apart. All he felt was a painful burning sensation in his entire arm, and his palm had gone completely numb. As the vet was checking on Wakaning's arm, Yen Biao calmly answered, "No need, it's not life-threatening. Spraying some medicine on it will cure the swelling after a while." After a while? Wakaning was ashen-faced. Whether it was from the poison or because he was scared **, nobody knew. Muto and the others wore looks of surprise as well. They knew that the medicine used to counteract the toxins from the choppy hair variety would normally reduce the swelling immediately. Now, they were told that it would need a while. How long was, after a while? How many minutes? How many hours? Wakaning was apprehensive. Is it really all right? The vet spoke. It's fine. Although it was unknown how long Wakaning would take to recover, they could at least confirm that it wasn't serious. It just looked terrifying. Muto was puzzled. Didn't you wear extra thick gloves? How was it still able to pierce through? Furthermore, the toxicity is too high. Is it normally fed with venomous feed? Mr. Fang, can we see what this sea slug eats? The vet asked. Sure. Fang Zhao took out the box of feed from the cupboard below and handed it over. It doesn't contain toxins. The vet's smile seemed a little awkward. I know, I'm not suspecting you. Actually, he also knew that there wouldn't be a problem with the feed and that the reason was most likely because of its extraterrestrial genes. Its toxicity would not be the same as the choppy hair variety they were familiar with. As if he had realized something, the vet asked, according to the rumors, when it was still on planet Baiji, a bodyguard of Lijo's senior master Zero was stung by it? That happened, Fang Zhao replied. The vet nodded his head. Looking at things today, it seemed like they had lucked out. If he had not worn such thick gloves or if Fang Zhao had not been feeding it this sort of mild feed but something more toxic, he reckoned that Wakaning would not only have a swollen arm, his life might even be in danger. Wakaning opened his mouth to say something but decided to swallow his words. He made a gesture to Muto with his healthy arm. Muto added a remark to the file, HD. In their archives, HD was an abbreviation for highly dangerous. As for the vet, he held up the pair of gloves that had been pierced, his heart filled with layers of doubts. How had these gloves meant for specialized use been so easily pierced? Watching from the side, the hairs of the sea slug in the water tank looked rather soft. Only at the moment when Wakaning had touched it had the hairs stood up. And at the point where it had triggered its defense mechanism, it had expressed some offensive intent. But still, it shouldn't have pierced through the gloves. Why exactly had that happened? Mr. Fang, normally, when you interact with it, what sort of gloves do you wear? The vet asked. Fang Zhao took out a pair of gloves from the cupboard below. These were the sort of ordinary gloves sold at ornamental aquatic pet stores. Fang Zhao had asked Spiky Hair's breeder, Professor Denzel, before and been told that these gloves were usable, but only limited to him. Fang Zhao had also mentioned this to Wakaning. Wakaning felt wronged. He had dropped some of his vigilance after seeing those gloves of Fang Zhao's. Fang Zhao's gloves were so thin, while theirs were especially thick and should have provided 100% protection. Unfortunately, they had still been pierced. The vet examined the pair of gloves that Wakaning had taken off, examined the fine and tiny holes in it that were hard to detect, and did not understand at all. Finally, all he could conclude was that it probably had something to do with the sea slug's extraterrestrial genes. No wonder many extraterrestrial breeds were so tightly regulated. They were really dangerous. On the file of Spiky Hair, Muto added an extremely dangerous behind the HD. 10 minutes later. Wakaning could feel sensations in his palm again, but his entire arm still remained swollen. As before, the burning pain remained. All they could do was increase the speed of the recording process and not ask too many unnecessary questions. After the cameraman had snapped a few photos, the 5 of them bade their farewells. They still had to rush to the hospital. Wakaning's arm still needed thorough medical aid and other sorts of medicine. Delaying it for too long would not end well. In our next edition of Pet, we will have an estimation of the 2 pets you own. Do remember to look out for it, Mr. Fang. Before leaving, Wakaning stopped as he was stepping out and turned to talk to Fang Zhao. Mr. Fang, I suggest you put a sign outside your door to warn others. Generally, for houses that contain pets that are extremely dangerous, it's best to remind your surrounding neighbors or visitors so as to avoid any unnecessary incidents. When you bring Curly Hair out, you must remember to leash him, and the leash must be the most sturdy kind. Fang Zhao accepted Hua Caning's suggestions. After the few of them left, Fang Zhao pasted a sign outside his door that read, "Ferocious beasts inside, please keep away unless invited." The warning sign had been put up. As for whether people believed it or not, Fang Zhao wasn't too bothered. Back in Muzhou, the veterinarians there had only examined the health and condition of the sheep-herding dogs, not bite strength, so all along, nobody had known about it. This time, Pet had measured it, and this was within Fang Zhao's plans. Fang Zhao had seen the option of measuring bite strength and, after consideration, had selected it. In the future, when he brought Curly Hair out, Curly Hair's strong bite would be revealed one day, so instead of hiding, he would use Pet to put it out in the open. In normal daily life, most of the time, Curly Hair did not exhibit a biting strength too different from a normal dog's, a far cry from the readings Pet had taken. During the examination, Fang Zhao had specifically spoken to Curly Hair about it and gestured with hands just before the test. Unfortunately, the smell on Pet's instrument had been too stimulating, and when Curly Hair got excited, he couldn't control his bite well. But 600 kilograms was already a restrained result. This result was good enough. After sending Hua Caning and the others out, Fang Zhao let Yen Biao and Zuiyu return to rest. Fang Zhao called Curly Hair over to his study for lessons. Curly Hair still had a lot to improve on, such as not being able to restrain himself well enough today. Elsewhere, Hua Caning and the others who had just gotten out of hospital flew straight back to Pet headquarters. Mid-journey, Hua Caning received a call from his superior. "Did it go smoothly?" the person on the other end asked. "I guess you could say so," Hua Caning replied. "Don't I guess me. Sounds like you people encountered some difficulty. Was Fang Zhao not cooperative? He didn't let you examine too much? Tell me you at least managed to get the most basic tests. The records for the archive can't be too simple. Fang Zhao was very helpful with our work, but those two pets of his. Extremely fierce." There was a short period of silence from the other end. How fierce could they get? In the pet community, many times, extremely fierce and extremely adorable meant the same thing. When recalling what those two pets Fang Zhao owned looked like, after the momentary silence, the other party laughed and said, "Understood." Hua Caning was stirred up. "No, boss, you don't understand." His arm that had just had medicine reapplied started hurting again. It hurt so much that his face twisted in pain. "Boss, what I said, I meant it literally. They really are super ferocious. Especially scary. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself in the files I'm going to send over. If you read them, you will understand." To not infringe on the privacy of the owner's home, they were not permitted to have any hidden cameras and they had to show the owner all their recording equipment. Every video and photo they took had been shown to Fang Zhao for vetting. Thus, they did not have a lot of photographic evidence. However, the record for the archives was there. Hua Caning immediately sent the files over to his superior. He also took and sent a photograph of his pig foot-like arm. A short while later, the other party finally replied with just a, "You have worked hard. This time, I put my life on the line for the archive records. I was just discharged from the hospital after receiving a huge scare. Only a salary raise can console me," Hua Caning said seriously. The other party pretended to be dead. Pet headquarters. Having received the files Hua Caning sent over, the team of experts started to work on the valuation of the two pets newly added to the archives. When they saw the copies of the two records, all the experts simultaneously raised an eyebrow. "Seems like these two are both really extraordinary. The charts are going to change," a specialist from the team said as he looked through Curly Hair's record and came up with a preliminary valuation using his own wealth of experience. "This sea slug's value will not be low either. After all, it carries some extraterrestrial genes. Considering this, it will be superior, but it is still disadvantaged. Pets with extraterrestrial genes were not valued lowly, as they were rare and people were curious about these sorts of things. But the valuation also wouldn't be excessively high. This was a silent rule within the industry. There were policies restricting this so as to prevent commercial organizations from promoting extraterrestrial genes, which would cause a lot of trouble. Thus, even if their speculated commercial value was very high, they would try their best to lower it. What a strong bite curly hair has. Someone joked, could it be that it had plenty of rich experiences in the Black Street, causing it to revert back to the manner of its ancestors? What he meant was that this dog had reverted to the form of its ancestors from the period of destruction. Many dogs during that period had had bite strengths of 400 to 500 kilograms, and there had also been some with bite strengths exceeding 600 kilograms. However, they did not spend time speculating this. All they needed to do was make use of the data and information and analyze different aspects before giving it a final valuation. We have to properly analyze this Fang Zhao too, someone else said. What had that got to do with pets? Only with a person would there be pets. In the end, they still had to look at the owner. The people of Pet loved this saying from the old era, when a man achieves the Tao, his poultry and dogs rise to heaven. 1. A owner's background, status, value, and operations would all influence the valuation of a pet. As of now, Fang Zhao's status had been on the uprise, especially after the concert. Not only had his reputation increased, his concert pieces' copyrights had all been sold for high prices. These caused everyone to see Fang Zhao in a new light. Besides this, their estimations would also depend on the pet's own commercial ability. Being named a golden competition dog, Curly Hair's nickname spoke for itself. Thus, Curly Hair's valuation would surely be even higher than the previous year. Alright, everyone take 3 days to finalize the valuations for these two. We will post them up next week. 1 week later. The new issue of Pet e-magazine was published. There were many people subscribed to Pet across the world. Some pet stores would also subscribe to it and display the publications on screens within their shops for customers to see. Those that were more scheming would place these screens outside the door to make even more people halt. Isn't that youngster on the cover someone who was talked about a lot on the internet a while back? On receiving the new issue of Pet e-magazine, many people realized that the person on the cover seemed a little familiar. When they took a look at the name, they came to an understanding. That Fang Zhao from Yenzhou. Right, I remember now. That little fella that sold quite a number of rights from his concert. That dog is his. Isn't the dog on the cover the one that won the most valuable dog award for the sheep herding competition in Muzhou 2 years straight? Isn't that rabbit the sea slug rumored to carry extraterrestrial genes? On the cover of the new issue, Fang Zhao sat leisurely on his sofa in his home clothes. A Dating series earpiece was hanging loosely around his neck. Curly Hair was lying down to the side and a special water tank was placed on the table in front of him. Inside the tank was a pure white sea slug that looked like a rabbit. The sunlight shining in through the windows and his home clothes gave off a warm hue, making Fang Zhao seem much softer. In that pose, Curly Hair had curbed any form of fierceness and was sitting obediently looking at the camera lens. Those eyes of his looked pure and innocent. His combed curly fur seemed to have a metallic glow under the sunlight, displaying an air of nobility. The rabbit, inside the water tank, looked like a spongy peach suspended in the water. Anyone looking at it would feel like giving it a pinch. The entire photograph seemed peaceful and vibrant. In the words of Yen Biao, the cameraman and other production staff had worked overtime to package it. Even disheveled fur could project an air of nobility. People who subscribed to Pet focused on the two pets newly added to the archives. Everyone looking at the cover felt that these are two really cute pets. And when they turned the page and saw the files of these two pets, everyone's reaction was impossible. The records provided were just brief and simple ones that only furnished the most basic information. Other information such as bite strength and toxicity were not published. But the extremely fierce in the remarks was especially conspicuous. Extremely fierce. Looking at the photograph of curly hair attached to it before returning to look at the cover page, everyone understood. Ha 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 ha. In the pet community, many times it has the same meaning as extremely cute. How fierce can this dog even be? If he were really fierce, he wouldn't have herded sheep. Did the people at Pet make a mistake? In any case, I don't believe this. Surely the people at Pet did it intentionally. That rabbit sea slug's remarks are extremely fierce and highly dangerous. What does that mean? But in no time, everyone's attention shifted. Curly hair is estimated to be worth 210 million. The sea slug's spiky hair is valued at 80 million. This valuation is really high, right? The estimated valuation by Pet's team of experts shouldn't result in an overestimation. Forget about that hybrid sea slug with extraterrestrial genes. After all, it is the only one of its kind here on Earth. But how did curly hair's valuation swell again? Wasn't his value only 100+ million back then? I thought that curly hair's value would drop when he left Muzhou. I didn't expect it to rise again. We humans can't even compare with that dog. Could the reason be because of Fang Zhao? Whatever the case, the team of experts from Pet surely have their own reasoning. The chart has changed. When the chart was mentioned, subscribers of Pet immediately turned straight to the last page. On it was the new value rankings of pets from all over the world. It was different from before. Curly hair's value of 210 million had vaulted him to 5th place. This issue also talked about the story of curly hair, from the start when curly hair had been picked up in the black streets to when he had joined Dongshan Farm to participate in the sheep herding competition. These had all been taken from an account by Fang Zhao and worked on by the editing team to embellish it and make the story more interesting so that readers would be more captivated. To think it really came from the black streets. I thought that everyone was joking about it. This Fang Zhao is just too lucky. He picked up 200 million just like that. As this involved Fang Zhao, Yenzhou's media outlets were stirred up and reported it vigorously. In any case, curly hair was a Yenzhou dog and had charged straight into the top 10 of Pet's value chart. There was only one animal in the top 10 from Yenzhou. Of course it had to be reported. Thus, in news notifications that were sent out, Fang Zhao appeared in the headlines again. Although the focus was on Fang Zhao's 2 pets, as the owner, Fang Zhao was noticed by everyone. People who lived in the black street where Fang Zhao had once stayed always had the same feelings when they saw news about curly hair, regret. In the new era, even if a dog did not look good or if its fur color was unappealing, as long as it was a large or miniature, there would be people willing to take it in. But curly hair's height of 40 centimeters was larger than miniature and far off from being large. He could not even be compared to a medium-sized dog, so nobody had been willing to take him in. In the state he had been in back then, even after washing and tidying him up, there would still have been no takers. Back then, when many people had seen Fang Zhao pick up the dog, behind his back, they had even said, he can't even fend for himself and he wants to keep a dog. What had happened in the end? After Fang Zhao had left the black street, these people had seen that stray dog's value rise to 100 million in a year. It was as if a rocket had been strapped to the dog's back. Last year, he had achieved a value of over 100 million, and this year, it had risen to 210 million. Curly hair had vaulted straight into the top 5 of the global pet value chart. For most people, 210 million was just a fabled figure. Furthermore, according to the expert analysis in the latest issue of Pet, if Fang Zhao's status rose in the future, perhaps curly hair's value would follow as well and rise further. Comparing this, the sea slug spiky hair's value of 80 million was less prolific, but it was also being discussed by quite a number of people. Currently, spiky hair's breeder Denzel was cultivating krill on Planet Y's polar ocean. When he saw the news, his vision faded and he clutched his chest, pain written all over his face. The assistant beside him saw this and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "I want to jump into the ocean." Denzel was filled with immeasurable regret, and he pulled his hair in frustration. Why had he sold that precious bunny back then? Denzel's expression had changed. A few assistants nervously watched this boss of theirs, afraid that he would not think things through and would really jump into the ocean. "Do you guys think I should start a new project and continue breeding sea slugs?" Denzel asked. "You are earning quite a lot from cultivating krill." "Yes, boss, our krill cultivation is doing rather well." "Teacher, are you talking about breeding that sort of sea slug that you sold to Fang Zhao?" "Let's not talk about the difficulty about breeding it first, and let's put aside the sum of the unsolved technical problems. Even if we are able to breed them on a large scale, the policies for pets with extraterrestrial genes are always changing. Right now, the rules are gradually being relaxed, but what if? What if, in the future, the regulations tighten? Wouldn't we lose out big time?" Denzel could understand where his assistant was coming from. Back then, he had given up on breeding sea slugs with extraterrestrial genes, as the technical difficulty had just been too hard, the rate of success had been extremely low, and lots of money had been spent without results. Also, policies had been in place back then preventing people who were not researchers from owning pets with extraterrestrial genes, so it had been really difficult to sell them. Furthermore, as his assistants had said, planet-wise conditions for krill breeding were very good. His company was also making huge profits, and it just wasn't worthwhile for them to take the risk and dabble in other stuff. Whether other people would research this, he shouldn't get involved. Although, deep down, he felt something wasn't right when he saw this news, Denzel quickly accepted the facts. In any case, Fang Zhao had also helped him pull some strings and obtain a suitable body of water for cultivating krill in planet-wise oceans. "Forget it, it's been sold off already. Just take it that the little fella got lucky." The subscriptions for Pet's latest issue increased, and the entire editorial department was happy, all except for Wakening. Despite 1 week of rest, the swelling in Wakening's arm had not yet completely subsided, and he still felt pain just from moving it slightly. Today, he went to the office, enlarged the current issue's cover page and printed a copy before pasting it on the wall in his own office. After that, he picked up a pen and wrote a large word beneath curly hair. "Scary." Then, he went over to the rabbit and also wrote "scary" below it. Wakening wanted to constantly remind himself and his colleagues that these two pets really belonged to the extremely dangerous category. Extreme caution was needed if anyone should encounter these two. Appearances could be deceiving. After finishing, Wakening had intended to keep the pen when his gaze paused on the image of Fang Zhao. The warm hues brought about a soft and gentle vibe to the photograph. This Fang Zhao person also looked like a gentle artistic youth with a harmless character. However, in this photo, there was actually great danger all around. The dog with the devastating bite, curly hair, and the extremely toxic sea slug that would assault without a moment's notice, was Fang Zhao really as harmless as he looked? Thinking back to what he had seen when he had recently searched for information pertaining to Fang Zhao, Wakening hesitated. To be able to garner meritorious deeds on planet Baiji, shoot terrorists dead, and get promoted to a reserve duty major, how harmless could he be? Considering it further, Wakening picked up his pen and wrote 2 large words under Fang Zhao's image, "extremely scary." While people outside were discussing Fang Zhao's insanely valued pets, Fang Zhao wasn't really paying attention to this matter. Instead, he was asking around for news about the revolutionary film project. However, this morning, he received a call. Someone was coming to visit. The Interplanetary Fund's Film Department liaison Joseph had called on Fang Zhao's Yenzhou residence using the address Fang Zhao had given him. Standing in front of the door, Joseph stared at the sign that read, "Ferocious beasts inside, please keep away unless invited." He recalled a piece of news about pets he had seen recently and wondered whether the sign was being serious or meant as a joke. Having spent more than 10 seconds yet not understanding, Joseph decided to not think about it further. After all, the focus of his visit wasn't Fang Zhao's pets. Furthermore, he had informed Fang Zhao beforehand, so he didn't count as uninvited. Putting on a smile to fit the occasion, Joseph pressed the doorbell. The door opened. "We meet again, Mr. Fang." Joseph still had the manners of an elite, but compared to the previous time they had met, his inner haughtiness had dissipated rather considerably. The previous time, at Planet Baiji's outpost, Joseph had suffered a blow. After that, taking into account the matter of the consultant team, the news from the concert a short while back, and the purpose of today's visit, Joseph naturally did not appear too arrogant. This must be little curly hair, who has a value of over 200 million. Joseph looked at the curly-haired dog that had run out from a room, took its measure, and chuckled. "He's really cute." Although that was what he said, Joseph had no intention of getting close to Curly Hair. Curly Hair's gaze followed the stranger, but because Fang Zhao was here, he also knew that it was a guest and so would not show any obvious hostility. However, in his heart, besides Fang Zhao, Curly Hair would remain vigilant against any other living creature that stepped foot into his territory. Although the eyes of Curly Hair fixated on Joseph seemed clear and innocuous, Joseph knew that dogs' eyes could tell lies too. Their pupils were very large, making people think they were innocuous, but that was a deception. Joseph didn't particularly like dogs. Therefore, whether this dog was dangerous or not, he would keep his distance. After looking at those eyes, he didn't bother with Curly Hair anymore. Today, he was here representing the Interplanetary Fund to give Fang Zhao an invitation. Although Fang Zhao's status within the professional music industry still wasn't that high yet, Fang Zhao's musical style was very suitable for the opening of the revolutionary film project. The music team of Founding Era has already been established. We at the Interplanetary Fund think very highly of Mr. Fang's works. Thus, we wish to invite you to the Founding Era music team, Joseph said. Founding Era. That was the series name of the revolutionary film project, which would definitely trend sometime in the near future across the world and every single continent. The Founding Era, people of the New Era spoke of was the time between the period of destruction and the New Era. It referred to the short time period after the period of destruction before the New Era had officially come into existence. The main objective of the revolutionary project was to tell the stories of events and incidents that happened in the later stages of the period of destruction, all the way to the founding of the New Era. As he was a member of the consultant team, Fang Zhao knew which stories were in the script. The plot of the revolutionary film project, Founding Era, would tell the story up to the conferment of the great generals. Because what came after the great generals had been conferred was the New Era. The Interplanetary Fund valued Fang Zhao highly and had reasons for inviting him to the music project team. Other than the fact that his musical style was deemed appropriate enough, there was one other reason: Fang Zhao was a member of the consultant team. He knew how the plot would develop and details of the storyline and had a deeper understanding of the characters. Thus, it would be easier for him to produce compositions that fit. Of course Fang Zhao accepted this invitation. He was delighted to receive such a request. "I will do my utmost," Fang Zhao replied. Even if he did not receive payment, Fang Zhao would still be willing to compose pieces for this film project. For the stories and people of this time period, Fang Zhao's sentiments were even more profound. Since Mr. Fang understands the storyline, you can compose a few pieces first. When the time comes, perhaps some of your works might be selected, Joseph told him. What these words meant was this: since you have already seen the script, if you have the inspiration, you can start composing first. As for whether it will be selected then, there are no guarantees. Fang Zhao understood perfectly what he meant. This was exactly the same as when Fiery Bird had first looked for him to request a piece for the game. When they had first collected some works, there had been no guarantees that any would be chosen. Having delivered the invitation and signed the contract, Joseph's assignment this round was completed and he got up to leave. He still had other matters to attend to. After Joseph left, Fang Zhao sat on the sofa, mulling over stuff. Naturally, he would grab this opportunity. Whether his works would be selected or not, as long as he had inspiration, he would compose. However, Fang Zhao was still pondering another matter. The actors for a few important roles in Founding Era have not been decided yet. Lots of news agencies were chasing the wind and clutching at straws, but news that had actual value were few and far between. However, until the last moment when the contract was signed, anything could happen. Therefore, as long as an actor had been in the industry for long enough, those experienced ones would remain prudent and not divulge anything at the slightest bit of progress. Otherwise, if ultimately they did not get selected or they were squeezed out by somebody else at the last moment, it would just be a slap in the face. At this moment, with competition from all parties, among the leading roles, only 2 had been decided. As for the others, rumors were floating about all day, but nobody could be certain whether they were true or false, just a smokescreen, or perhaps some firm's hype operation. However, looking at the current circumstances as well as what was being talked about in the consultant team's discussion platform, at least half of those remaining lead roles would be decided in October. Due to technological advancements, the time it took to produce a film series had been shortened, but to ensure quality, after this project was started, there wouldn't be a rush to start filming. The criteria for selecting actors this time around was particularly stringent. There were many candidates for every single leading role, and every candidate had a rather long trial period. Perhaps there was no news yet as the candidates had not completed the trial period. Perhaps after the trial periods were over, there would be an outcome. He wanted to try out for the role of Fang Zhao, but unfortunately, for a few important roles, there was absolutely no information about auditions. The reason why Fang Zhao wanted to try out acting was entirely because of this Fang Zhao role. For this role that was just like the roles for the other founding generals, there was simply no information about auditions. Even if he wanted to fight for the role, he had no idea where to go. However, this time, it all depended on one's own ability. Over at Silver Wing, the company had limited ability, and each of their respective actors and actresses had to employ their own methods and capability to fight for roles. Fang Zhao looked at the month summary of information in his hands. His fingers tapped on a name. If he wished to get a chance, he would have to start from this individual. August 18th. Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch organized an event. Fang Zhao had also spoken with the people from the Yenzhou branch and found out that this distinguished guest had been invited and would even be handing out awards, not just making an appearance. This time, the Yenzhou branch had organized a half-year award ceremony. That meant to say that from Memorial Day in January till July, according to statistical data, this ceremony was to award outstanding individuals or teams that had performed well in this half-year leaderboard. There were similar activities in each continent to stimulate the enthusiasm of gamers. After all, a year's time was too long. Many amateurs and fans would not have the patience to wait a full year. Zuiyu and Yen Biao were also wearing solemn-looking black suits. Looking in the mirror, they felt like they were especially imposing. Further putting on a pair of shades, they seemed to especially have the auras of bodyguards. How come I have never felt like I was this cool in the past? Yen Biao stared at his reflection in the mirror. When they reached Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch building, he wiped the smile off his face and put on an icy-cold expression in a flash. He had switched to bodyguard mode. Since he had become a bodyguard, this was the first time he had experienced such a situation. The concert previously hadn't counted, as he had arrived earlier to make preparations and simply had not needed to undergo the experience of walking through a crowd of media reporters and fans. The car came to a halt at the drop-off point that Fiery Bird had temporarily set up. There was a pathway here leading to the venue. Today, Fang Zhao was not wearing the same team uniform as the gaming team but, rather, an outfit that Fiery Bird had tailored specifically for him. It carried the Dieting pattern, but the polar light tree emblem was still emblazoned on his breast. Fiery Bird wanted to let him be the impetus for this series. If results were good, they might possibly expand the Dieting series. At the moment when Fang Zhao stepped out of the car, a loud roar emerged from all directions. There were too many people shouting and screaming, and it all converged into a hubbub. Although he was prepared, Yen Biao was still startled for a second. Isn't boss no longer gaming professionally? Why are these bunch having such a reaction? Yen Biao had never experienced that time, so he could not understand the fanatical attitudes of gamers. On the other hand, Sui Yu found it acceptable. Until now, among Battle of the Century gamers, whether professional or amateur, the only person who could be called a god and still maintained a stable position was Fang Zhao. Although there might be debates on the global scale, in Yenzhou, for the majority of gamers here, Fang Zhao was just a god-tier player. Furthermore, the members of Silverwing 50 Polar Lights team had publicly admitted that without Fang Zhao, they would not have seen this day. As a result, Fang Zhao's status had once more been lifted higher. Furthermore, given the events in the past 2 years, most gamers felt that the halo around Fang Zhao's body was even brighter. Even if Fang Zhao was no longer in the professional gaming circles, his legacy still lived on. This event would be broadcast live online, and the members of Silverwing 50 Polar Light who were en route were also watching Fang Zhao make his appearance. There were both veterans and newcomers in the team transport arranged by Silverwing. Boss Fang has already arrived. So many people. It's my first time participating in this sort of event. I'm so nervous. 2 newcomers that had just signed with Silver this year were talking and sharing their thoughts as budding new talents that had just entered the industry. This is just a branch event. Wait till you guys go to the Fiery Bird annual gala. Let's see whether you freeze up from head to toe then, Schwarzer said. He was already considered a senior in the team. Hearing Schwarzer say this, the newcomers started asking about previous Fiery Bird annual galas. Schwarzer loved talking and explained all this stuff to the newcomers. Beside him, Jake abruptly said, I heard that besides being invited as an honored guest, Boss Fang will be conferring an award. The atmosphere in the room became silent. Even Schwarzer was keeping his mouth shut. Dorian added the finishing blow. In the last half of the year, I think we haven't received any important awards. Although the half-year region awards could not be compared to awards from the headquarters annual gala, an award was still an award. Within Yanzhou, it still had a sizable influence. Anyone could see this just by seeing those fans outside Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch tower. But look at them now. Newcomer award? Nope. Other sorts of individual awards? Probably none either. There might be a team award, but it was too close for comfort. Speaking about it was embarrassing. Later on, during the awards ceremony, do you think Boss Fang will flip out if he sees that we didn't win an award? Someone asked. He wouldn't go that far, right? Schwarzer said apprehensively. Back then, it had been Fang Zhao who had brought them over and imparted skills and knowledge to them. Now, though, just like a master being invited to a large-scale event and finding out that not a single one of his own apprentices would be among the people to be commended, wouldn't it be very disgraceful? Thinking about this, everyone in the transport felt their previous enthusiasm dissipating. Captain, what should we do? A newcomer asked Jinro, who was sitting at the front. Jinro pondered a little before answering, just maintaining our lovable selves should do. Before the event officially began, the people present could roam freely in the reception hall. When Silverwing 50 Polar Light, also known as Silverlight, in the gaming circles, entered, many eyes turned toward them. Generally, they were more flamboyant, partly due to how young they were on average, and were considered to be much more vivacious. In the past 2 years, the team's reputation had kept rising. Within the team, Jinro and the other veteran members had been here so many times that they did not feel any unease. On the contrary, the eyes of those newcomers were shimmering as they looked at the exhibitions all around. However, they still remembered what Jinro had said, and to avoid being lectured, they had to remain lovable. In the reception hall, other than professional esports athletes, there were some lucky fans that had won a chance to be here through a fiery bird raffle and some amateur gamers who had performed exceptionally well and had received invitations. These two groups had even more acute reactions, and their eyes were on the verge of popping out as they got to see all the memorabilia and old machines while they were busy looking for their idols to get autographs. All of Yanzhou's big esports teams were present too. The organizing team had specifically arranged a place for Fang Zhao so as to facilitate him interacting with fans, signing autographs, taking photos, and talking about his gaming experiences. Silverlight's members did not go over. First, there were too many people over there, and second, they were too ashamed to go over. They were afraid of getting reprimanded. In the past half a year, they had indeed slacked off. This was an undeniable fact that could be easily seen from the statistics. After the Silverlight team entered the large reception hall, not just the newcomers, even the extreme chatterbox Schwarzer also became much quieter. Over at the other side, 2S Esports Club had also just entered the reception hall, and they saw their old adversary Silverlight immediately. Right away, they switched to combat mode and waited for the Silverlight team members come over to pick a fight. But as they waited and waited, the Silverlight team did not come over. The Silverlight people are acting weird today, someone said. The others had also realized this. Indeed. Normally, when these two sides met, Silverlight members would start calling them out. However, today, when the Silverlight members had seen them, they had only thrown a passing glance, and that was all. Even if the 2S members provoked the other side, there wasn't even a retaliation. Do they finally know their place? They must be plotting a big move. These thoughts were not limited to just 2S. When the other big 5 esports clubs saw the situation with Silverlight, they came to the same conclusion. They were wary about what big news Silverlight might announce and made their own mental preparations first. There were even people who reacted quickly and went to investigate and try to uncover whether Silverlight was secretly plotting some large operation. The 2S manager saw a few of his old friends in the same line and chatted with them passionately, mentioning a fresh talent they had signed this year. When the Silver Wing Gaming Department manager, Wayne, who was nearby, heard this, the smile he put on his face appeared somewhat forced. Back then, they had been the ones poaching happily and even pried away a number of young talents from established esports clubs by spending money, creating a lot of animosity. This year, Silver Wing had decided to tone it down and focus on reorganizing the team, letting newcomers to the main team improve their teamwork and coordination. However, they had just relented a little and an even more talented newcomer had been signed by 2S. In the first half of the year, an exceptional newcomer who had just started university had emerged. His name was Wilkinson, and he had placed first on the newcomer leaderboards. He could very well be the newcomer with the highest score this year. Wayne was full of regret. He had wanted to sign Wilkinson early on but had hesitated after some thought. This newcomer's style was too incisive, and Wayne had been considering the pros and cons of signing him to the team. However, before he had been able to come to a decision, 2S had snatched Wilkinson away. Unlike Wayne, who was regretting, the 2S manager's face was glowing. This year, he had wild ambitions, especially after the very satisfying signing of the capable new talent Wilkinson. This year, their team had also appeared in the limelight a number of times, and if everything went smoothly, they might be the highest scoring team from Yanzhou this year. The team manager had just flaunted the newly signed talent, but when he turned around, that talent was nowhere to be seen. Where is Wilkinson? The 2S manager asked. A 2S member shrugged while pointing in a certain direction of the reception hall. There. The manager looked over and the smile on his face faded. The other members of 2S didn't look too good either. In a lapse of concentration, they realized the newly signed talent Wilkinson had run over like a kid to where Fang Zhao was. Wilkinson! Get back here right now, the manager shouted. With so many people around, it wouldn't seem too appropriate to raise his voice too much, so he could only grunt for Wilkinson to come back. In the past, they'd had some conflicts with the Silverlight team, especially when it came to Fang Zhao. Nowadays, they could still return some verbal attacks when faced with the other members of the Silverlight team, but when they recalled the incidents with Fang Zhao back then, it was still very embarrassing. Wilkinson had no idea his new team had these sorts of worries. On the contrary, he was very excited. At the moment, he was getting to see his idol. Unfortunately, Wilkinson was still dragged back by the combined strength of his teammates. 2SS manager reprimanded him in a hushed tone. "What are you doing over there, joining in the festivities? If you have that much time, why don't you go and memorize your thank you speech so that you don't forget and freeze up when you collect your award later?" "Manager, who will be conferring the award for the newcomer half-year leaderboards?" Wilkinson asked. "No idea. Fiery Bird has yet to reveal it. I hope it's going to be Fang Zhao." Wilkinson chirped. "Shut your mouth," the manager berated. Over at the side, after Fang Zhao's interaction session with the fans was over, he headed to the rest lounge that Fiery Bird had arranged. When he entered, he saw someone familiar. Yenzhou's top-rated actor, Silver Wing S-lister He Lizzy, sat on the sofa browsing through a set of game resources. As he saw Fang Zhao enter, He Lizzy smiled and pointed over to a seat beside him. "Little Fang, take a seat and let's have a chat." When He Lizzy had been younger, he had been a professional esports athlete for a period of time, but he had shifted his focus to filming. In order to have greater breakthroughs and produce more quality works and strive for the top, he had given up professional gaming. Now he only played occasionally just for fun. He Lizzy also knew some senior employees at Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch, but over the years, his interaction with the gaming circles had decreased. He had also not attended Fiery Bird's activities for quite a long time, yet he had appeared today. "I have been invited over today as an honorary guest to hand out the award for the amateur team category. However, Fiery Bird's people have not revealed this information yet." He Lizzy was explaining why he was here today and also telling Fang Zhao not to divulge that he was here before the award ceremony officially began. Actually, Fang Zhao could also partly guess He Lizzy's main reason for appearing as well. He Lizzy was currently vying for an important role in Founding Era. All his competitors were also people with ability. Recently, He Lizzy had been in contact with people from the Wu family, and his appearance here was to garner the support of people in the gaming circles as a bargaining chip of his own. The award ceremony would be broadcast live. With the publicity operations of the team behind him, He Lizzy would be able to gain more popularity. Gamers were also an extremely large category, and gaining support from this group was an advantage in the fight for the role. However, He Lizzy would not talk to Fang Zhao about things from an angle of someone in the film industry. "Are you really not gaming competitively anymore?" He Lizzy asked. "Not gaming. I don't have the time," Fang Zhao replied. "Right, people in your industry have to keep building up your experience and qualifications. It is difficult to focus on two things at once. When will you be organizing your next concert? Make sure to let me know when it's time." "It's still early." He Lizzy thought that Fang Zhao's "it's still early" was him being modest. He Lizzy had heard through other means that there were still other pieces inside Fang Zhao's notebook. Even if some were not yet complete, within 6 months to a year, he would probably be able to organize another concert. If the copyrights had not been completely sold, a few more concerts could have been held on other continents to publicize those pieces. However, since the copyrights had all been sold, there was no need to have concerts on other continents. Instead, he could focus fully on preparing for his next one. He Lizzy had asked about his next concert but had not made any promises to attend. If he managed to snag the role he was vying for in Founding Era, he definitely wouldn't be attending Fang Zhao's concert. Although He Lizzy was not from the music circles, he had friends there and understood quite a bit. Thus, he gave Fang Zhao some advice as a senior. "Take advantage of the favorable situation now. You are still young and talented. Seize the moment and prepare for your next concert or pursue your studies. Whether you choose to walk the academic path or the popular path, or even if you choose to go entirely commercial, you still cannot avoid these two steps. He Lizi's own opinion was that Fang Zhao was just a junior worth being friendly with. He thought that Fang Zhao was competent, but that was all. Furthermore, He Lizi had even more important matters to see to, so he naturally could not pay too much attention to Fang Zhao's matters. What he had just said were words others had told him when they had been talking about Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao chatted with He Lizi for a short while before he received a notification informing him to prepare and head to the main hall. The award ceremony was about to officially begin. Oh right, I forgot to ask you. Little Fang, what award are you handing out? He Lizi asked before they stepped out. Newcomer Award, to a capable newcomer named Wilkinson, Fang Zhao replied. He Lizi nodded his head but did not say anything. Afterward, the award ceremony began. Awards were handed out in succession, starting in order of least importance with the amateur gamers and then moving to the professional esports athletes. When they saw Fang Zhao standing up as the esteemed guest who would be heading on stage and handing out the newcomer award, the faces of the 2S team members turned green. As for Wilkinson, after the initial surprise, animated laughter followed. Seeing the situation, the host asked Wilkinson, very excited. Yes. The person I respect most is Fang Zhao. As he was very excited, Wilkinson had said this so loudly that nobody could pretend not to hear it. Some snickering broke out among the esports clubs off stage, and certain people could not help but burst out laughing. They all knew that 2S and Silverlight had mutual animosity and could not stand the sight of each other. Now, on stage at this half-year award ceremony, Yenzhou's highly rated top newcomer that 2S had signed had just proclaimed his idol was Fang Zhao. Given Wilkinson's exuberant manner, it surely wasn't an act. This was just F*King embarrassing. Meanwhile, there were no happy faces at 2S's side. Even forcing a smile was impossible on their currently rigid faces. Now all they could do was rejoice. Luckily, the cameras had not been pointing at them. While on stage, Fang Zhao glanced over at the Silverlight team seated below. Everyone in the Silverlight team that was taking delight in 2S's disaster simultaneously lowered their heads. Those that didn't maintain their lovable appearance, boss, I'm not laughing. Really? Outside the venue. Zuiyu and Yen Biao had some rest time. Zuiyu had gone off to chat with his comrade who was currently working as security personnel at this Fiery Bird branch. Yen Biao had seen the security personnel here and had originally wanted to talk to a few. However, he did not expect that after some interaction, there was actually someone who had served on planet Baiji, just at a different outpost. Immediately, they had a camaraderie of sorts. After all, now they were idle, so the two of them went to the side to exchange stories. After getting discharged, someone recommended working here. It's much more relaxing. I can spend more time with my family and there aren't any dangerous missions, that veteran ex-Baiji soldier said. Me too. My injuries were too severe, so I had to be discharged. Yen Biao sighed as he recalled the reason for his discharge. The other ex-Baiji veteran pointed at his colleagues that were currently on patrol duty. The few right at the front of the path were just like me, only that our military districts were different. After being discharged from the forces, signing on as security personnel with Fiery Bird isn't too bad. The salary is good, and normally, all we have to do is prevent fans from charging in, obstruct reporters, and be wary of fires and thieves. Furthermore, we have so many smart systems and so much equipment, so most of the time we don't get too tired. What about you? From your attire, I'm guessing that you are someone's bodyguard? Yen Biao hesitated for a bit while considering the two choices in his head, driver or bodyguard. Nodding his head vigorously, he said, yeah. Bodyguard. The other ex-Baiji veteran told Yen Biao, for today's event, we won't get to go back before 10. That late? Yen Biao looked at the time. It was only a bit after 8, and the award ceremony had been underway for some time already and would probably conclude in a bit. There are other arrangements, the other person said. Indeed. After the awards ceremony, there was a banquet dinner and wine reception for everyone to interact and foster better relationships. After the entire thing ended, Fang Zhao was still brought over to get a brief on the follow-up plans for the Dating series products. When everything ended, it was already after 10 p.m. There were no longer many people outside Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch tower. There were still some reporters stationed there, but after the wine reception, most participants at the event had left through other exits. Fang Zhao checked his surroundings and found that the Silverlight team had already left on the team transport, so he didn't have to wait. However, when he got to the car park, Fang Zhao met He Lizhi once more. He Lizhi had just run into an old friend. He had gone for a chat with his friend and had not left yet. Fang Zhao noticed that He Lizhi was grinning much more than when they had met earlier in the day. Something good had probably happened. Today seemed like a very successful day, and he might possibly have made a breakthrough toward the role he was fighting for in Founding Era. Otherwise, there was nothing much that could make the normally restrained He Lizhi be all smiles. Seeing Fang Zhao, He Lizhi beckoned with his hands, asking Fang Zhao over to talk. Perhaps because he was in high spirits and he had drunk quite a bit of alcohol, having caught sight of a capable and non-threatening junior from the same company, He Lizhi put on the airs of an elder passing on his experiences. Little Fang, uncle is going to tell you some stuff that's for your own good. When you are in these circles, at times when your popularity is exploding, you have to pay attention and be more cool-headed and prudent. Also, you should have a team supporting you from the back. Don't throw everything over to them, and make sure you know what's going on. Otherwise, if you encounter some blockheads, you might suffer a heavy blow. Just take a look at that person from Lizhou. He Lizhi's, that person from Lizhou, referred to one of the top actors in Lizhou. Even if Fang Zhao had not seen him online, he had heard Ji Polan mention this person. That day, Ji Polan had called to congratulate Fang Zhao on his concert and for managing to sell out his copyrights. Ji Polan had also grumbled about the highly intensive work he had been doing recently. Although the pressure was great and it was tiring, Fang Zhao was able to see that Ji Polan was still very happy, as Ji Polan might possibly get a chance to land a role in the film project Founding Era. Although it would only be a minor role, it was still an extremely rare chance to come by. This would aid Ji Polan's future development in many aspects. Ji Polan did not mind this minor role and the little screen time. He understood clearly that given his status within the circles, snatching a role like this was already very rare. It was only because Silver Wing had previously churned out a few period dramas that had raised his global reputation. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to even be an extra in this film project. It was rumored that the extras and minor roles in Founding Era all had professional training or were outstanding students that had yet to graduate from film academies. There were so many film academies throughout the world, and the extras were selected from among the best. A few large investors made the decisions on these selections, so even if these were minor roles, they were also treasured greatly. The recent 2 months had been a crucial period, and many second- and third-rate celebrities were continuously trying their best to appear as much as possible and make their presence felt. Top-tier film stars were engaged in fierce competitions that had many unpredictable changes. Top-tier film stars were all rushing over for the major roles. The level of Founding Era was too high and they needed to exercise prudence. Because, for this project, given their status, a moment of carelessness might scorch them. The person that He Lizhi was talking about was a certain top-tier actor from Lizhou who had been about to sign the contract for the role but had not watched his mouth. This actor had gloated about it on a live broadcast and been flamed by Zero. Actually, it was also partly due to the team behind this actor being too brash and feeling that there was nothing wrong in showing off a little on a live broadcast. However, the originally trivial matter had blown up and caused a large stir in Lizhou's entertainment industry news. Zero had not been able to get any of the leading roles he had been looking at in Founding Era, and hadn't been satisfied with the minor roles that his agent had managed to arrange. When he had gone online and seen someone gloating, he hadn't been pleased. Zero had felt that it was beneath him to flame second- or third-rate celebrities. Those were free to do as they pleased, but for first-rate ones, Zero could not stand it. Zero was being sour. It's just a role in a 10-plus episode series. I don't get why you have to be so proud. These words were already considered mild coming from Zero. Over at Lijo, experienced people all knew that when encountering this sort of situation, all they had to do was treat it as a fart. After all, it would be forgotten really quickly. However, perhaps being complacent and letting their heads swell, the team from that film star's studio rebutted with a few lines of their own and stirred up a hornet's nest. Others joined in the fray, perhaps fans of the other party or certain people who wanted to take advantage of the situation and criticize Zero. Go ahead if you are so capable. Given your exaggerated acting skills, can you even get into Founding Era just to join in the fun? Look at the Wu family's Wu Tianhao, who has a similar background. He can act as a young great general Wu Tong. Lajo's Barbara can even act as a little princess. But what about you, Zero? Let's not talk about acting as great General Renault. Let's talk about roles slightly better than extras. Which can you even take on? Not a single one. Cough, nothing but a tyrannical piece of trash who basks in the glory of his family. Zero's thoughts were like this. Anything else is fine, but don't ever call me the trash of the family. How dare you compare me to Wu Tianhao and Barbara, those two idiots. Rage. Unbearable. Thus, this meant war. Zero and the other party's fans started tearing into each other. Over at Lijo, cyber bystanders felt as if they were watching an interesting drama that had new episodes every day, and they were very excited. When they saw a side looking feeble, they would hurriedly rush over and lend their voices to that side. And when the other side's arguments were looking weak, they would lend their support. Other companies were delighted when they saw this. After all, one less film star that threatened their company meant one more chance for themselves. Even if the cyber bystanders did not do anything, these companies would also add fire to the flames themselves. According to entertainment reports from Lijo, after the flame war escalated, that film star who had been on the verge of getting the role ultimately saw it fly out of his grasp. According to Lijo entertainment reports, after that film star received news about losing the role, he puked blood in anger and was rushed to the hospital. It was not known whether this was real or not or whether it had been exaggerated, but in any case, losing the role at the last moment, even if he had not puked blood, he would have at least suffered some internal injuries. This trended in the Lijo entertainment circles and the news every day was even better than a drama series. Over at Yenzhou, there were also quite a lot of people paying attention to this. Every day, they would go online to see how the story had developed and which side had won the latest round of flaming. Thus, He Lizhi had borrowed the incident at Lijo to remind Fang Zhao to always take note of his conduct. Stirring up stuff was fine, but there was a need to be thorough and exercise prudence. There were many more people waiting for a chance to drag one down. He Lizhi said all this in good faith. Regardless how much other stuff was mixed in with these kind intentions, Fang Zhao acknowledged it. Fang Zhao gave his thanks and He Lizhi started to leave, but he turned around once more. Oh, there is one more thing I nearly forgot to say. Be careful of those entertainment reporters. I have a feeling that some people snuck in, and there is probably someone lying in ambush at this car park. Even if you aren't in front of the masses, you still have to pay attention to your image. I sense it too, Fang Zhao replied. All right then. Don't get complacent thinking that your performance during military service was good. Some entertainment reporters are even more difficult to handle compared to special forces soldiers. He Lizhi did not say much else. He returned to his own car and got his driver to set off. His schedule was still rather tight. Cars were leaving the car park. Boss, shall we head back? Sui Yu asked. Fang Zhao went into the car and changed to clothing that was less conspicuous before coming out. You guys go back first. Return straight to your own homes. I still have matters to attend to, so you don't have to send me. It was already 11 p.m. The city center was still very bright. Qian City was another world at night, not the least bit cold and lifeless. But at night in this flourishing city, there were also some hidden dangers, especially for celebrities. Many entertainment paparazzi would catch negative news of celebrities, and a lot of the time, it was at night. Drinking and driving, personal affairs, or participating in certain illicit activities. What entertainment reporters loved most was catching celebrities when their image wasn't proper. If it was any other celebrity's bodyguards, they would inevitably advise against it and express worry. What if someone robbed him? Even in Qian City, there were cases of robbery and murder. Furthermore, in recent times, Fang Zhao's exposure rate on the internet had been really high. With so much news about him, many people would recognize that face of his. Forget about being robbed, if he was recognized in a public location, it would be even more troublesome. However, in this case, all Sui Yu and Yen Biao needed to do was obediently reply with a, "Got it, boss." After the car they were in had left Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch's internal car park, Sui Yu asked Yen Biao, "What do you reckon boss is up to after changing his clothes? Could it be a secret tryst?" "How would I know?" Yen Biao was also curious, but he also understood that this was Fang Zhao's own private business, so they would not pry. Let it be. It's time to head home and sleep. A gloomy and mellow voice sang from the online radio channel playing on the car's stereo system. "Ah, salted fish, why are you so idle? Did you hear that?" Yen Biao asked. "What?" "The sound of our hearts being pricked." Sui Yu's face was stiff as he switched channels. At the same moment, at the Fiery Bird Yenzhou branch, a figure speedily left the car park. An hour later. A certain old residential block in Qian City. Wang Tai opened the door with a heavy heart. Inside the apartment, there were already 2 people inside waiting. "Master, aren't you too slow? We have already been back for half an hour, and you only return now. Did you encounter something along the way?" Among these 2 people, one of them was an apprentice that Wang Tai had newly accepted, Xiao Bo. He was someone Wang Tai had met while serving his prison term on a foreign planet, and Wang Tai had even saved his life once. Now that Xiao Bo had returned after his prison term, he was tagging along with Wang Tai. The other one was Wang Tai's godson, Fu Rui. One of the reasons Wang Tai had acknowledged him as a godson was because his name sounded very auspicious. This child's ability and fortune weren't too bad, and Wang Tai lacked assistance, so he had taken his godson in. There hadn't been that much stuff going on Planet Y, so Wang Tai had returned. The 2 had followed Wang Tai for some time and taken advantage of the attention that Founding Era received to complete some jobs, and they had tasted sweet success. Today, Wang Tai would not have headed over to Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch but for these 2. One was tracking Heelisi, while the other was very interested in esports and wanted to join in the fun and gain experience. Wang Tai also couldn't let these 2 new hands fend for themselves, so he had clenched his teeth and gone too. At the car park, when they had seen Heelisi talking to Fang Zhao, Wang Tai had forbidden Xiao Bo from continuing to track Heelisi and had immediately given the signal to retreat. The 3 had scattered. Although the 2 hadn't been sure of the reason, they had still followed Wang Tai's orders and hurried back. "Master, you are just too worried and overly fearful. It's just that Fang Zhao. I don't see anything special from him. Don't be afraid. If you happen to run into him, I'll help you handle it." Having served a prison sentence on a foreign planet and having experienced actual battlefields, Xiao Bo could not understand this reaction from Wang Tai. In all other aspects, he still admired Wang Tai greatly, but he felt that Wang Tai's reactions where Fang Zhao was concerned were excessive. Fu Rui also chimed in. Yes, Godfather, we don't have to be afraid. Brother Bo can fight really well. That one time, he even took on 5 in the black streets. Wang Tai sank into the sofa and sighed. You guys are still too young to understand. In this line of work, although money flows in quickly, there are also hazards too. As an entertainment reporter with a wealth of experience and an elite in this industry, Wang Tai trusted his own judgment. Ever since he had left Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch, he had been feeling uneasy, and his eyelids kept twitching. He had an ominous premonition. Xiao Bo and Fui Rui continued talking, but Wang Tai wasn't in the mood to listen to their chatter. He shut his eyes to ponder over this matter. Noticing Wang Tai doing so, Xiao Bo and Fu Rui no longer talked about this and instead discussed their recent earnings. This film project, Founding Era, had really stimulated too many celebrities. Some certain people who normally exercised restraint had also made moves and given them opportunities. Within the last week, they had already managed to strike thrice and had earned a considerable sum each time. Xiao Bo looked at his own bank accord and felt glad in his heart. Turning to Wang Tai beside him, he said, Master, you keep saying that there are hazards in this line of work, but I feel that it is really meaningful, and the money is good. Xiao Bo just loved seeing those celebrities in exasperated and helpless states. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Wang Tai's shot open violently. Generally, they didn't get any visitors at this sort of place. The 3 of them who had been relaxing a moment ago all tensed up. Xiao Bo took out his dagger, got up, and prepared to open the door, but Wang Tai raised his hands to stop Xiao Bo. Fu Rui, go check it out, Wang Tai said. Fu Rui walked to the door but did not open it right away. Instead, he turned on the surveillance system and looked at the situation outside being displayed on the screen. He turned around with a long face and told Wang Tai, a hazard has arrived. Wang Tai saw the image displayed on the screen and scratched his head in frustration. After considering for a bit, he said, open the door. Fu Rui was worried. Godfather, should I really open it? Do we need to check whether there are other people nearby as well? No need, open it. Wang Tai knew that if Fang Zhao really wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't have taken so long. Furthermore, Fang Zhao wouldn't be gently pressing the doorbell. Fu Rui had no choice, so he listened to Wang Tai and opened the door. Afterward, he rapidly retreated, afraid to get beaten. If it were any other celebrity, Fu Rui wouldn't have behaved this way, but because he had followed Wang Tai for a while and knew that Wang Tai was afraid of Fang Zhao, Fu Rui kept his guard up. Actually, before this, Fu Rui had not thought much of Fang Zhao. Surely Fang Zhao wasn't as impressive as what the news reports made him out to be, nor was he as frightening as Wang Tai had said. However, at this point in time, he felt that he needed to reevaluate. Ever since he had started following Wang Tai as an entertainment reporter and begun secretly filming celebrities, it had always been them stalking and stopping stars. This was really the first time that a star had come and confronted them at home. This feeling was really complicated. Fang Zhao stepped inside, his gaze lightly sweeping Xiao Bo and Fu Rui before he looked at Wang Tai, who was leaning against the sofa. The first sentence Fang Zhao said after entering the apartment made Wang Tai feel like kneeling down. I have been looking for you lately. Wang Tai howled in his heart, you can start preparing for your next concert. Why do you have to look for me? Fu Rui and Xiao Bo stared at Fang Zhao, flabbergasted, then turned to look at Wang Tai. They found Fang Zhao being able to recognize Wang Tai with one glance inconceivable. Normally, if Wang Tai did not voluntarily reveal his identity, even they found it difficult to recognize him. Today, Wang Tai had put on an identity he had not used before, and the makeup was good. However, Wang Tai had already gotten used to Fang Zhao being able to recognize him, so he didn't think much of it. As Fang Zhao walked further inside the apartment, Xiao Bo's eyes flashed, and a grim smile appeared on his lips. His entire body seemed like the crouching leopard as he pounced, darting toward Fang Zhao. However, the dagger that Xiao Bo clutched in his hand stopped an arm's length away from Fang Zhao. A gun was pointed toward Xiao Bo's forehead. The atmosphere in the apartment suddenly turned chilly. All along, Xiao Bo had always thought that he was a very good fighter, but no matter how well he could fight, he couldn't beat the speed of a bullet. Throughout this entire process, Fang Zhao hadn't even looked at Xiao Bo. Stepping in, Fang Zhao knew right away that this raw young reporter was unlike other entertainment reporters. He had experience and was battle-tested and unruly. Thus, to let this young reporter know his place, Fang Zhao had needed to intimidate him right from the start. Everything had gone as Fang Zhao had expected. If Fang Zhao had used words instead, Xiao Bo would really not have been afraid of the consequences and would definitely have tested Fang Zhao a few more times. However, right now, Xiao Bo no longer dared to try anything funny. Yes, both parties might not have shown a genuine intent to kill and might have just been sounding each other out on their first meeting, but perhaps it was the cold air from the air conditioner, or perhaps it was his own imagination, but Xiao Bo felt that even the lights within the apartment seemed to have a terrifying chill. He had nearly forgotten that this individual had lawful gun ownership rights. Wang Tai's taut cheek muscles moved, as if a solid piece of rock had finally melted. Laughing, he called out, "Xiao Bo." Xiao Bo looked Wang Tai in the eye and could see what Wang Tai's expression was indicated. He put the dagger away and backed off. Fang Zhao also put away his gun before walking to a chair and sitting down. He was clearly calmer than all three of the hosts. Fu Rui, who was standing stiffly to the side, felt that he needed to liven up the atmosphere. Looking around, he prepared a plate of melon seeds from a cupboard and placed it on the coffee table in front of Fang Zhao. "Big God, do you crack melon seeds?" Anyone hearing that way of address could tell that this fellow loved games. Now, only gaming fans addressed Fang Zhao this way. Fu Rui loved playing games, but he wasn't too deeply engrossed and did not go so far as to worship Fang Zhao. He just wanted to liven up the atmosphere and get rid of the awkward silence. After placing the plate of melon seeds, Fu Rui went to bring a cup of tea over. "Big God, have some tea." Fang Zhao smiled. "Thank you." Fu Rui looked at that warm smiling face and thought to himself that if the situation just before had not happened, he would have thought that Fang Zhao would be really easy to deal with. Wang Tai mentally filtered out the list of assignments he had accepted recently and confirmed that he had not provoked Fang Zhao. Or could it be that some celebrity had looked up Fang Zhao to help intercede? That just wouldn't do. In any case, he was the so-called paparazzi king of Yenzhou. Didn't he have his own dignity? How could he let stuff that he had worked hard to photograph go to waste? If anyone wished to purchase these photographs back, it was fine. If they wanted to lower the price, it was still doable, but it couldn't be overly excessive. In that short moment, Wang Tai had already decided on his response should the situation be like that. Regardless of what his inner thoughts were, he could not show any weakness on the outside, or it would seem as if he had a guilty conscience. Wang Tai had just decided to not wilt under pressure when he heard Fang Zhao ask, "I have a business deal for you. Do you accept?" Flabbergasted, Wang Tai's brows scrunched up. He had not expected that Fang Zhao would actually look him up just to discuss business, that Fang Zhao was not here to intercede on behalf of other celebrities. However, Wang Tai also did not immediately accept. Let's hear it. Nova Roman. Not long ago, the Founding Era film project team had confirmed that Nova Roman would assume the role of lead director of this project, and he would also have the authority to select actors and actresses. As a top-notch director with worldwide acclaim, Nova Roman had both authority and background. He wasn't afraid of offending any first-rate or top-tier superstars, but he did not like being disturbed. Thus, before the list of names on the directorial team had been announced, Nova Roman had intelligently gone into hiding. There were frequent claims online about people having seen this lead director of the revolutionary film project somewhere. However, whether these people were deliberately making things up to gain attention or whether it was Nova Roman's own diversionary smokescreens, nobody knew for certain. This time, Wang Tai was genuinely curious. "Aren't you in the music scene? What do you need his information for? Could it be that you really want to act? Or are you helping your company's people ask?" Fang Zhao did not answer, instead asking, "Do you accept?" Wang Tai considered it for a longer time. Fang Zhao did not disturb him, waiting quietly. 2 minutes later, Wang Tai wrote down a figure. Fang Zhao glanced at it. "Sure. I accept." Wang Tai was straightforward this time around. His professional work was not just limited to Yenzhou, and his contacts and network were not just limited to one continent. As long as it was within the entertainment circles, unless he did not wish to investigate, there was nothing he felt he could not uncover. All he needed was to put in more effort and resources. Furthermore, all along, he had been studying the trends of this lead director, and he already had some leads. Wang Tai's plan after obtaining precise information had been to sell it at a premium to certain ambitious stars who were vying for roles. However, since Fang Zhao had already looked him up and been quick to offer him a reasonable price, Wang Tai agreed to sell this information to Fang Zhao. "How long do you need?" Fang Zhao asked. "If you only want his range of current movements, I can give you an approximate region for where he is right now. If you want his exact location, I will need 2 days," Wang Tai replied. After Wang Tai had told Fang Zhao the region that Director Roman was in, Fang Zhao transferred half the agreed fee to Wang Tai's account. The other half would be transferred after Wang Tai found the exact location and informed Fang Zhao. After deciding to strive for a role, Fang Zhao had thought of Wang Tai, the Yenzhou paparazzi king. With regards to the entertainment circles, Wang Tai was much more familiar and had a strong perception of people and trends in this industry. Indeed, Wang Tai was superior in this aspect. Fang Zhao also knew that Wang Tai had already returned back to Yenzhou from Planet Y and had been to Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch. Thus, Fang Zhao had followed him back. Having received satisfactory information, Fang Zhao left quickly and let Wang Tai and his team have some time to work. After Fang Zhao left, the rigid and forced smile on Wang Tai's face faded away. His eyelids drooped as he stared at the cup of cool tea on the coffee table. Knocking his fingers on the sides of the cup, Wang Tai studied the ripples that appeared within. Wang Tai's intuition reckoned that this time, the big news would create ripples in the entertainment circles. However, would he follow up? If he really obtained any information, what would he do? Xiao Bo checked their account immediately after Fang Zhao left. When Fang Zhao had still been here, it had been slightly inconvenient to check on it. After confirming the money was in, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Seeing the sum of money that had just been transferred into the account, Xiao Bo sighed. "Master, this isn't a hazard. It's an opportunity." Wang Tai stared at him from the corner of his eyes. "You don't know sh*t. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever master says is always right." Xiao Bo giggled, but afterward, he composed himself. "Now I really know why master has said so much about a person like Fang Zhao. It's best we keep some distance from him." To locate Wang Tai and even track him back home, this was not something anyone could do. Taking deep breaths, Wang Tai said, "This place is no longer usable. Let's switch to a new place." There was no longer any sense of security here. He really did not want to see Fang Zhao's face appear when he opened the door. Furthermore, what if Fang Zhao sold his address? They had too many enemies. The number of celebrities that had paid them off in order to reveal dirt could not be counted even with the fingers on all 3 pairs of their hands. What would they do if someone found out this address and came looking for revenge? You might be able to take on 5 at once, but what would you do if it was 50? Thus, to be safe, it would be best to switch to a new base of operations. After all, this was just a temporary dwelling. When they were out on assignment, they might spend days staying at different places, so there wasn't a sense of belonging and there was no reluctance to leave. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. 1. They had many more places they could use. What were you thinking about, Godfather? You looked as though you were at a loss, Fu Rui said. Wang Tai gaze furtively swept the surroundings before he used a hand to beckon the other 2 over. Noticing Wang Tai behaving this way, the 2 immediately checked the doors and windows and even brought out some sensor equipment to sweep the apartment to ensure that there were no recording devices. After examining the place, they gathered over at Wang Tai's spot. Master/Godfather, what are your instructions? Wang Tai paused for a moment, then said, given my many years of experience in this line and my acute professional senses, I surmise that a huge piece of news might emerge. Now, I am hesitating, whether or not to get this news scoop. If we really go ahead and get the scoop, there might be danger involved. Hearing this, Fu Rui and Xiao Bo moved a little closer and asked in muted voices, how dangerous? The Fang Zhao appearing on our doorstep again, kind of dangerous, Wang Tai replied. Hiss, Fu Rui took a deep breath. In his mind, he could still clearly remember the situation where Fang Zhao had pointed the gun at Xiao Bo discussing businesses and news scoops were not the same. What would happen if Fang Zhao really opened fire in fury? Xiao Bo also nodded his head in agreement. That is very dangerous. Having a gun pointed at his forehead hadn't been a nice experience. How rare, a famous entertainment reporter and the elite team under him were actually afraid of a celebrity turning the tables and knocking on their own doors. So, Master, the big news you talked about, how big will it be? What sort of level? Xiao Bo asked again. That's something that could shock the entire world's entertainment circle, sort of level. Both of them exhaled simultaneously. Hiss. What do you guys think about this matter? Should we do it? Wang Tai asked. Do it. Just as many people had expected, after Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch's half-year event concluded, on that very night itself, lots of media outlets joined in the festivities and stirred up news. These outlets edited the part of the segment where the newcomer award was handed out and made it into a video with captions and added special effects. Wilkinson's voice was clear and resounding, the person I worship most is Fang Zhao. And the thank you speech after receiving the award also became a topic that people made fun of. All Wilkinson had to do was memorize the thank you speech that his company had prepared for him and recite it on stage, but Fang Zhao just had to be the esteemed guest conferring the award. After Wilkinson thanked his company, his teammates, his parents, he gave a very emotional thank you to Fang Zhao. Everyone from 2S wanted to puke blood. What are you thanking him for? The speech we prepared for you doesn't contain this line. If words, once spoken, could be swallowed back, 2S Esports Club's manager would probably have held Wilkinson down and forced him to eat his words. A pity that this was not possible. During the live broadcast, the cameras had not been pointed toward 2S, and their weird and complicated expressions had not been broadcast. Fiery Bird was not an entertainment news outlet and they took 2S's reputation into consideration. After all, 2S was a respectable and well-known esports club, so Fiery Bird ought to give them some face. Of course, Fiery Bird's people knew that even if they did not generate these topics, entertainment reporters on the scene would disseminate this news. These entertainment reporters were just so good at starting a prairie fire from a little spark. Thus, Fiery Bird just needed to uphold their professionalism and leave the rest to others in the industry. As they had expected, many reporters took advantage of this opportunity. The live broadcast cameras might not have captured the moment, but these professional reporters had their own equipment. Not only were these videos high definition, but they were from all sorts of angle and had been captured perfectly. Besides the scenes during the award ceremony, they had even filmed circumstances in the wine reception after the presentation, when Wilkinson had sought out Fang Zhao for an autograph. These materials from various sources were taken and edited together with portions of the live broadcast and compiled as a news video, and the circulation rate was rising continuously. Now, everyone in the Yenzhou gaming circles knew that the fresh talent that 2S had signed, Wilkinson, this mid-year newcomer king who might very well be the newcomer of the year, was officially a Fang Zhao fan. Hahaha, this year's newcomers are really interesting. I can imagine 2SS manager's face turning as black as the bottom of a pot. However, speaking of this, there are indeed many esports athletes that adore Fang Zhao, but the only one willing to say it out loud in this sort of circumstances is Wilkinson. Someone please recount the animosity and grudges between Silverlight and 2S. I have almost forgotten it all already. Since Wilkinson is a fan of Fang Zhao, why did he sign with 2S instead of going to Silver Wing? He was probably intercepted by 2S. Now this situation is just embarrassing. Those Silverlight guys are probably laughing their heads off. At 2S Esports Club, many of their members and staff had seen this news. Wilkinson's movements and gameplay might be sharp, but when it came to dealings and handling affairs with other people, he wasn't that smart. It was as if all his IQ and EQ was used for the game and not even a tenth was available for other aspects. When it came to reality, some of the stuff he did was really stupid. Otherwise, Wilkinson wouldn't have been so easily swayed into signing a contract with 2S, and even a long-term one at that. The contract had especially strict clauses regarding switching teams just to guard against Wilkinson running over to Silver Wing in a moment of madness. The manager of 2S felt his head hurt as he saw all the reports online. Whatever, others can laugh all they want. Silverlight is not able to get anything for this. After all, at the start, Wilkinson's first choice had been Silverlight, but the Silver Wing gaming department manager didn't grab the chance. In any case, it was 2S that had unearthed a gem. In the beginning, Wilkinson's first choice had indeed been Silverwing 50 Polar Light, but Wayne had been considering it from the point of a team and had hesitated for a few days. During this hesitation, 2S had swooped in and grabbed this talented sapling. This was the reason Wayne looked so full of regret whenever Wilkinson was mentioned. While other esports clubs and netizens were watching and joking about this, over at Silver Wing, this wasn't the case. The Silverlight team, from the gaming department manager all the way to the esports athletes at the bottom, was not as merry as the outside world thought them to be. Instead, the atmosphere here was rather solemn. On the morning after the event, Wayne had just arrived at his office and sat down before he made a call to Fang Zhao. As the event ended too late yesterday, I wasn't able to look for you. I wished to talk with you about the problems regarding the team. The team had signed a number of people in the last 2 years. The team's results were decent, and they were the most successful esports team ever produced by a Yenzhou mixed entertainment company, which was something to be proud of. But in the last year, some team members had been negligent in their training and had slightly inflated egos. Wayne himself was not feared by the team members. Previously, because Fang Zhao had been undergoing military service followed by preparing for his concert, Wayne had not disturbed him, but now, finally, the occasion had arrived. Wayne spoke continuously for half an hour. All that he said could be summarized in a single sentence: these little fellas have to be put in order. After he had finished talking, Wayne heard Fang Zhao reply with one line, "Got it." Although he had only received a 2-word reply after talking non-stop for half an hour, Wayne was still very satisfied. He felt much better now compared to the terrible mood he had been in after the Wilkinson situation. When the staff in the gaming department saw how much Wayne's mood had changed in 30 minutes, they were astonished. Did our manager just have something good happen to him? He seems in rather high spirits. I keep feeling that his smile seems a little creepy. Silver Wing Tower 50th floor. A few newcomers were looking at the online comments of videos from yesterday's event. Ha 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 ha, Captain, you guys take a look. These netizens' comments are real funny. Those 2S people's expressions really look as though they are suffering from constipation. I reckon that they must be fuming with rage, The few newcomers were laughing heartily when they suddenly realized that their seniors did not look at all happy. Captain, you guys, what's wrong? Even the normally outspoken hulk of a man, Milo, was silently staring out of the window. His eyes appeared blank, like he was slightly distressed. Jake leaned back in his chair and coldly said, "Do you think we can run away?" The newcomers were puzzled. Run away, from what? Ding! A notification from the chat group. Team Captain Jinro's face twitched as he opened the message. It's here. All the members of the team hurriedly opened the chat group and saw that Alive After 500 Years, who rarely spoke, had sent a message. In typical Fang Zhao fashion, a set of coordinates and a time, that was all. Vice Captain Dorian winced as though his teeth hurt. Schwarzer wailed in anguish. The older batch of Silverlight members recalled the experience they'd once had. These perplexing reactions by their seniors made the newcomers even more nervous. "Senior Schwarzer, why are you rubbing your chest?" a newcomer asked. Schwarzer looked as though he was reliving a terrifying nightmare. "It hurts. My innards were all shaken up." "Actually, Senior Fang Zhao doesn't look all that frightening," a newcomer said. When the senior members heard this, they all simultaneously replied with a hee-hee. On this day, the members of the Silverlight team did not shirk their duties. Many people realized that in the late morning, the members of the gaming team had been full of vigor, but in the afternoon, every single one of them was listless. Even those few lively ones were very silent. After that, everyone discovered that the Silverlight team had suddenly begun to be spirited. The cocksure swagger that had been cultivated over the past 2 years had also dwindled. It was as if the team had returned to when they had first been established. Wayne was satisfied when he saw the team's current drive. Indeed, he should go looking for Fang Zhao from time to time. This bunch of people needed to be flogged once in a while. Elsewhere, after Fang Zhao logged off, he passed the gaming helmet to Curly Hair. As his 10th gen console had been moved to the office, he only had a Fiery Bird gaming helmet at his residence. Normally, Curly Hair was the one playing it. Shortly after leaving the gaming room, Fang Zhao received some information from Wang Tai. Wang Tai had said he would need 2 days, but not even a day later, he had already found it. Fang Zhao took down Nova Roman's detailed location before contacting Zui Yu and Yen Biao. "Pack your stuff. Prepare to head to a faraway place tomorrow." To a faraway place meant that perhaps an extended stay away might be needed. "Boss, where are we headed?" Zui Yu asked. Tizansia. Tizansia was the name of a small island affiliated with Myrcijo. The next morning, Zui Yu and Yen Biao both brought travel suitcases. "Boss, I have applied for a flying transport from the company. We can set off any time," Zui Yu said. Noticing Curly Hair pacing up and down, Yen Biao asked, "Are we bringing Curly Hair?" "Bring him out to run," Fang Zhao replied. Curly Hair needed to be active. Ever since returning home, Curly Hair had spent a lot of time gaming. This wasn't good, and he still needed to head out to move around. As he was speaking, Fang Zhao received a call, so he turned and headed into his study. Watching Fang Zhao enter the study to answer the call, Zui Yu excitedly told Yen Biao, "It's Tizansia. That place is a great vacation destination. I have never been there before. We are bodyguards. We have to remain responsible and diligent, we cannot covet the pleasures in life." Yen Biao replied. "A benefit of being Fang Zhao's bodyguard is that you can travel everywhere. In my first year being his bodyguard, I traveled to all 12 continents. What for? Probably to seek inspiration. At that time, Boss had accepted an assignment to compose an accompaniment piece for a game. I followed him as he visited every continent's cemetery of martyrs. However, we still visit each cemetery of martyrs every year. You will come along next time too," Zui Yu said. "This time, what is Boss heading to Tizansia for?" Yan Biao asked. How would I know? Wherever boss points to, we go to, no questions asked. Furthermore, given my experience, I reckon that the two of us will not get any chances to show off our capabilities during this trip to Tanzania. And why is that? What do you think our assignment is supposed to be when we reach Tanzania? Yan Biao had a puzzled expression. What are you trying to say? Suiyu pointed at the excitable curly hair. To walk the dog. At the moment, in Silver Wing Tower. Duan Xianji opened an application for a vacation in her email inbox. It was from Fang Zhao. A vacation? What does return date undetermined mean? If the preparations for the concert a while back had been too tiring, heading out to relax a little was fine, but return date undetermined was a little subtle. If it was because he wanted to prepare for his next concert and wanted to go elsewhere to gain inspiration, that was also understandable. Whether it was a short vacation to relax or to prepare for his next concert, Duan Xianji would surely approve of it, but she had her doubts. When she called Fang Zhao to inquire, Fang Zhao only replied that he was going on a trip to Tanzania. Tanzania was a tourist destination. Many people loved having holidays there. When she first heard it, she didn't think there was anything special. But Duan Xianji kept feeling that something wasn't right. Because every time Fang Zhao went on vacation, he created a stir. How big or small the matter was directly proportional to the length of his vacation. So, this time, what exactly was Fang Zhao up to? Contemplating for half a day, Duna Qianji asked her secretary, "Is there any big news that I am unaware of?" Duan Qianji's secretary was very clear what Duan Qianji meant by big news. Thus, she very calmly replied, "All the big news in recent times has already been arranged and sent to you. Only these? At present, that's all." Having received this reply, Duan Qianji still felt rather uneasy. Keep an eye on Tanzania. Tanzania was an island that had formed naturally during the period of destruction. It was a small area, but the landscape was very beautiful and it was one of the top tourist destinations in the world. The only problem was that expenses here were high. At Tanzania, just by taking a stroll, one would get to see many famous people from the sporting world and film industry and other elites from every continent. Here, if a certain celebrity was spotted, some people might express slight astonishment or perhaps calmly say, "Oh, isn't so and so?" And that was all. Aside from the celebrity factor, on Tanzania Island, there were three things that were especially famous, the three things that made up its name: tea, sand, and sea. Tea leaves offered by hotels here were all produced locally. Inside the rooms, there were hourglasses that had an implicit classical charm to them. The sand used inside was native to the island and was a golden yellow that was more dazzling than sand from other places. The seascape was also beautiful. Suiyu sat beside the window, enjoying life and sipping tea. Afterward, he poured some dog food into Curly Hair's bowl. A short while later, Yan Biao returned from working out at the gym. "I saw a number of stars in the gym. Our boss really isn't considered a big deal here," Yan Biao said. Fang Zhao would not cause too much of a splash here with his status. Furthermore, people here on Tanzania were already immune to celebrities. At most, if they came across their own idols, they would go over to chat or maybe take a photo. There wouldn't be any crazy fanatical actions. Besides, the police and security allocated here were sufficient, and this lightened the workload of bodyguards. In the 3 days that they had been here, besides heading out to walk the dog, they hadn't needed to do anything else. Just as Suiyu had predicted, it really seemed like they were here just to walk the dog. Every day, Fang Zhao would head out, but he would not bring along Suiyu or Yan Biao. The two of them did not complain either, because on the first day, Fang Zhao had really brought them along without saying much, just letting the two follow him. 5 hours later, they had lost him. At first, Fang Zhao appeared as if he was just taking a stroll, but as though he had seen someone, in a flash, the two bodyguards had lost sight of him. Shameful. Now, if Fang Zhao did not bring them along, they were too ashamed to say anything. Walking the dog? So be it. In the afternoon, Fang Zhao returned. In the 3 days he had been here, he had been investigating Director Nova Roman's movements and trends as well as the director's recent emotional state. Wang Tai's information even had the confirmed location of the hotel and the room number, so finding Nova Roman had been easy. Even if Wang Tai had only been able to confirm that Roman was on this island, Fang Zhao had his own ways of locating Roman. In addition, regarding this matter, Wang Tai was especially proactive, as if he had been afraid that Fang Zhao would not be able to find who he was looking for. Every day, Wang Tai would send new information to Fang Zhao. The reason Wang Tai gave for his proactiveness was that he was a dedicated entertainment reporter. As for what the truth behind his motives was, Fang Zhao was well aware of that. Fang Zhao told Zuiyu and Yan Biao, "Tomorrow one of you will be following me out. We will be away for 4 days and 3 nights." The moment an assignment was mentioned, the two perked up. However, only one person could go, it was still rather competitive. "Where to?" Yan Biao asked. After clarifying the nature of the assignment, only then could they decide who was more suitable. "Tizizan's number 9 cruise ship," Fang Zhao said. "I'm familiar with cruises. I shall go," Zuiyu offered without delay. Yan Biao did not know as much about this as Zuiyu. In the past, he had lived on an outpost at planet Baiji for too long, he wasn't familiar with cruise ships and the like. However, because he did not understand such things, he wanted to go even more. "It's your turn to walk the dog tomorrow," Yan Biao reminded Zuiyu. "You can take over the duties first." "Nope." Noticing that Yan Biao and Zuiyu could not come to terms, Fang Zhao said, "You guys have 10 seconds to decide." Upon hearing the 10 seconds, they could not continue to argue. Zuiyu looked Yan Biao in the eye and said, "Tiebreaker." The so-called tiebreaker was rock-paper-scissors, best of 3. It appeared that these two had used this tiebreaker many times before. The next morning, Fang Zhao brought the rock-paper-scissors victor Zuiyu as they boarded Tizansia cruise ship number 9. Yan Biao stayed behind at the hotel. His responsibility was to walk the dog. Fang Zhao decided to go on the cruise because he knew that Director Nova Roman would be on it. Also, Nova Roman would be auctioning off a beryl gemstone. Fang Zhao had shown Director Roman's information to Zuiyu. Zuiyu also knew his own assignment. Fang Zhao did not need someone to follow beside him, but should Zuiyu catch sight of Director Roman anywhere, he had to let Fang Zhao know immediately. Fang Zhao did not watch Zuiyu closely after boarding the cruise. Zuiyu could actually go crazy and have fun, there were far too many entertainment activities on board. However, Zuiyu felt that he needed to be dedicated to his work. He understood all the different places on cruise ships and arranged a search plan. He also told Fang Zhao, proving that he wouldn't use this as a pretext to enjoy himself. As for why Fang Zhao was looking for Director Roman, Zuiyu did not ask. All he needed to do was carry out the search. Golden sandy beaches gradually got farther away. Ahead lay an azure-blue expanse of ocean. On deck, there were a number of excited tourists shouting. Fang Zhao watched as the island became a speck in his vision as he pondered over where Roman had the highest possibility of being. Although he had received information that Roman would return to the auction, Fang Zhao felt that Roman might not necessarily show up. Roman's lot at the auction would definitely be his item, but Roman did not have to be present. Thus, Fang Zhao had brought along an extra person. He would let Zuiyu roam around and inform him if Roman was spotted. The cruise was huge, and the odds of encountering a specific person was low. If Roman was intentionally hiding himself, he would be practically impossible to find and they would have to track him only when they returned to the island. However, trying was always an option. There were many other people who had the same intentions as Fang Zhao. Probably having also received news, they had assigned men to keep watch on the theater, casino, and various other places on board the cruise. However, currently, no one had even gotten a glimpse of director Roman. At this time, in a certain high-level double suite on board Tzansia cruise ship number 9. A white-haired man clad in inconspicuous pajamas who looked like an old man frowned as he browsed through some resources displayed on screens. A middle-aged man in leisure clothing walked into the suite. Arno 1, I have just returned from the auction venue. There are at least 10 people trying to find you. Emimchim. The person staring fixedly at the screens had only replied with a slight grunt, his eyes remaining glued to the screens. The one lazing on the sofa staring at the screens was indeed director Nova Roman, who was being sought after by many film stars and reporters. Director Roman was only 99 this year, and according to the lifespans in the new era, he couldn't be considered elderly. Furthermore, he loved to exercise and looked fit and full of vigor. However, in order to avoid being cited, Roman had made himself look a lot older. This way, he would not be easily recognized by others. For this trip, he had changed his hairstyle and even dyed it white. Only people who knew him well would call him Arno, and because of the current circumstances, the names Nova and Roman were sensitive. Thus, these friends of his called him Arno. The one who entered looked at the information on the screens inquisitively and asked Roman, are these the few newly recommended actors? How many important roles have yet to be decided? Hey, who is this little fella? Numerous screens all displayed different people. Some were images, while others were photographs, but the screen that caught his attention was showing the image of a very young person. The people displayed on the other screens seemed more mature and older. There were even 2 who seemed of a similar age to Roman. Roman eyed the screen the other party was pointing at. That is Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. I remember that the historical character you spent the most time researching during this period has that same name. That's right, exact same first and last name. What Roman had spent most of his time researching was the role of Fang Zhao. Although this person had not been a great general of the founding era, in actual history, he had left behind a legacy that did not lose to any of the great generals. According to actual history, he actually had much greater presence than Wu Yan, but for the film project, Founding Era, surely much of Yanzhou's stories would be told from Wu Yan's point of view. After all, Wu Yan was a great general of the Founding Era. Fang Zhao's deeds had mostly been leading the recovery of lost territory, but Wu Yan's capabilities and contributions could not be doubted either. Wu Yan was someone Fang Zhao had trusted and had ultimately taken over the burden of reclaiming their homeland. When Roman had gone through the historical resources for the first time, he had felt pity. In history, this person, Fang Zhao, had really been too unlucky. His life had been too short. Even though the character, Fang Zhao, did not have a leading role in this film project, he had an important supporting role, especially for the story of Yanzhou, and could not be neglected. When hearing Roman mention this, the other person suddenly recalled something. Back when there was the online survey, didn't a lot of people vote for him? The one about, let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao. Yes, that's him. Then just let him try it out. The other person had just spoken when he saw Roman appear to begin pondering something, so he quickly changed his tune. Hey, don't take it for real, I was just joking. We can't be sloppy with this project. Everything will be fine as long as you follow your own criteria. Don't listen to me. Roman shook his head. I'm not saying that he won't do. Actually, at the start, I still thought well of him. Back during the voting activity, when netizens had all been joking and many people had voted to let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao, Roman had left a comment, that's a good idea. However, Roman loved to joke on the internet and had said many similar things, so from everyone's point of view, this had just been a joke from Roman. Roman was normally very active online, but after he had accepted the lead director role for this project, he had not spoken much online. Thus, nobody knew what his opinions were currently. Think well of him. This youngster isn't an actor, right? I have never heard of him winning any awards, the other party said. Aside from that, his manner, personality, skill, and other aspects are satisfactory. Regarding the historical figure, Fang Zhao, Roman had seen the script, read through historical resources, browsed through the character analysis, and viewed actual historical footage from the confidential archives. The more he had seen, the clearer and clearer image in his head had become. But maybe it was because he had watched Project Starlight's channel S5 and had seen many videos of that minor celebrity Fang Zhao. Now, whether Roman's eyes were open or closed, the image he had in his mind concerning the historical figure, Fang Zhao, seemed to be gradually coinciding with the image of Project Starlight's channel S5's Fang Zhao. For a historical figure, 1,000 people would have 1,000 different opinions. In Roman's head, gradually engraving itself in his mind was the image of that minor celebrity. Because of this, Roman had sighed in a certain director's chat group. My brain has surely been poisoned. It was not known who had circulated this line, but it had caused lots of misunderstandings. This was also the reason there were many rumors in the outside world saying that director Roman had been severely poisoned and was receiving treatment in a certain hospital. There were even some rumors that he was critically ill. Roman had also found out from the news that he was close to dying. The other party swayed his wine glass and continued to study the person displayed on the screen that was clearly much younger than all the others. In any case, there is no way you are really going to let him act. Roman sighed lightly. I have really thought about it before. The other person's wrist trembled, and some wine spilled out. Casually wiping it up, he said, You better be kidding. Has showbiz declined? Is there nobody that can act? How can you have this sort of notion? Roman shook his head but did not explain. Staying silent for a bit, he finally replied, It's a pity that Fang Zhao is a little too young. The actors of lead roles and important supporting roles were all older and had at least 20 to 30 years of acting experience. If there were any mistakes during filming, just pointing out the mistake would result in them rapidly remedying it. But Fang Zhao was too young and wasn't from the industry. If he did not act well during filming or if he could not adapt to this series, much more time might be needed to remedy it. Furthermore, given his age, he might not be able to manage the latter half of his character's life in the film. If not for these, Roman really wanted to contact Fang Zhao to audition. When he realized that Roman really did not seem to be joking, the other party hurriedly said, Don't act hastily. You cannot randomly experiment with this project. If you pick the wrong actor, it might affect the quality of the entire film project. If that happens, even a globally acclaimed director like you might be dragged off the rostrum. Now is not the time if you really want to use a newcomer. If you are really unsatisfied, you can just create a virtual one, like a virtual idol. It's much more convenient. The latter idea was rejected by Roman. This sort of project that touches on the leaders of the period of destruction is too sensitive, and virtual idol methods cannot be used. Besides, when the project was rebooted, it was stipulated that virtual images were prohibited. Everything must be done by actual actors. Then you just have to take your pick slowly. I'm heading out for some fresh air first. Oh, right, will you be heading to the auction venue at night? Not going. A body double of a similar build would appear at the auction. This double had a side profile that looked like the actual Roman. Roman had simply decided not to attend. He had only used this cruise as a pretext to change his working environment. The other party walked a few steps toward the door but turned back again. A little worried, he pointed at the screen with Fang Zhao's image and exclaimed, You mustn't be impulsive. Don't go looking for this especially fresh youngster who isn't even in the industry to act. Many people worldwide are watching. Roman impatiently waved his hands to drive the other party out. Got it, got it. I am just looking for some inspiration from this young fellow. He needed a peaceful environment to do some careful consideration. After the room had become silent once again, Roman added in a few other screens and played out demo clips of those few actors that had not been filtered out. These people acted very well, and they were all outstanding film stars. Roman did not have any qualms about their statuses, but when placed in the role of Fang Zhao, Roman kept feeling that there was a little something missing, as if they did not fit the image of Fang Zhao he had in his heart. Indeed, he had been too deeply poisoned by the image of Channel S5. In the new era, many innovations in technology and means of transportation had rapidly upgraded, and many older methods had been phased out, but cruises had sentimental value and were a holiday option, so they continued to exist. The sun gradually disappeared beyond the point where the ocean met the sky, and night descended. Tizansia cruise ship number 9 was just like a small city-state traveling on the seas. All sorts of activities could be done on board, ranging from exercise, shopping, leisure, to entertainment and many more. Guests could enjoy to their heart's content for the entire duration of their vacation. As sunlight completely disappeared, the cruise ship's lights still shone brightly, sparkling in the dark night. At the back of the ship, a song and dance performance was currently being held in the open-air theater. Fang Zhao was standing at a high place, carefully scanning the area, but he did not catch a glimpse of Nova Roman at all. Fang Zhao had decided to do a quick scan before moving off. The auction was about to start and Fang Zhao had seen a number of film stars. Competition was intense, they were all probably trying to look for director Roman too and wanted to win the lot that Roman had put up for the auction. Perhaps Roman himself might be present. However, just at the moment that Fang Zhao decided to leave the open-air theater area, a large screen on the side displayed a notification that a guest was going to be performing here. Every performance held at this theater had already been arranged beforehand. The program list was displayed on the large screen at the side, but if a guest wished to go on stage and perform midway, only those who had gone through an audit and had sufficient qualifications could cut the line and go on stage to perform. Fei Harmonic. Fang Zhao was slightly astonished. He had never expected to encounter this talented musician here. This person was from Jizhou. In the past, Fang Zhao had only seen news about this individual online, mostly push notifications about entertainment gossip. An example was like this: talented performer's number ex-girlfriend of the year appears, or some gossip about him being intimate with some other celebrities. Disregarding his personal life, performance-wise, Fei Harmonic was indeed talented, and many older generations acknowledged this. During Fang Zhao's first concert in August, Shui Jing had brought along a few old friends. Among them had been an old man who especially loved violins. He had mentioned this junior Fei Harmonic a lot whenever he had talked. As long as the person in question's private affairs were not too excessive, they would regard talent more highly. Harmonic had made a name for himself when he had been very young. This was something those old seniors frequently spoke about. Harmonic was one of the few people who had held their first concert when they were only 10+ years of age. When he had been in secondary school, Harmonic had held his first high-level concert, and even now, after more than 30 years, his status in the music circles was still rising year after year. He had also received an invitation to join the Founding Era music team. There were many young and outstanding musicians, so when Fang Zhao saw Fei Harmonic's name, he stopped in his tracks. This was the first time he would get to listen to a live performance by this talented musician that many of the older seniors praised so highly. A head full of dyed fiery red shoulder-length hair was Fei Harmonic's trademark. Normally, his words and actions seemed like those of a noble gentleman from the old era, but the moment he started performing, he appeared extremely passionate and deranged. The charm of a violin was undeniable. Some people loved how it could be used as an effective instrument to stir up emotions and transmit exquisite feelings, but there were others who loved the acute aspect of it. Although the current accompaniment could not be compared to the luxury of a formal concert, it combined classical and rock and roll in an upbeat tune. The speed and precision gave listeners a sense of vertigo. As the enthusiastic atmosphere dispersed, the flamboyant movements of the bow created a raging tempest that assaulted the senses, not giving listeners any slight moment to catch their breath as they worried that the bowstring might snap abruptly. The quivering of the bow displayed the innermost surging feelings of the performer. Even someone not belonging to the industry would find it dazzling, as if the whole stage was on fire. This was a theatrical performer's method of combat. It could be said that the majority of people who had seen Faye Harmonic perform praised him to high heavens, except for people from Liezhou. When most people from Liezhou saw Harmonic's performances, subconsciously, they would think about something else. Because in Liezhou, there was a Zero. When Zero had been in secondary 2, he had already been very famous in Liezhou. Because of his tendency to voice his thoughts and his illustrious family background, he'd had tens of millions of people following his social platforms. From a young age, Zero had been an internet celebrity, and the citizens of Liezhou were all too familiar with him. It could be said that any celebrities outside Liezhou, even if they were world-renowned superstars, would not be as popular as Zero in Liezhou. Even if Faye Harmonic had already made a name for himself and frequently appeared in entertainment and fashion magazines all over the world, his impact in Liezhou wasn't that big. Once, Zero had watched a performance of Faye Harmonic and posted a status on his social platform: "He saws really well, but I have a nagging doubt. When he is pulling his bow in that deranged fashion, how does he play while flinging his head back without sawing off his own hair? If there was a person standing beside him, wouldn't that person get hit in the face?" Faye Harmonic's trademark shoulder-length hair indeed puzzled a lot of people. That's not to say that it wasn't acceptable, but many performers who kept long hair would tie it up or put it in a bun during performances. However, this individual strayed from the norm and loved to be this willful. Thus, Zero had spent the entire duration of the performance studying the topic of how can he safely play the violin in that deranged fashion, and the Liezhou citizens who followed Zero's trends had also been swayed toward it. Actually, there were a number of people who'd already had these same doubts, but they had never voiced said doubts. Even if someone had voiced their doubts, as they did not have significant influence, not many people would have agreed. But Zero had ignited this fuse, and the topic had exploded. If it had been anybody else who had said this, Faye Harmonic would have stepped out to teach that person a lesson, but it just so happened that this was Zero of Liezhou's Renault family. *T stirrer. What else could he do? From then on, Faye Harmonic had placed Zero on his blacklist and had never again performed in Liezhou. Faye Harmonic was a highly sought-after person in the music, entertainment, and fashion circles. In the eyes of his many female fans, Faye Harmonic was an attractive and rugged star with flowing long hair. As for Zero, his level of being vocal had also increased. If Zero was here, he would probably have started sharing his thoughts already. After the song being performed on the stage concluded, the audience erupted into passionate applause and shrieks. "Faye Faye! Faye Faye! Faye Faye! Look over here! Faye Faye, another song!" Faye Harmonic's fans lovingly called him Faye Faye, as it was easy to remember and was considerably more intimate. After his performance ended, Faye Harmonic smiled and waved at the surrounding audiences. When he stepped off the stage, he was immediately surrounded by a bunch of hot and pretty girls. As he left the venue, Harmonic caught sight of Fang Zhao. He evidently recognized Fang Zhao and paused for a moment, but very quickly, he looked away, so nobody around knew exactly who he had seen. "Faye Faye, saw someone familiar?" somebody asked. "Not familiar, just a stranger one," Harmonic said absent-mindedly. There had been a period where there was a lot of news reports pertaining to Fang Zhao. Although now there was all sorts of news replacing it and making news about Fang Zhao appear forgettable, not too long ago, Harmonic had heard his own teacher mention this up-and-coming youngster, so naturally, he could recognize Fang Zhao. However, Fang Zhao's status was not to the extent that he needed to go over and exchange greetings. From his point of view, Fang Zhao was just a prominent stranger he had come across on this vacation and wasn't really any different from other guests. Throughout Faye Harmonic's musical career, he had seen many stranger A's, stranger B's, C's, D's, and it wasn't worthwhile to pay them any heed. Thus, he quickly shoved this matter to the back of his mind and followed the bevy of beauties to have a pleasant night. Fang Zhao glanced at the program schedule at the side. Currently, there were no other guests heading up to perform, so he did not stay any longer. Turning around, he started walking to the nearest restaurant. He would have a meal before heading straight to the auction venue. As he was about to step into the restaurant, the doors opened and someone came out. This unfolded right in front of Fang Zhao's eyes, and his mind immediately went blank. The person who had emerged from the restaurant seemed middle-aged. Perhaps from not having smooth experiences in the past, he looked somewhat beaten. However, with the help of fine clothing and the influence of his mental state, he appeared high-spirited, as though he had overcome the vicissitudes of life. Of course, what attracted Fang Zhao's interests was not the other party's clothing but that face. That face that was exactly the same as Fang Zhao's face in his past life. If Fang Zhao were to make a comparison between his current face and the face from his previous life, it would only be about 70%, but the person in front of him had actually achieved a similarity of more than 90%. With some slight makeup, this person's face would be exactly the same as Fang Zhao's past face. The other party's gaze fell on Fang Zhao, and he noticed Fang Zhao being flabbergasted. His eyes flickered in understanding and he confidently said, "You are also here for the role." Yuan Shuang was an actor from Jinzhou. Although he had decades of acting experience, he still did not have a reputation. He had acting chops, but he couldn't be considered top-notch, and appearance-wise, he wasn't that attractive either. Having strived for decades, he still hadn't achieved much. Luckily, his managing company had not given up on a poor actor like him. Having grinded for a few decades, Yuan Shuang had given up on the glorious dream of being a star and would just survive on his company's welfare. Yuan Shuang knew that he looked like Yanzhou's leader during the period of destruction. But as there were very strict rules regarding that history, nobody dared to film anything about that subject matter, especially when there were very strict audits when it touched upon actual leaders during that time. Even when other people from his company talked about Yuan Shuang in private, they would say, "Even if you look like him, what can be done?" But who would have expected that with the reboot of the revolutionary film project, Founding Era, a transparent actor like Yuan Shuang would be dredged up by the company. Moreover, the company now prioritized his development. Nowadays, Yuan Shuang's company was spending huge amounts to groom him. The company's first objective was to fight for the role of Fang Zhao in Founding Era. Given Yuan Shuang's influence and status within the industry, snatching the role was very difficult, but who could know how things would turn out without trying? Even if he could not get that role, what about being a body double? Just getting into the Founding Era film project was a gargantuan achievement. Taking a step back, even if he could not land a role as a body double, with the start of the revolutionary film project, Founding Era, that signified that the subject of the period of destruction and the true history of those leaders were being revised and that restrictions would be relaxed. The policies were changing. In the future, there would be even more such dramas and movies related to this subject. Yuan Shuang would be able to exhibit this face of his. A special type of actor. Could any random person be able to do this? This was also the reason why, on the whole, Yuan Shuang's mental state was entirely different now. His value had risen. Yuan Shuang noticed that Fang Zhao was still staring at him, or to be more precise, at his face, and he could not help but feel somewhat pleased. He might not be high up on the attractiveness index when compared to other popular stars, but who let him be born with a face like a martyr's? It was completely natural, no plastic surgery, no prosthetics, it was just like that. Envious? Jealous? Back then, during the online voting activity for the role of Fang Zhao, Yuan Shuang had not been on the list of candidates. However, that online vote had only been spontaneous entertainment for netizens and didn't count for anything. Even if the topic, "Let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao," had gained a lot of traction and there had indeed been many votes for Fang Zhao, how many voters had actually felt that Fang Zhao could act? It had merely been for laughs. Yuan Shuang could not help but compare himself with the Fang Zhao in front of him. One with the same name and one with the same face. Who had the advantage? Naturally, it was the face. Yuan Shuang walked over to the railing and chugged a mouthful of wine. Viewing the open-air theater stage below, Yuan Shuang was seemingly immersed in the performance. His face appeared slightly intoxicated, but the words that came out of his mouth were cold. Fang Zhao, I guess. A word of advice from uncle. Give up on this dream. There is no way you will get selected for the drama. You are too young, and you aren't even an actor. For this sort of high-level project, Director Roman will not use a newcomer for such an important role, let alone a newcomer from a different industry. Pausing for a bit, he eyed Fang Zhao and continued when Fang Zhao did not appear to have much of a reaction. I'm not criticizing you. My status isn't high enough, and it will be difficult for me to even snatch the role. But my motive is to be a special type of actor, just playing the role of Fang Zhao. Even if I don't get selected for Founding Era, there will be other paths. What about you? From what I see, in this fight for the role, you have even fewer advantages than me. Even Li Zhou's Renault family's senior master had been unable to get any good roles inside Founding Era. For the role of Fang Zhao in the series, even the slightest of slip-ups could not be tolerated. Or could it be that you have thicker skin than Zero? Perhaps your backers are even more solid. From Yuan Shang's point of view, although Fang Zhao had had a growing reputation over the last 2 years and he had raised his global profile, he could only be considered an internet celebrity, and when compared to an internet celebrity like Zero, who was the son of an aristocratic family, the difference was vast. Even Zero had been unable to land a satisfactory role. You, Fang Zhao, can only be considered a fart. Don't you even have *King idea whether you can even get selected? How much do you know about this Fang Zhao person? If you want to fight for this role, you don't just go about it by having a little online fame and having the exact same name. Do you know about the contributions of Fang Zhao, his battles? How much do you understand about his temperament, the way he thinks, his lifestyle habits? If you want to vie for such a role, you need to put in time and effort, to study meticulously. You have to constantly improve, throw away any ego you originally had. All of these. How much have you prepared? Yuan Shuan drank more wine. He had said quite a lot while Fang Zhao had quietly listened at the side. Yuan Shuang reckoned that his words had had some effect and had influenced Fang Zhao's decision, that this youngster now had the intention of backing off, but in fact, currently, Fang Zhao's emotions were considerably complicated. He did not know the name or history of the person in front of him who had the exact same face as his past lives, yet here this person was making a solemn vow saying that he wanted to be a special type of actor and play the roles of Fang Zhao, even advising Fang Zhao himself to read more historical resources to understand the character. There were words Fang Zhao chose not to speak and held back in his heart. Pardon me for being blunt, but whether it's 500 years ago or right now, nobody understands me best but me. I don't have to throw away any ego I had because it is still me. Fang Zhao understood what Yuan Shang had said. Indeed, it made sense. Fang Zhao was disadvantaged because he wasn't an actor and had never formally acted before. With regard to films, he had not produced any works, nor could he talk about experience. He simply had nothing. But he still had to take a shot. Even if he was rejected, he had tried his best. Why was Fang Zhao going to such lengths? Despite it clearly having nothing to do with his own profession, why did Fang Zhao not understand his own limits and why was he trying to vie for a role in such a series? The same role performed by different individuals would give people different impressions. For people of the new era, when it came to history, among all the similarly ranked leaders of that period, Fang Zhao was the one with the least presence. This was partly due to Fang Zhao not having been able to survive to the end. There were videos and photographic resources left behind, but a lot of those were not available to the public. Unlike Fang Zhao, the other generals that had survived to the founding era had been able to leave behind more resources that were readily available. Exactly what sort of person was this historical figure Fang Zhao? When this question was posed to people from every continent, even Yenzhou natives found it difficult to answer. There were only some insubstantial historical excerpts and a pittance of photographs. As for unofficial historical excerpts, those could only be viewed as gossip and could not be taken seriously. Once, Fang Zhao had been curious and had bought a book about unofficial history sold to the masses. It had been so exasperating it had been funny. At that time, Zuiyu had noticed his boss's expression wasn't looking too good and had explained, "Don't take these too seriously. All of these are just groundless claims." In the past, there had been compilations by authors that had been too excessive and had infuriated descendants of the great generals, who had proceeded to smother them right away. The book that Fang Zhao had read belonged to a category that had a lower degree of fabrication and had not been targeted by the descendants of great generals from the various continents. Founding Era was considered a historical adaptation and would portray the truth as much as possible, but the series would surely have some embellishments and alterations, so it would not be exactly the same as history. Even so, Fang Zhao still wished to let people 500 years after Xia Fang Zhao that was as close as possible to the true history. In the first ever officially approved large-scale film project on the period of destruction, he hoped that everyone would get to see the Fang Zhao edition Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had some confidence in his acting abilities. Truthfully speaking, during the period of destruction, under those chaotic and complex circumstances, there had also been fighting between people, and as leaders of their caliber, they had all been drama queens. There had been times when pretending to be weak had been required, and there had been times when one had had to show the four human emotions, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. To achieve certain objectives, pretenses had been needed. Sometimes, concealment had been necessary. And the more their statuses had risen, the more impossible it had become to reveal their true thoughts at any given moment. A single moment of carelessness could have resulted in the loss of their own lives as well as those of their comrades. But acting in front of a camera, and acting well, needed to be learned. After all, he wasn't a professional. Fang Zhao had started reading some resources on aspects of acting beforehand. He was learning the theory first. He had also enrolled in virtual training classes online and taken virtual courses. This was all just preparation work. Fang Zhao did not think that he could compete with those famous film stars after just a short while. All he knew was that he understood the role better. As he understood his own advantages, naturally, he also could see his own shortcomings. Wan Shuang's words had mainly been to tell Fang Zhao the difficulties and get him to back out. One less competitor would result in a brighter glimmer of hope. Fang Zhao could see where Wan Shuang was coming from, but he did not say a word. He was just too flabbergasted seeing someone who looked exactly the same as he used to look. There were many people in the world that looked alike, but this was the first time Fang Zhao had encountered such a situation. At this moment, a group of youngsters came out from a nearby restaurant and walked past Fang Zhao and Wan Shuang. They reeked of alcohol and were happily chatting about heading to the entertainment center to have fun. A very common scene. Fang Zhao's gaze swept over them and lingered on one of the youths. He looked away naturally and said to Wan Shuang, "Sorry, I have something to attend to." Wan Shuang stopped talking upon hearing what Fang Zhao said, and he smiled. "All right, go ahead." As he watched Fang Zhao's back slowly moving away, Wan Shuang assumed that his words had been effective. This youngster finally could not bear it and was running off to hide. Wan Shuang shook his head and sighed. He is indeed still too young and inexperienced. What he had said certainly made sense, but his main motive had been to get Fang Zhao to give up on this idea. Being so easily persuaded and changing his mind so quickly, he was indeed still a youngster. Fang Zhao did not know that Wan Shuang was thinking. Instead, he was following that boisterous group of youngsters, mainly watching one person from the group. He had smelled the stench of blood on the person's body. Furthermore, although this youngster seemed to be happily conversing with those people around him, he might not have belonged to the same group. This person seemed a little fishy. Fang Zhao's accumulated experience from his past life might not be enough to completely see through a person, but if his eyes and intuition realized something fishy, then something was definitely wrong. Fang Zhao followed behind the group, but he kept his distance and wasn't discovered. Further ahead was a street-like area on the cruise ship. It was much noisier, and the entire street was flanked with shops on both sides selling everything under the sun. There were also places of entertainment, and it was extremely lively here. It was just like a bustling street in a city. Fang Zhao watched as that youngster separated from the group. The group headed to a casino, whereas this youngster walked over to a chain restaurant on the other side. Mulling it over for a bit, Fang Zhao dialed the ship's police hotline. That's right, to ensure the safety of the guests on board, this cruise ship was armed with a police squad. Each of Tanzania's large-scale cruise ships was equipped with one. The call was answered in no time. Hi, Tanzania Cruise Ship Number 9's police office duty room. There is a person here that should be investigated, Fang Zhao said. Inside the cruise's duty room, a young police officer looked at a display on the screen as he replied to the call. On it was the information and position of the person reporting. The screen was split in two. On the left was Fang Zhao's personal information, and on the right side was an image captured by the surveillance system. Fang Zhao appeared in it. As he read through Fang Zhao's personal information, particularly striking was the column that read, Reserve Duty Major. When the receiver saw this, he lifted an eyebrow. His original casual expression changed as he became serious and sat a little straighter. Another police officer noticed this situation and quietly came over and studied the screen. They frequently received calls from kids who had nothing better to do and were used to encountering such pranks. That was why, when he had heard Fang Zhao's calm and unhurried tone and saw nothing suspicious on the surveillance system, the police officer had mistaken it for a prank call. However, when he saw Reserve Duty Major, he no longer treated it as a joke. Fang Zhao's current status and online fame did not necessarily mean that the cruise's police squad needed to give him special treatment. The police here encountered too many famous celebrities. They might know of Fang Zhao and know that he had been a hot topic for a bit, but they would not know any detailed information. But when they saw Reserve Duty Major, they got serious. This had a much greater impact, and they were more inclined to believe the judgments of a reserve duty officer. They were willing to believe Fang Zhao's words, just in case. We have already determined your location. Please point out the position of the target person as well as any distinctive features, the police officer said. As he had been speaking, Fang Zhao had walked into that chain restaurant. The place was clamorous and warm, and it had the fragrance of freshly prepared food. There were many people in the restaurant, and it was quite noisy. Fang Zhao scanned his surroundings, then continued, 20 meters ahead of me. A youth, slender, about 173 meters, short brown hair and a dark gray jacket. He just got a glass of wine from the bar counter. There wasn't a need for a detailed description. Fang Zhao knew that with the current level of the surveillance systems, those in the police duty room could easily detect and lock onto the target person. Sure enough, Fang Zhao had not yet finished speaking when the system locked onto the target and even let Fang Zhao verify that it was the right person. On the screen in the police duty room, following the lock on the target, the person's personal information and identity were displayed. At first glance, there was nothing suspicious about the person's identity, but nothing suspicious didn't mean anything. Falsifying documents was still possible. Watch him. Bring out previous surveillance footage of this person. Those in the police duty room started to move. As for Fang Zhao, after ending the call, he went to find something to eat. He would leave the rest to the police squad. Fang Zhao had made a casual police report not for merit or fame. He would leave the capturing of criminals to the police. Although he was a reserve duty major and had lawful gun ownership rights, he did not have the authority to interfere here. However, 2 minutes later, Fang Zhao looked around the restaurant but did not see the suspicious person at all. That person had probably left the restaurant, but Fang Zhao would leave that to the cruise ship's police squad. Fang Zhao sat near the windows, enjoying his dinner while contemplating what to do next. The area beside the windows was slightly cooler and quieter. It was more suitable to do some pondering. At the same time, the people in the police duty room were investigating. The sharp gaze of the police squad's captain scanned through the investigation results of the few pieces of surveillance footage that had been brought up. Although he doesn't seem to be that suspicious, half an hour ago, where did he disappear to for 5 minutes? Continue investigating. From my experience, there might be something wrong with this person. As he spoke, the police captain also became curious. Who made the report just now? Does he have a dog's nose? What sharp perception. He might not even lose to a cemetery guard. Fang Zhao didn't know what kind of gossip the security guards on the cruise ship were trading about him. He was preoccupied with the prospect of running into Director Roman at the auction later in the day. How many competitors were also in the running? How would he deal with them? Thanks to habits formed during the period of destruction, Fang Zhao was a fast eater, although he had already slowed down significantly to cope with his current life. Still, he was faster than the others. He started noticing curious glances thrown his way, but they bore no ill will, so he didn't mind. After finishing his meal, Fang Zhao checked the time. There was still a while to go before the auction started, so he called Zuiyu for an update. Zuiyu had no news on Roman's whereabouts but had overheard some folks mentioning the director in conversation. They all knew about the auction, so odds were Fang Zhao would run into quite a few like-minded folks at the auction. After hanging up, it was about time, but just as he was getting ready to get up and leave, Fang Zhao heard his name called with a soft laugh. Fang Zhao. He lifted his head to see a beautiful blonde girl take a seat across from him. She was holding half a cup of fruit tea whose aroma was wafting through the air. The blonde girl stared at Fang Zhao. I know who you are. I saw you at the Fiery Bird annual gala that year in Huangzhou. My friend and I are fans of yours. Even though she sounded quite emotional and her facial expressions were exaggerated, her gaze was relatively calm. Fang Zhao had come across many crazy fans in Yenzhou. He could tell instantly that the blonde girl before him was faking it. Then again, her indifference was also understandable. Someone who showed up on a luxury cruise ship filled with rich people in Tanzania had to come from money. A-list celebrities were regular sightings, so Fang Zhao was nothing to write home about. Also, judging from her pattern of speech, Fang Zhao guessed she was from Huangzhou. Apart from her snobbish tone and her comment, there was also her syntax and accent. What are you doing here? You're not. The blonde leaned in, her bright blue eyes staring at Fang Zhao flirtatiously. Are you here for Director Roman too? Fang Zhao glanced at the girl, probably still in secondary school, and arched his eyebrows slightly. He was about to answer when he heard the blonde continue. It's okay if you don't own up to it. Totally understandable. 8 out of the 10 actors I ran into today are here for Roman. The auction is about to start. I won't keep you. Why don't you sign me an autograph as a keepsake? I have 2 friends who are also your fans. Pity they are out shopping. She claimed to want Fang Zhao's autograph, but she had absolutely nothing for him to sign, not a piece of paper or anything, not even a pen. Fang Zhao stared at her in silence. Realizing she didn't have anything handy, the blonde took off her jacket and tossed it in front of Fang Zhao, without any hint of embarrassment. Sign here. The blonde girl wore a skimpy tank top that revealed a big chunk of her midriff, her look typical of the type of wholesome beauty common during teenage rebellion, part innocent, part sexy. She rotated her teacup with one hand and twirled her hair with another as she gauged Fang Zhao with a mischievous smile. She wanted to jam Fang Zhao in a moment of embarrassment or awkwardness, or any other type of discomfort. Fang Zhao glanced at the young woman, raised his arms to shut a nearby window and asked a waiter to bring a pen that would leave a permanent mark on clothing. He signed quickly and returned the jacket. The evening breeze is very chilly. The temperature gets quite low outside. The blonde blanked. It clearly wasn't the response she had been expecting. She picked up her autographed jacket without so much as a glance and said, "Do you have anything else to say to me?" Fang Zhao pondered, then, with a kind smile, responded, "Have you finished your homework yet?" That comment came across even chillier than the sea breeze. The blonde froze, a look of astonishment replacing her mischievous smile. She hadn't expected Fang Zhao to say something like that. She was a rising Year 6 secondary student, the equivalent of a rising senior under the education system of the old era. The workload at most new-era secondary schools was typically quite heavy in the summer between Year 5 and Year 6. Summer vacation wasn't over yet in Huangzhou, and the new term was about to start. The summer workload was indeed significant, something even a rich kid had to cope with, not to mention the fact she still hadn't finished her summer homework. F***ck. Party pooper. The blonde girl stopped smiling. She frowned, hissed, and stormed out. Fang Zhao sighed. "I really don't know what's going on in the heads of kids these days." He was just about to leave when he got another call. It was a number he didn't recognize, but it was tagged verified. Fang Zhao put it through. "Fang Zhao. This is Eric, head of security here on Tizanxia cruise ship number 9. A pale-looking Eric was sitting in his office. After receiving the tip from Fang Zhao, he had dug up footage of the suspicious-looking man, and he had found the man questionable as well. He had sent officers to pick the man up while keeping an eye on the surveillance footage, but lo and behold, the suspect had disappeared and his men couldn't track him down. Meanwhile, Eric had gotten word after ordering a thorough inspection of the entire vessel that 2 heavily injured sailors had been found unconscious in a storeroom. They would have been lost causes had they been found any later. After confirming that something was going down, Eric had ordered his men to locate the suspect while continuing the inspection and keeping up appearances. But the suspect was slick as a piece of hot butter. Taking advantage of his stature, he had blended into the crowd seamlessly. Before they had known it, he had been gone. Even though the cruise ship was fitted with many security cameras, the cruise ship's wealthy patrons had their concerns about privacy. The cameras were mainly installed in public places and some of the shopping malls. Not every inch of the ship was under surveillance. What if they lost the suspect? What if they couldn't track him down? Should Eric expand the search? Most definitely. He had to keep looking and deploy more men, but at the same time, Eric decided to contact Fang Zhao as well. People had different strengths. Some folks could pick up a scent from miles away, like cemetery guards, for example. No quality of disguise could fool their eyes and their inexplicable instincts. Given the fact that it was Fang Zhao who had called in the tip, considering he seemed to have instincts that rivaled a cemetery guard's, then why not ask him to assist? Eric looked up Fang Zhao's personnel records. He had to be quite competent to have been promoted to officer grade during one brief year of military service. As much hyperbole as the news reports contained, they had some grounding in facts. So Eric decided to utilize whatever assets he had at his disposal, lest any go to waste. Otherwise, he might have yet another unsolved crime on his hands. Why another? Because incidents like this were too common. Not to mention that many of the tycoons aboard had their own bodyguards. They didn't give a d***mn about anything that didn't concern them. Who cared if someone might be missing, if someone's life hung in the balance? As long as they had fun and partied hard, nothing else mattered provided the cruise ship's security detail didn't get in the way. So even if Eric wanted to expand his investigation, he would meet resistance. That was another reason he wanted to ask Fang Zhao for help. It was a hassle-free, efficient, and low-profile solution. After briefing Fang Zhao on the situation, Eric made clear his request for help. Fang Zhao looked at the time. The auction was about to begin. He responded decisively. "No problem. Did you pick up a trail? Where did you lose him? As he listened to Eric's voice through his headset, Fang Zhao headed in the opposite direction of the auction, leaving the restaurant in a hurry. In another corner of the restaurant, the blonde girl who had just asked Fang Zhao for his autograph was meeting up with her friends and giving them the lowdown on her encounter. A pair of siblings, fraternal twins, craned their necks and surveyed their surroundings. Zhao God is here too. Where? The blonde girl hadn't lied about the fact that her friends were Fang Zhao's fans. The twins were fans indeed, and of the more fanatic variety at that. They got emotional upon hearing that Fang Zhao was also on the cruise ship. He left. I just saw him head that way in a hurry. The blonde girl pointed her finger in the direction Fang Zhao had gone. Then the girl realized something was wrong. That's not the direction of the auction. So he's not here for Roman after all. Was I wrong? That's right. I heard the director of Founding Era is on board and that he is scheduled to attend the auction, another person said. Speaking of Fang Zhao, I remember voting for him in an online poll on who should be cast as Fang Zhao. I did it for fun, but to be serious, there's no way he will be cast. The twins were already disappointed that Fang Zhao had left. That comment was the last straw. Why wouldn't my Zhao God be cast? Yeah, of course he might be. The twins were determined to defend their idol. They had started out as gaming fans. After a series of events, they had become Fang Zhao's diehard fans. All their friends knew. Once the topic of their idol came up, any semblance of reason or decorum went out the window. To put it bluntly, they went from normal people to psychos instantly. Young people were prone to getting emotional, especially teenagers. Once they got started, there was no talking sense into them. The friends who had just said that Fang Zhao was a long shot raised their hands in surrender. Okay, we're not going to argue with diehard fans like you. The cast will be announced soon. Nothing speaks louder than the facts. In fact, the twins weren't total idiots. Of course they knew that a blockbuster project like this had strict standards. Fang Zhao had an edge in gaming, but when it came to movies, he really had nothing going for him. The twins just didn't want to concede defeat in front of their friends. Never mind how boisterous they were in defending their idol, now that they had calmed down and reason had set in, the twins moped and sighed silently. Sigh, how come Founding Era can't be postponed for a few decades? Who knows, by then Fang Zhao might be a much bigger star. He might be a contender then, but now is a bit early. But matters concerning Founding Era, its casting decisions, and so on, weren't things these kids had a say in. The twins consoled themselves by saying, why don't we save up our allowance and fund a TV series for our idol? Whatever the twins were currently thinking about, they were temporarily unable to find Fang Zhao. They had even especially run over to the auction venue for a look, but they were still unable to even catch a glimpse of their idol. He is probably in a private room. If not, he really isn't here. He was seen walking in the opposite direction. Maybe he really has no intention of coming here. Or maybe there are too many people here and that's why we haven't found him. Forget it, let's stop looking. After all, he is still on this ship. Who knows, maybe we might get to see him tomorrow or something. Friends of the twins advised them to give up searching for Fang Zhao. Having achieved zilch in their search, they could only abandon it altogether. Wan Shuang, who had also had the idea of finding director Roman, had gone to the auction venue for a look-see. He had caught sight of neither Roman nor Fang Zhao and thought to himself, did that little fella Fang Zhao really not come? My previous words were indeed effective. Elsewhere, Fang Zhao referred to the information that Eric had provided, and he started his search. Is this where he disappeared? The place Fang Zhao was standing at currently was known as the Central Plaza. This was the central open-air entertainment district on the cruise. It was teeming with people at all times. Besides commercial shops, there were also many self-service dispensers with a variety of goods. Among the crowd of guests, Fang Zhao also spotted some plain clothes. These were probably the men that Eric had dispatched. My men have split up and have been searching the nearby area for 10 minutes, yet they have not seen the target. We have used the surveillance system and are still unable to detect him. Even with face recognition, we still aren't able to find him. I suspect that he might have put on a mask or a disguise, Eric said on the call. If the target had reacted and changed his disguise before they had even responded, or if the target had other accomplices assisting him, then it would really be hard to find him. So much time had already passed. Just 1 minute was enough for someone to go into hiding, and it had already been 10 minutes since they had lost sight of the target. There were too many people in this district. Even Eric, who was looking through each and every surveillance camera, felt tired and did not know where to start. Although this was not the first time such a situation had occurred on this cruise ship, Eric still felt he had no other alternatives. There were too many people on board that had special statuses, so the manhunt operation was limited. Both his subordinates and himself had limited capabilities, as their hands were tied. Watching Fang Zhao standing there, Eric felt that he had forced Fang Zhao to do something, so he told Fang Zhao, "Never mind, go ahead if you have other matters to attend to first. I will dispatch more manpower to investigate here." Since he had already come over, Fang Zhao had no intention of leaving immediately. "I'll take a look around first." The auction had already started, he wouldn't be able to make it even if he went over now. The venue entrance had already been shut and there would be no entry. He might as well search around here. Any additional clues were always good. Somewhere on the 12th floor. A person stepped out from the disco dance floor at a bar. This was the suspect that had put on a disguise and was currently being sought out by the police squad. He stood leisurely in front of the railing and answered a call. "Wait another 30 minutes. They would probably disperse by then," the person on the other end of the line said. "Who did you say their backup was?" the suspect asked. "No idea, the wiretap information is not complete. All I know is that it's the person who made the police report. The one who set the police's attention onto me. Has he come over?" "Who is it?" He knew that the police's attention was on him because someone had made a report and disrupted his escape plans, exposing him too early. To actually make a police report. D***it. "I feel that what is most important now is to wait," the voice in the earpiece advised. "Got it. After this job is done, I'm going to leave this place and lay low for a couple of years." However, he just wanted to know exactly who it was that had made the police report. What had that person been able to see through? At which point had he screwed up? As he scanned the central plaza, he saw a few plain clothes. Plain clothes? TSK. This bunch couldn't be any more obvious even if they were in disguise. The corner of his mouth curled upward into a grin. He just loved standing at a high place and watching this bunch, thinking that they were well hidden as they searched for him. However, he had only just broken into a grin when his face froze. He saw someone, and their eyes made contact. At the moment the other party met his eyes, the suspect felt a shred of alarm in his heart. Following that, all he noticed was the other party's gaze locking onto him and that person saying something. Immediately after, the few plainclothes turned to look over. What followed was like the police squad turning into hungry cats that had caught the scent of a fish as they started to encircle the suspect. "You have been found," the voice in the earpiece said, sounding both questioning and confused. "I have a disguise on." The tone in the earpiece was anxious now. "But you have been exposed. What have you done?" "Nothing. All King did was unintentionally make eye contact with him." At the other side, Fang Zhao had originally wanted to search upward floor by floor. He had not expected to see the suspect right away. The suspect even had the gall to stand so brazenly at the railings and look down. After informing the police squad, Fang Zhao also made his way in that direction. Police duty room. A police officer watching the screen was surprised. Is it really this person? But his hairstyle and appearance have totally changed. Probably. There is no other reason for why our men hadn't been able to find him. If he was innocent, why would he be trying to escape? Eric was delighted with his decision to get Fang Zhao. Otherwise, who would have known that the completely unfamiliar person standing out in the open was actually the suspect that they had so painstakingly been trying to find? That impressive? I feel that Fang Zhao can moonlight at the Cemetery of Martyrs on Memorial Day, another police officer lamented. Eric didn't have too much to think about. The dejection he had been feeling previously had vanished. Clutching the comms device in his hand, he instructed the scattered squad members on each floor while staring fixedly at the screen. His tone was somewhat elated as he barked out instructions. Seize that person. Surveillance, watch closely. Don't let him escape this time. As he saw Fang Zhao also heading over, Eric decided to withdraw Fang Zhao from the capture, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind. He would wait till the suspect was caught first. What would happen if they lost sight of this guy again? At the Central Plaza. Tonight, Fang Zhao was wearing a slightly more formal suit for a soiree. This sort of outfit was not conspicuous here, as it was meant for the night's auction. Fang Zhao had wanted to dress a little more headstrongly, but from his days at Silver Wing, he knew that this sort of formal suit gave a better impression and projected the serious and dignified appearance of someone going for an interview. Only someone with a high enough status had the capability to be headstrong. If one wasn't at a high enough level, it was best to adhere to the rules. This was something that both Xue Jing and Ming Tsang had told Fang Zhao before. Thus, Fang Zhao had specially dressed up formally. However, the current circumstances were extraordinary, so he didn't care about being formal or not. Hearing about the suspect's movements from inside his earpiece, Fang Zhao took off his jacket and hung it on a nearby public clothes rack. He dispensed a drawstring from a vending machine, the sort that was used by guests at the swimming pool to tie up their children's bags or to tie items such as swimming tubes to the kid to prevent them from losing it. The length and elasticity of these strings were adjustable. It was extremely childish in pink and blue, and it even had cartoon illustrations on it. Fang Zhao pulled on both ends, it seemed rather durable. Police officers watching Fang Zhao's movements on the screen were somewhat stunned by this series of actions. Captain Eric glanced at the scene but simply had no time to express his views. He had received information on the suspect they were pursuing. Target has gone to the roof. He's heading to the bow of the ship. A conjecture came to Eric's mind as he heard this while keeping an eye on the pursuing operation. It seemed like this suspect was very familiar with every area on the ship. Had he infiltrated the ship quite some time ago? There was probably someone giving him instructions inwardly. Perhaps the few cases aboard cruise ships previously had also been committed by them. Thinking about it, Eric got more worked up. Not about the merits he might log. If they could solve the previous few cases, the brooding feeling in his heart would disappear. Continue to chase. If you lose him this time, forget about returning. When he finished issuing commands, Eric watched Fang Zhao through the surveillance systems. The comms between the two were still ongoing. Eric passed on the disseminated information to Fang Zhao. The elevators here are very crowded. There is a door 20 meters toward the left side of where you are. Head through that door and move another 70 meters before making a right. You will see a special elevator there. I'll inform the command center to give you special privileges for it and you will be able to reach the roof very quickly. Where are you running to? Over there. After Fang Zhao had left the central plaza, his pace picked up. As the crowd became more sparse, Fang Zhao kept increasing his speed. The route he took was completely different from the one Eric had advised him to take. There was a section at the end of the central plaza that was a rock-climbing wall simulating a natural cliff. This was specifically used for rock climbing, and it satisfied guests who had a passion for extreme sports. At the moment, a group was performing an activity on the rock climbing wall. The instructor had just demonstrated to the members of the group how to effectively climb up the wall at speed and had competed with a few competitive people, quite simply crushing their eager spirits. Alright, take a break before having another go. Next, anybody else want to have a go against me? The words had just left the instructor's mouth when he realized someone had rushed over from the side in a flash. Following that, there was a rustle of wind as that person started ascending the wall. The other person had climbed up with rapid speed, as if he were on flat ground. In a flash, he had vanished from the summit. To be precise, the other party had ascended the rock wall and had climbed to the roof deck. People from the group who had raised their heads early had still been able to see a silhouette climbing. Others who looked up too late could only see the top of the wall. A short while later, that instructor blankly asked, "Did someone just climb up?" "I think so," members of the group replied. "Are you sure it was a person?" "I think so." "Who was that just now?" "I hadn't even said to start yet." "Couldn't see clearly." There were still some people who had their heads raised as they stared at the summit. "Seems like he was bare-handed, and his attire wasn't suited for climbing." "Very good. Now, who can tell me how a bare-handed person without the aid of any equipment and wearing clothing not suitable could climb up so quickly?" the instructor asked. Silence. The group of extreme sports fans collectively faced the wall and pondered hard. How exactly had he done it? The instructor waited for a bit, and before anyone answered, clapped his hands to draw the attention of everyone once again. "All right, let's change the question. Anyone know who that expert was?" Everyone shook their heads, and they continued to face the wall and pondered. The instructor asked once more but discovered that nobody knew the able person who had ascended the wall with a whoosh. "We have seen a ghost." Police duty room. Those who had witnessed the scene were already dumbstruck. The cruise's command center was currently in a comms channel with Eric. "Captain Eric, the elevator is ready for use and the authority has been handed over. When is the person you mentioned going to come?" Eric, who could not take his eyes off the screen, had a complex look on his face. "Thank you. There is no longer any need." Watching Fang Zhao's speed of ascent before taking a look at those other police officers in the screen, Eric thought to himself, "I didn't realize they were that slow normally. Too little training indeed." At this moment, a police officer on the roof deck made a report to Eric. "Our deployment at the bow of the ship was complete, but the suspect suddenly changed his direction and is headed to the side." "Why is he running over there?" Eric queried. "I remember that there is an SVIP area on the 17th floor. The balcony there doesn't have any surveillance," Fang Zhao replied in the same comms channel. Hearing this, Eric understood what Fang Zhao meant right away. There is indeed a royal high-end suite on the 17th floor with private balconies. Does that person intend to jump from the roof to the 17th floor? The whole SVIP area on the 17th floor did not have any surveillance monitors, nor were there any police officers there. Most importantly, the statuses of the people staying there were even more special, and they were more particular about privacy. Normally, they would simply not allow the police access to search and investigate that area. Was the suspect's intention to once again evade the surveillance and then change into a new disguise? Fang Zhao's conjecture really made sense. Eric also agreed with it. "We can't let him go down." "Who is the nearest to the place?" Eric asked. "The men from T Squad," and Fang Zhao, another police officer replied. At this moment, the suspect, who had already arrived at the side of the ship, jumped decisively without so much as a hint of hesitation. No random person would have the guts to jump from such a height at this sort of place. It was obvious that he had made preparations beforehand and probably had equipment on him. However, the members of T Squad, who were in pursuit, were not as adequately prepared, and they did not have any equipment for descending. The distance between the roof deck and the 17th floor was only 3 stories, but dropping down straight was dangerous if one wasn't careful. Whether it was falling into the ocean or landing on the decks of another floor, there was a risk of suffering fatal injuries. At least, according to past statistical data from accidents. T-Squad slowed down and waited for equipment to be delivered to them before jumping off and descending. On the other hand, Fang Zhao, who had appeared at almost the same time as T-Squad, did not pause at all. The few people watching the situation unfold through the surveillance system were once more startled. Is he going to jump into the ocean? Fang Zhao, don't be impulsive. The suspect dared to jump because he came prepared. Don't think that the plaything in your hands can ensure your safety. Dropping into the ocean at this time is not amusing at all. Eric exclaimed. He was extremely anxious when he saw Fang Zhao's position. Yet as Eric was spewing out these words, Fang Zhao had already leaped off the deck and was falling. Save him! Eric howled. Inside a special high-grade custom-made suite on the 17th floor. The pre-installed phone in the room was ringing constantly, as if it wouldn't stop till its purpose had been accomplished. Roman's eyebrows knitted as he frowned. He didn't want to break his train of thoughts to answer the phone. Following that, his personal comms device also rang. If the call was from close family members or friends, the notification tone would have been different. Thus, the incoming call was from an unknown number. Since he did not know the caller, there was no need to take notice of it. Now was probably around the time when the auction was starting. Perhaps some person had managed to get his contact information through certain means and was harassing him with the continuous calls. Under normal circumstances, perhaps Roman might have answered, but right now, his inspiration was overflowing and his train of thought was in a superb state, just like painters not wishing to take a break while they were still painting and composers not liking being disturbed when composing. This was totally trying to start a feud. What a bother. Roman scratched his head agitatedly. His somewhat disheveled hair became even messier. He took large strides over to shut off the room's pre-installed phone and set his own communications device to silent mode. After that, he hurriedly returned to the screen and continued his deep musings. Roman's eyes were bloodshot from staring at the screens for so long. He still had the same expression of unparalleled concentration as he studied every subtle expression of the characters displayed on the screen. He watched the audition videos of a few actors and compared them to some historical video resources and felt that there still was something missing. Thinking about it more, he brought up videos of Fang Zhao again. He kept studying videos of Fang Zhao. Those from his military service and those from normal entertainment media reports. Every time he studied these videos, he gained something new. This expression, so good. It's 30% cultured, 70% unyielding. That's more like it. This is very good too. Composed enough, incisive, and steady. Crossing swords in the fires of war tempers a person indeed. With his bloodshot eyes, director Roman was like a crazed maniac chanting an incantation as he mumbled to himself. He had been tired, but he had gained a second wind and was stimulated. Even the ocean breeze flowing through the window was unable to calm him down. Watching video after video in succession and analyzing them carefully, Roman discovered that Fang Zhao was simply just like the Fang Zhao from all those historical video resources. Not in terms of his physical appearance, but this was what Roman felt when looking at Fang Zhao's expressions. But if he was more stringent, they weren't exactly the same. Comparing the two, the Fang Zhao from the historical video resources had a much more frightening aura emanating from him. His imposing manner was even more terrifying. The sort of fire and blood vibe that seemingly was capable of transcending the screen was not something actors could easily replicate. The historical video resources that had been preserved were limited, and Roman did not know the true nature of the historical Fang Zhao. All he could do was use these resources as a foundation before gradually carving the image of this historical figure into his mind. Having gone through numerous resources, especially precious videos preserved from the period of destruction, Roman already had a vague idea of the image of this Fang Zhao. When he saw these videos and photographs before him, it once more helped make the image in Roman's mind clearer. When audiences spoke about a certain role, they would always associate it with the actor who played the role. However, an actor was the direct transmission of a director's thoughts. When Founding Era started filming, what the actors acted out would be what Nova Roman envisioned. Perhaps it might be different from the actual historical figure, but at least this role would be Nova Roman's own version modeled according to historical resources. And Fang Zhao was indeed a good template and an important reference. Roman sighed with regret. What a pity. If Fang Zhao was an actor with many years of experience, Roman would have contacted him for an audition. Unfortunately, he was an industry outsider. But his expressions are still really good, and his mannerisms are decent too. He has reference value. I'll just buy some video copyrights when the time comes. Mumbling to himself, Roman took a little step forward and leaned closer toward the screen. He looked at Fang Zhao's photograph displayed on the left side of the screen, then observed the screenshot taken of Fang Zhao from one of the historical videos. There is just a little something lacking in that imposing manner. Roman wouldn't insist on that frightening aura. That had been honed by the martyr Fang Zhao for decades from close to a century of fighting for survival in a fiery hell, whereas the Fang Zhao on the screen in front had grown up and lived in the peaceful new era. Even the most top-notch actor might not necessarily be able to act this out, and there was no need for placing such high demands on Fang Zhao. You win some, you lose some. How rare it is to find such a good template. I have to study this more, and when I'm explaining to the actors how to act, I can show them these videos. Roman enlarged the photograph of Fang Zhao. I still feel like there is a little something lacking. Right, too young. Some wrinkles should be added, and the scars. The face needs some fine-tuning to raise his domineering look. Roman extended his hand, preparing to use some software to age the person in the photograph and add on scars and others details to make the photograph closer to the image he had in his mind, but he suddenly heard activity coming from the balcony. Turning his head over, he saw a figure tumble onto the balcony and rush over to the interior. A stranger using this sort of method to intrude into this sort of place at this sort of time could only be described as not a good person. Alarm bells were already ringing in Roman's head. However, before he could react, another figure descended from the top and tumbled onto the balcony. At the same time, a snake-like whip flashed across. The suspect that had successfully landed on the balcony of this suite on the 17th floor was about to silence the person in the room and prevent said person from calling for help or making a police report, but just before he could do so, he felt his legs be looped and pulled under him as he crashed into the floorboards with a loud bang. Immediately afterward, his entire body was bound up like a dumpling. The suspect was in a daze at the sudden mishap that had occurred in the blink of an eye. Glancing at the rope binding him, the cartoon illustrations on it appeared to be sneering at him. He thrashed about a few times trying to break free, then stopped moving. With the cold muzzle of a gun pressed to the back of his head, who would dare move? Once Fang Zhao had subdued the suspect, he intended to explain to the guest in the room to prevent any misunderstandings arising. As he looked up at the person in the room and clearly saw the situation in the room, he was rooted for 2 seconds before saying, handling a police case. Please do not panic. As he said that, Fang Zhao brought up the electronic warrant that Eric had sent him, proving that he was assisting the police with this case. The suspect, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, did not dare make any large movements. All he could do was carefully twist his neck and rotate his eyebrows to analyze the surrounding conditions and seek a chance to escape. Sneaking a peek at the person behind him who was pointing a gun at his head, the suspect cursed silently. Where did the police get this sort of godly person? Even his landing after that jump was much smoother than mine. With this intuition and skill, you could work at any of the 12 large cemetery of martyrs. If you have the time, why not go deal with terrorists or head to foreign planets to fight for merit? What reason do you have to stay on a cruise ship as a small cop? Why did you have to King take note of me? The suspect carefully turned his neck again and looked toward the front. When he saw the situation in the room, he froze too. Inside the room, the walls were adorned with many mounted screens. There were videos, screenshots, and photographs on every screen. There were different backdrops, jungles, cities, streets, stages, and so on. The person in the photos had different outfits. Some were military uniforms, while others were suited for events. Some of these images were full-length shots, while some were feature close-ups. They were all the same person. And they were exactly the same as the person behind him. But he kept feeling that he had seen this person somewhere. The more he looked at it, the more familiar the person seemed. After that, as if the suspect had thought of something, his eyes widened and he wished that his neck could just snap right now. The wretched old fella in the room with an unkempt appearance and stubbly face, with his hand still on a photograph, seemed like the globally acclaimed director that had been a recent hot topic on the internet. Furthermore, thinking about how famous, rich, and powerful people like him led their secret private lives, he felt his brain going through countless possibilities in a flash before he finally comprehended. Unwritten rules. The suspect that assumed he had discovered the truth wailed over his misfortune in his heart. Seems like I have just witnessed a transaction that can never ever see the light of day. Am I going to be silenced for good? As for Nova Roman, who was standing in the room, he was also stupefied by the chain of unforeseen events. He had not expected that there would be people landing on the balcony of his suite in the SVIP area. When he saw the way the dumpling-like person lying on the floor was staring at him, Roman was even more displeased. Why do you have to stare at me like I'm an old pervert? Roman looked to the other person. Just now, when he had heard handling a police case, he had only been paying attention to the electronic warrant and had not noticed what this person looked like. Now that he had clearly seen this person, Roman was suddenly at a loss for words. The entire room was filled with videos and photographs of Fang Zhao. Before this, he had been studying them and his eyes were bloodshot from all that staring. Now that he suddenly saw the actual person, his first reaction was that he was seeing things. You are. Words had just left his mouth when Roman saw a few people in police uniforms land in succession on the balcony outside. Roman. Was this how cruise police handled cases nowadays? Eyebrows twitching, Roman calmly turned off all the screens in the room. The few that arrived later were the police on the roof deck who had come down after they had received the rappelling equipment. Fang Zhao. Are you alright? Caught him. This is that fellow. Members of the police squad looked at the tied-up suspect and, after confirming that he was the one, used their handcuffs to restrain the suspect. Another officer, probably the leader of the squad, walked toward Roman to explain the situation that had unfolded before his eyes. Mr. Nova Roman. Sorry for disturbing you. When the police duty room dialed your room number, nobody picked up and you were uncontactable through your communications device. The police had previously contacted guests in the SVIP area and given them warnings beforehand to get those with bodyguards to deploy them. Only Roman had been uncontactable, and so they had been unable to inform him. It just so happened that the suspect had landed on this balcony and Roman did not normally have a bodyguard by his side while he was working. If not for Fang Zhao's quick reactions and prompt arrival, Roman might have been injured or taken hostage. If he had been even unluckier, he might not be alive. Hearing the police's explanation, Roman also understood that Fang Zhao had saved him. However, now Roman's brain was beginning to think again. If it had been anybody else, then so be it, but it just had to be Fang Zhao. Roman tried replaying the incident in his head. His line of thought regarding Fang Zhao had not been broken yet, and because of these unforeseen circumstances, it had started changing again. Fang Zhao received a call from Eric. Eric inquired about what had happened and also allowed Fang Zhao to follow the police squad and the suspect to the interrogation room. Eric had even dispatched a small flying craft to pick them up. Time was tight, so Fang Zhao didn't have any time to approach Director Roman for a chat. However, under the present circumstances, the suspect had to be delivered first. After that matter was resolved, he would come and look for this director. After Fang Zhao and the police squad left, Roman once again turned on the screens and viewed the images displayed on them. He kept replaying the whole chain of events in his head and began deeply contemplating. After the detainee had been delivered to the police's interrogation room, Fang Zhao was called to another room to give a statement. Outside the interrogation room, Eric first lectured the members of the police squad. Even Fang Zhao knew how to prepare equipment beforehand, so what about you guys? Did you carry the equipment that is supposed to be on you? No efficiency, no operational capability. Even an amateur puts us to shame. One police officer timidly replied, "Captain, Fang Zhao is really a professional. He's from the Baiji military district and has directly gone up against terrorists. He really cannot be considered an amateur. Didn't the military reports say that?" Eric's eyebrows flew upward, his enlarged eyes compelling that junior police officer to swallow his words. "You still dare to talk back?" Fang Zhao had served in the Baiji military district, this Eric also knew, but he could not take back the words he had said. It was a matter of pride. He was the boss here. However, they really could not be compared with Fang Zhao. That mysterious intuition was another matter altogether. Just the way he had leaped off the roof deck was out of this world. Even if it was someone worked all year round on the crews and trained frequently, they might only be able to accomplish it with some difficulty, and they wouldn't be as nimble either. Luckily, not every suspect is just like Fang Zhao. With his skills, if Fang Zhao was to commit crimes, we would lose our jobs, another officer lamented. Hearing this, Eric's mood became poorer. Don't talk about Fang Zhao to that extent. Let's say, if we weren't fortunate enough to have encountered Fang Zhao, do you think we would have caught the suspect being detained inside? But this wasn't time to be disciplining his subordinates. Eric had an interrogation to handle first. When Fang Zhao got here, Eric had already gone inside to interrogate the suspect. However, that had nothing to do with Fang Zhao. After he had given his statement, Fang Zhao was informed that he could leave. Just as he was about to leave, Fang Zhao heard two police officers discussing something in hushed tones. Any normal person would not be able to listen to the contents of the conversation, but Fang Zhao's hearing was not like a normal person's, and he could catch what those two were saying. When making his statement, Fang Zhao had heard from a police officer that the person he had detained had stolen something. He had stolen an important item stored in a safe in the storeroom. At first, Fang Zhao had thought the person had stolen a precious gem or something similar, as the auction this time around featured gemstones. He had not expected that the person had stolen an antique. A portable hard drive from the old era. Given the storage technology used in the new era, it was indeed an antique. During the period of destruction, many firms had not made preparations for data recovery for a calamity. When the apocalypse had descended, there had been severe data loss, and 90% of people's personal storage equipment had been destroyed. Too little had been able to be preserved. Some fortunate storage devices had managed to survive the period of destruction due to special methods of preservation that had managed to extend the lifespan of these devices. For devices that had not been so lucky, even if they were not damaged externally, they had spoiled over time and the data inside was impossible to recover. Research teams established during the period of destruction had only preserved more important data, the sort that only concerned humanity's survival and development. As for popular entertainment, there was much less. But as the world once again recovered and became peaceful, people once again sought out stuff from the old era. In the first 100 years of the new era, there were people who had gotten rich from discovering old era videos. But now, 500 years later, there was already a database with backups. When some people discovered storage devices from the old era, they would spend large sums of money to contract historical relic restoration specialists and appraisers. After investing large sums, they would often find out that the videos stored inside had already been uploaded to the database and the first discoverer of those videos had already been recorded. These items in their hands could not be sold for a high price, and it had all been a wasted effort. People of the new era always had an old era complex, and this was this reason people still valued these sorts storage devices. Naturally, what was more important was the data they contained and whether there were videos from the old era that had not been uploaded to the database. Antiques could be faked, as could videos. Therefore, professional appraisers had to be contracted to verify the authenticity and evaluate the item's value. The two police officers were discussing finding for a historical relic restoration specialist and appraiser to determine exactly what was in that portable hard drive, why somebody would fork out a large sum to hire a thief to steal it, and exactly who this hard drive belonged to. However, Fang Zhao's focus was on a different thing. Historical relic restoration specialists are so capable now. Even a portable hard drive can be repaired. However, with this matter, Fang Zhao had other thoughts. The difficulty of being a historical relic restoration specialist was too high, but a historical relic appraiser? He decided he would become one. With those qualifications, he would be able to enter certain venues. He had quite a lot of interest in these historical relic videos. As Fang Zhao contemplated this, another police officer came over. "Hey, Fang Zhao, your rock climbing skills and your landing after jumping from a height were really impressive. Lots of practice." "I'm used to it," Fang Zhao replied. During the period of destruction, there hadn't been any elevators for many years. Forget about climbing or landing from a height, Fang Zhao had also done even more dangerous activities. That had long become a habit, as it had been commonplace. Even though he had been reborn and gained a new body, he still retained those memories. Every muscle and cell in his body retained that clear muscle memory. However, these policemen evidently had no way of verifying the truth of Fang Zhao's words, so they only assumed that Fang Zhao trained a lot normally and had probably trained a lot during his time on Baiji Military District, resulting in this proficiency. Having left the police district, Fang Zhao received a message. It was from an unknown number, but the signature at the end of the message read, Nova Roman. Fang Zhao blanked for a second before smiling immediately after. Before coming here, Fang Zhao had thought about many circumstances where he would be able to see this director, yet he had not expected that the first words he would say when meeting the director were, handling a police case, please do not panic. He had thought that missing out on the auction would mean letting this opportunity slip by. However, he had actually come across the director here. What a coincidence. His luck was too good. Had being reborn really changed his fortunes? However, what exactly was with the situation in the room back then? Fang Zhao had clearly seen the images on those screens. Had this director really been studying Fang Zhao himself? Anyone who saw that scene would find it odd and would be suspicious. However, for Fang Zhao, this might not be something bad. After leaving the police district, Fang Zhao once more arrived at the 17th floor of the SVIP area. This time he did not need to jump from a height. In the room, Roman had already changed his attire, washed up, and combed his hair. He no longer appeared so sloppy and disheveled. Roman had gotten Fang Zhao to come over for a few reasons. First, to explain why there had been so many screenshots and photographs of Fang Zhao in the room previously. Second, to thank Fang Zhao for saving him in the nick of time. And third, he wanted to speak with Fang Zhao about those videos. He wanted to assimilate some of Fang Zhao's previous videos into his own instructional resources, and when the time came, he would use it to guide actors and also help assist their understanding of the role of Fang Zhao. Recalling the situation that had happened before, Roman did not feel awkward meeting Fang Zhao again. After all, with his age, experience, and status, and as he was thick-skinned, he could maintain sufficient composure. Sit, make yourself at home. Under normal circumstances, Roman was rather affable. Tizansia's specialty tea leaves. There are very few authentic goods on the market. I just managed to get these from an old friend. Roman laughed heartily and personally poured a cup of tea for Fang Zhao. I know all about this matter. Thank you for acting promptly. Otherwise, this old life of mine might have suffered. I'm old and wouldn't be able to bear being tormented. I listened to your concert online. It was really decent. When will your next concert be? If I have the time, I will surely attend it live. I haven't started preparing for the next concert yet, Fang Zhao replied. Oh. Right, take a break and rest first, give yourself a vacation before preparing for the next one. Tanzania is a really great place to have a holiday. No. Fang Zhao looked towards Roman, his expression serious. I received news that director Roman would be at Tanzania, so I specifically came here. Roman paused midway through sipping his tea. Raising his head up, in a flash, his gaze became extremely penetrating. Although he still had a smile on his face, the amiable warmth was no longer there. Fang Zhao did not shy away from Roman's gaze. I wish to act as Fang Zhao. After Fang Zhao said this line, the room sunk into silence. It was so quiet that only breathing could be heard. The specialty tea leaves of Tanzania had a refreshing scent to them. On a blistering hot day, the scent would let people feel a pleasurable cooling, but now, under this sort of silent and stagnating atmosphere, it caused one to feel a little chilly. Both parties in the room were trying to outlast the other in keeping their composure. Roman's penetrating gaze studied the young man sitting on the opposite side of the coffee table. It wasn't as if he had not given any thought to Fang Zhao's purpose for appearing here, and he had even suspected that the other party had come because of Founding Era. He had very quickly given up on that thought, as from what he had seen, the possibility was so low that it was completely impossible. Furthermore, Fang Zhao had indeed been helping the police with a case and had appeared elsewhere on the cruise when the auction had started. Therefore, Roman's doubts had been cleared in no time. But now, Roman abruptly shattered the silence in the room. You still dare to even think about it? The circumstances in front of him showed that not only did Fang Zhao dare to think about it, this youngster had even said it out loud right in front of him. If he hadn't received a proper explanation about the unfortunate events involving the suspect a short while ago, he would even suspect the whole incident to have been an elaborate ruse. However, Roman really did not like it when actors beat around the bush when in front of him either. Having been a director for so many years, he had seen countless film emperors from every continent. He only instructed actors as a director during filming, and actors trying to play games in front of his eyes would find it hard. Furthermore, now that Roman's status was already so high, he disliked it when minor actors tried to beat around the bush in front of him. He had never expected that the one in front of him had not even tried such a thing. Fang Zhao had gone straight to the point. Roman squinted and once more studied the person in front of him. Did he speak this way after fully understanding my temperament? I have studied many historical resources and understand the martyr Fang Zhao. I cannot deny that on many fronts, you are indeed very similar to the Fang Zhao in the drama series and that there is some resemblance between you and the image I have envisioned, which has given me lots of inspiration. I can let you become a body double. Given your agility, I can draw up a contract for you to sign right now. But at this moment, Roman's entire demeanor changed. It was as if a raging tempest had surged, enveloping the entire area around the coffee table. If you want this role, that is basically impossible. You aren't even an actor. At present, you don't even have a single representative work, and you completely lack acting experience. What can you use to fight for it? Fang Zhao's gaze did not back down from Roman's change in demeanor, nor did he lose confidence or appear weak. On the contrary, he replied, for this role, I can act better than all the others. Representative works. Awards. Only these are the most direct proof of your ability, not empty promises. That is why I'm asking for a chance now, a chance to prove my worth, Fang Zhao replied. Why had he looked for Roman? Because Roman dared to use newcomers. This was an unconventional gambit. Fang Zhao had analyzed a lot of people to try and find a breakthrough. Roman was the best place to start. Only here would he be able to fight for a chance. The room once again fell back into silence. It was so quiet that the sound of Roman's fingers rubbing the rim of his teacup could be heard. Fang Zhao did not add anything further, instead continuing to wait in silence. There was no need to say too many unnecessary words in front of this globally acclaimed director. Roman would make his own judgments. After a short while had passed, Roman said, "You studied my temper beforehand." Roman loved to promote fresh talent in his own works, as he loved to unearth gold that had been neglected and buried away. He loved to wipe away the grime on a pearl so he could see the instant when it glittered. He loved creating stars. When his career finally concluded, he wanted to look back at his accomplishments, that night sky full of resplendent stars. If a question was posed, among the people from the entire project with the authority to decide such a thing, who among them had the highest possibility of using fresh talent? The answer would be only Nova Roman. Every newcomer that had been pushed forward by him would make it big, and those with brains or who could speedily adapt to this industry had already stood on the golden pedestal in the entertainment circles. However, for the Founding Era project, Roman had originally decided to go about it conservatively. Now that he had met Fang Zhao in person, though, he was wavering. A revolutionary film project like Founding Era, according to Roman, naturally had a different significance, but his internal raging ambition and his tendency to take risks caused Roman to change his original outlook. Not only was Fang Zhao not considered a fresh newcomer, he wasn't even an actor. However, what harm was there in giving him a chance? Who had asked this youngster to suit Roman's tastes? And furthermore, Fang Zhao was practically the same as the image of the role Roman had constructed in his mind. Never mind, just consider it me repaying the favor. In his heart, Roman had found a very good excuse for himself. Should Fang Zhao fail, and if others were to ask about it in the future, he would be able to explain. On account of the inspiration you have furnished and you saving me, I shall give you a chance. However, there are some things I have to say. Founding Era is a revolutionary project. The role of the martyr Fang Zhao is an extremely important one. Even as the lead director, I don't have full authority, and I can't just decide alone. Roman added extra emphasis in his tone. 10 days from now, I will give you a chance for an audition. But this is just a preliminary trial. If you pass this stage, your audition video will be put together with the audition videos of other actors and sent for the second round of selection. After those videos have been filtered, the ones that pass will be shown to the other policymakers and a vote will be called to decide. You have to prepare well. Fang Zhao had to make mental preparations for being overlooked, facing those policymakers with high authority, and dealing with the vicious looks from other great masters in the film circles. After he had said all this, Roman's penetrating gaze once again became warm, like the gentle breeze after a torrential downpour. He didn't look at Fang Zhao and instead gazed out the window and brandished his hands, indicating that Fang Zhao could leave. If Fang Zhao had not brought up this request, perhaps he might have discussed with Fang Zhao and analyzed the historical figure Fang Zhao more, but now, there was no need. The entire selection process takes a long time, and the competition is very intense. Whether you can make it depends entirely on you. You have to be aware of your own strengths and weaknesses, Roman said unhurriedly. In 10 days' time, if the results were satisfactory, he would give Fang Zhao an official chance to be in the running and would surely give Fang Zhao guidance and assistance. But that was all he would be able to do for Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao stood up and sincerely replied, "Many thanks." After stepping out from Roman's place, Fang Zhao returned to his own room on the cruise before giving Duan Qinji a call. He needed a professional acting instructor to come over and give him guidance. Even if he was only showing his inherent qualities, he still needed to grasp the necessary acting techniques, and online coaching had its limitations. Also, Roman would not be able to provide Fang Zhao with much help, so 10 days was actually very tight. Yenzhou, Silver Wing headquarters. The time zone was different, it was still daytime here. In the top floor office, Silver Wing boss Duan Qianji had been frustrated recently. The few big-name film stars in the company were all in the midst of fighting for roles. Duan Qianji had already provided all the assistance she could give, but not a single one had been able to lock down a role. Even the company's top-rated He Lizhi had yet to receive a final contract. But of course, Duan Qianji also understood that there were many other entertainment companies that were as anxious as Silver Wing. Everyone was having the same feelings. Duan Qianji got her assistant to pour a cup of coffee and was about to go over the latest reports. It was at this moment that she received an incoming call from Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. Aren't you on a long vacation? Important matter. All right, go ahead, I will listen to it. Cough, cough, cough. Duan Qianji, who had been sipping on coffee to freshen herself up, choked when she heard Fang Zhao's words. Duan Qianji's assistant shot her boss an astonished look. Recently, she had not seen her boss so excited. But right now, Duan Qianji could not bother about anything else. The shock of Fang Zhao's information had been too forceful. Who did you say it was? Are you sure it was that Roman? Probably only top-rated film stars could get the opportunity of a screen test from head director Nova Roman, and if those top-rated film stars lacked some tricks, they wouldn't even get that chance. As for others, they wouldn't even get to see Roman's shadow, let alone an opportunity for an audition. Yet Fang Zhao, who wasn't even in the showbiz circles, had actually obtained a rare opportunity for an audition from Nova Roman. Duan Qianji tried to control her fluctuating mood, but when she spoke, her tone still contained disbelief and surprise. Where are you now? Tizanxia cruise ship number 9, Fang Zhao replied. He is really on the cruise. There was too much smoke online. An hour ago, there had been many people saying that director Roman had participated in the auction, but it had very quickly been refuted by others saying that they had not spotted Roman at the actual venue. There had only been someone who had a similar body shape to Roman. People treated this as Roman duping them once again. She could not believe that this was actually true. All right. Prepare yourself first, and you must absolutely not leak this information externally. I will send someone over immediately. Now, Duan Qianji was even more nervous than Fang Zhao. She had known that Fang Zhao was definitely up to something when he had applied for the vacation. And when he was up to something, it would be a big matter. Regardless of how Fang Zhao had gotten a hold of this opportunity, Duan Qianji was only looking at the result right now. An opportunity meant hope, and with hope there was a possibility. Every single opportunity had to be grasped. After ending the call, in line with Fang Zhao's request, Duan Qianji went to browse through a few satisfactory names and checked on these people's arrangements. Following that, she made a call. On a certain floor in Silver Wing Tower, an actor was coaching over 10 second and third-rate actors. Shen Wei was signed to Silver Wing on a special contract as an instructor. He received a call from Duan Qianji and left. This batch of students thought that Shen Wei had stepped out to make a call and would return very quickly. However, 30 minutes had already passed and Shen Wei had not returned. Instead, it was another younger instructor who came over. Senior Shen Wei has something to attend to. I will be taking over this week's training sessions. When the students heard this news, suspicions and doubts surged like a torrent in their hearts. However, they tried their best to maintain, "We understand, we will cooperate," and "we are quiet and obedient" looks. But the instructor was able to see through it from the twinkling in their eyes from time to time, as well as their lack of focus. However, this much younger instructor did not say anything. He also knew what this bunch was thinking. Actually, even he had his own suspicions. The training classes had only started 2 days ago, and they were changing instructors now. Changing instructors was not something uncommon, but circumstances now were different. This was a sensitive time. Unless some actor in the company had landed an opportunity for a screen test. Otherwise, the company would not be so urgent in transferring senior instructor Shen Wei away. Very quickly, this information spread through the company. Was Shenwei really transferred out for the time being? Indeed, it's been verified. How is the progress of the company's top-rate and first-rate film stars? Which of them has gotten an opportunity for a screen test? No idea. Information about that bunch is kept under tight wraps. Even if they got a chance for a screen test, they wouldn't reveal it. All we can do is wait, then. Let's see which entertainment reporter will release the news first. Speaking of entertainment reporters. Where has Wang Tai gone to? Wasn't he given the title of Yenzhou's paparazzi king? He's been so quiet, there hasn't even been a fart from him. Recently, there really hasn't been any news of him. At this sort of time, being too quiet doesn't seem like his style. I'm having a nagging feeling in my heart, as if he is up to something big. Actually, there is only so much in these circles. The roles are all determined by the status of the industry. How big can it even get? Whatever's stirring and hyping in the news is ultimately just going to be something that makes sense and is expected. Oblivious to the fallout within Silver Wing, Fang Zhao, situated in faraway Tizansia, had already reached Shenwei. Shenwei still hadn't found his composure by the time he boarded his flying transport. He had gotten a call from Duan Xinji. He had thought he was going to be asked to train a few of the company's priority A-list actors. Duan Xinji hadn't prefaced her remarks, simply asking him if he could spare some time right now. When she had gotten an answer in the affirmative, she'd had him sign a confidentiality agreement. Chills had gone down Shenwei's spine once he had realized the severity of the situation. He didn't dare let down his guard, but he also realized this was an opportunity for him. He was as tight-lipped as he had ever been lest he squander such a rare career move. Once he completed the handoff at Silver Wing, he headed straight for Tizansia in the flying transport Duan Xinji had prepared for him. Only when the flying transport had left Yenzhou airspace did Duan Xinji reveal who he was going to see in Tizansia. Who would have guessed? Shenwei marveled silently at this, knowing that all the folks at Silver Wing would get a kick out of the fact that his mystery assignment was Fang Zhao, someone who had nothing to do with acting. Unlike Duan Xinji, who was a results-oriented boss looking out for the company's interests, Shenwei had started out as an actor. He knew full well how hard it was to land an audition for this film project, and for a key part, no less. He wanted to know how Fang Zhao had managed to secure the opportunity. That was what he was wondering about during the journey to Tizansia. More often than not, actors were pawns. They had no authority. All they could do was wait to be chosen. So what had prompted director Roman to give Fang Zhao this precious opportunity? Was a backroom deal involved? Shenwei got a sense of the answer on the first day he worked with Fang Zhao after arriving at Tizansia. After analyzing Fang Zhao's personality and Fang Zhao the character as described in the script, he realized they were a perfect match. Fang Zhao had won by simply going with the flow. That is an advantage too, Shenwei thought to himself. If there was a huge discrepancy between Fang Zhao's personality and Fang Zhao the character, or if he wasn't already an entertainment industry insider, he couldn't possibly have landed the audition without the proper backing and connections. But acting in keeping with your personality didn't mean behaving the same way you did in real life when you acted. You still had to depict traits assigned to the character in the script, building from your own personality in order to craft a complete portrait. As far as Fang Zhao was concerned, apart from mastering some basic acting techniques, he also had to learn how to be himself in the movie, how to deliver a performance that moved audiences. That was Shenwei's job. Duan Xinji had asked for Shenwei, which meant he was highly skilled and the most suitable coach for Fang Zhao. Shenwei knew how to help Fang Zhao master the skills that were necessary for his audition in the shortest time frame. As for everything else, Shenwei would simplify. He didn't have enough time to go into detail anyway. Fang Zhao holed up in his room after Shenwei arrived in Tizansia. The cruise ship was still in motion. He didn't need to head back to Tizansia just yet. He instructed Yen Biao, who had remained on Tizansia, to help Shenwei settle down. He would then communicate with Shenwei via video conference and receive coaching online. Fang Zhao rented a seaside villa for Shenwei. There were plenty of similar options for tourists. They were private enough and conducive to his online coaching sessions. Meanwhile, in the latest online gossip, a video had caused quite the stir. One of the passengers on the cruise ship had uploaded a hastily shot rock climbing video while sharing his pictures from the trip. The residents of Tanzania, who prided themselves on being worldly, were blown away. The video was reposted countless times, becoming a top headline in all the local news outlets. The passenger who had shot the video might have been in a hurry and had only captured the latter stages of the climb, and the climber had been in a hurry. Rock climbing professionals and non-professionals alike gave their 2 cents. That kind of speed, it's gotta be fake, no. Post-production. How did he do it? On first glance, he seems to be climbing with his bare hands, but maybe he's carrying some secret equipment in his palms. But he doesn't look like he came prepared. He looks like he's coming from a banquet or something. I know. It's gotta be a publicity stunt. When all the hype dies down, we'll find out that some rock climbing athlete is making his debut in the entertainment industry. Word has it that several quite good-looking extreme athletes are contemplating new careers. It's not them. They were still broadcasting live from their climb up a snow mountain in Muzhou yesterday. Let's stop guessing. We'll wait and see. The publicity team behind this will follow up for sure. True. Let's let things play out. So the folks fixated on the video waited for the incident to percolate, except it didn't. The rock climbing incident on the cruise ship was soon eclipsed by other events. It barely got a mention after a while. It just dropped off the radar. Folks who thought they had seen through the act were bewildered. This didn't make sense. What about the hype? The athletes switching careers? Where did they go? Tanzania. Yan Biao watched the video online while he conferred with Suiyu by phone. Others would have missed it, but as Fang Zhao's bodyguard, Yan Biao had no trouble recognizing the silhouette. He just wasn't sure and wanted Suiyu to confirm. It was also a chance to ask what had happened on the cruise ship. Suiyu's face went blank. I'm not clear either. After hanging up with boss, I went for a cup of coffee and listened to some music. Before I knew it, boss was in the headlines again. Even though it was a local headline story, it was still a headline story. After a slight distraction, boss was in the news again. What good are you for? Yan Biao thought Suiyu wasn't doing his job. In contrast to the folks in Tanzania, readers from other continents had other concerns. They wanted to distinguish fact from rumor, to figure out whether director Roman was actually on the cruise ship and which celebrities had managed to successfully stalk him. At times like this, the people who got the most flack were the best-known entertainment journalists on each continent. In Yenzhou, Wang Tai was the one who came under fire. Godfather, should we release what we have? Fu Rui asked Wang Tai after browsing the online chatter. Wang Tai shook his head. We still don't have enough stuff. Let's wait and keep at it. Wang Tai had been sitting on the material he had shot because he felt the timing was wrong. We're not going to release anything at all. You haven't seen the online commentary. They're saying that your reputation as king of paparazzi is at stake. It's all talk. I'm not actually going to suffer. It's better than being fed to the sharks. Believe it or not, if I released what we have now, Fang Zhao would show up tonight. Fu Rui was going to suggest they simply go into hiding after releasing their material, but he thought back to the last time Fang Zhao had paid them a visit and shut up. Then should we keep following? How much more can the situation evolve? What Fu Rui was worried about was Fang Zhao being eliminated from consideration for the role of his namesake in a few days. Then their material would be less valuable. They would be ridiculed for not following credible candidates and chasing Fang Zhao instead. Even idiots had better judgment. Did Wang Tai have a brain? But Fu Rui didn't speak up in the end. He chose to execute Wang Tai's plan. So be it if I'm a blind follower. Fu Rui's question gave Wang Tai pause as well. He had been reviewing his decision-making since arriving in Tizansia. Was it the right call to come here with his team? In the end, he decided to trust his instincts, to trust the finely tuned antenna that distinguished him as the leading entertainment journalist of Yenzhou. I'm definitely right. Keep at it, Wang Tai said. I. Oh, Shifu, where's Xiao Bo today? I haven't seen him all day. How's his assignment coming along? Fu Rui was a bit puzzled and worried as to why he couldn't reach his colleague. He's getting a shot. He got bitten by a dog while on assignment, Wang Tai responded. What? Whose dog was he bitten by? Fang Zhao's, the tiny one. Godfather, you warned us to be on the lookout for Fang Zhao, but you never mentioned his dog. Wang Tai took the opportunity to lecture Fu Rui. That's why I say our line of work is quite dangerous. We have to be on guard at all times. Not only do we have to on the lookout for certain people, we have to watch out for animals too. We can't let down our guard against any form of life. His underlings were getting inflated egos after a few successful assignments. They had to be beaten down. Fang Zhao ignored all the online debate. He was fully focused on the audition. After resolving the incident on the cruise ship quietly, he never again left his room. When the cruise ship arrived at its destination, he blended in with the other passengers as they disembarked and got back online to receive coaching from Shenwei. Several days later, a day before Roman's deadline, Fang Zhao arrived at the address Roman had provided. Rooms were reserved for the audition. Before Fang Zhao had set off, Shenwei had told him, there are some things that you want in life that you may never get, and some you may fail to escape even if you try, so try your best, but don't force things. Being granted the audition was enough cause for celebration. It was a rare and incredible opportunity for a movie industry outsider like Fang Zhao. He was also unusually talented and had been a hard-working student the past few days. He had done the best he could. If he was ultimately rejected for the role, there would be no shame in it. Shenwei had seen too many talented actors come and go. These kids were often quite fragile, failing to recover after a single stumble. As an elder, Shenwei felt obliged to pass on his wisdom. Roman didn't show up in person. His assistant greeted Fang Zhao's party and led Fang Zhao to the room where the audition was going to take place. Shenwei, Suiyu, and Yan Biao waited in a living room. Shenwei was a bit disappointed that he didn't get to meet Roman in person, but soon his sense of regret was displaced by nerves. As a teacher, he was even more jittery than his student. The room reserved for the audition was completely empty. There were no props. Certain images would be projected during the audition to help set the scene. The audition comprised 3 parts, a conversation, a fight scene, and a random scene picked by Roman. The third scene was extra credit, so to speak, an opportunity for actors to show their stuff. I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare for each scene. Roman didn't bother asking Fang Zhao if 5 minutes was sufficient. After barking his orders, he sat down on a nearby sofa to study a document. He was very busy. He'd had to reshuffle his schedule to make time for Fang Zhao's audition. According to Roman's schedule, there were 3 scenes, plus 5 minutes of prep time for each performance. The whole process would take no more than half an hour. Half an hour later, Shenwei, who was waiting in the living room, could no longer sit still. Shenwei once again shifted his gaze away from the audition room. As the minutes passed, his heart, which had required some effort to pacify, once more started to stir restlessly. Does an audition require this much time? Half an hour had passed, and that already exceeded their estimated time. If it had just been a formality or if Roman had not been satisfied with Fang Zhao's performance, it simply would not have taken this long. Unless, there had been progress. The more he thought about it, the more Shenwei could not sit tight. Every 2 minutes, he would take a look at the time. He had already drunk 3 cups of tea and had paced around 7 or 8 times, yet he still could not calm down and was growing even more jittery instead. When there was expectation, it would give rise to impractical thoughts and a loss of rationality. When it came to anticipating, who wouldn't tend to think about the positive aspects? Who wouldn't be willing to have a better result? Roman was willing to give Fang Zhao an audition, which meant he also regarded Fang Zhao highly. A director who loved taking risks and using fresh talent. The more he thought, the more his heart beat faster. Shenwei's fingers, clasped around the teacup, were also trembling slightly. Although he wasn't the one auditioning, if Fang Zhao could really snag that role, as Fang Zhao's coach, the benefits that Shenwei would gain would also be extremely attractive. Shenwei kept telling himself to calm down. Stay cool, calm down. An hour passed. Not only did Shenwei's heartbeat not slow down, on the contrary, it was pulsating even more intensely. Both his fists were clenched, otherwise, his fingers would be trembling from the nervousness. Shenwei could not sit still, and he got up to pace around. After gulping down a few glasses of water and taking 2 trips to the washroom while telling himself to calm down, Shenwei finally saw the sliding doors open. Shenwei had only just sat back down when he shot straight up. He could not control his own legs as they took a few steps closer to the door. Fang Zhao had just stepped out of the audition room. There wasn't any hint of excitement on his face, and this made Shenwei calm down. How was it? Shenwei asked with great difficulty. He had wanted to ask why it had taken so long and what exactly had happened inside. There was too much he wanted to ask, and he had only been able to force out these 3 simple words. Return back and wait for the results, Fang Zhao replied. What? Shenwei wanted to probe further but quickly realized that the location wasn't appropriate for doing so. Only after they had left Roman's place and were on their way back did Shenwei find out about the details. The audition went rather smoothly. This sort of important role cannot be decided solely by director Roman. He told me to return home first and wait for news, Fang Zhao explained. Oh, right, that makes sense. Shenwei was much calmer now, and he understood. Although he had not gotten to hear the outcome he had wanted to hear and was a little disappointed, looking at things from a different perspective, as long as the role wasn't fixed, that meant there was still a chance. Then how long do we have to wait? Shenwei asked. Director Roman didn't say, but he did say that this matter would be decided within the week. In 2 days' time, he will be returning to Huangzhou to discuss and determine the actors for all the important roles, Fang Zhao replied. Just as Shenwei had told him, Fang Zhao did not worry about personal gains or losses. He had already done all that he could. Now all that was left was waiting for the results. Even if the results were not satisfactory, he would still accept it. At least he had tried his best, right? Oh right, why was the audition so long? Shenwei asked. At the start, he got me to do 3 scenes. After that, director Roman spent an hour speaking to me about filming, then asked me to do another 3 scenes. When Fang Zhao said this, he was very thankful toward this famous director. Although this director had his own selfish desires, this also benefited Fang Zhao. Shenwei was surprised. Director Roman spoke to you about filming? He even shared some acting techniques that can be used in front of a camera, Fang Zhao replied. Shenwei could not help but break into a smile. Not bad. To be able to receive the guidance of this famous director, it seems like he really thinks highly of you. Boss. Yan Biao spoke from the front passenger seat. There has been somebody watching us continuously for the past few days. I noticed them when you were having your screen test. However, they kept their distance. Whoever it is, they are being very prudent. The bunch that curly hair bit? Fang Zhao asked. After returning from the cruise, Fang Zhao had learned from Yan Biao that curly hair had bitten a sneaky person who had been following them. However, curly hair had not bitten down with too much force. The other party had escaped very quickly and Yen Biao had been unable to catch them. After that, Yen Biao and Zuiyu had both asked Fang Zhao whether they should catch the person, but Fang Zhao had indicated that they need not bother. Probably. From Yen Biao's perspective, these bunch of paparazzi that followed them and tried to secretly film should be caught and beaten severely. But it was obvious that Yen Biao did not understand these entertainment reporters' dedication to going about seizing news at all costs. Shen Wei also did not approve of Yen Biao's suggested method of handling it. Besides, from what he saw, dealing with these entertainment reporters was not the most important agenda. The company's public relations teams were not just for show. The company's staff could keep an eye on things, and should any unsavory news appear, they would quash it. At this sort of time, the company would be more than willing to fork out cash. Fang Zhao, don't pay any heed to all this right now. Do read more books regarding acting and watch video guides online. You can ask me about any matters that you don't understand. Prepare well. Shen Wei advised. Although he had not pinned too much hope on Fang Zhao, what if? What if Fang Zhao was really selected? As a new hand and a completely fresh talent that could not even be called an actor, what Fang Zhao needed to do was spend more effort honing his acting skills and be prepared to be called up to join the cast at any time. If he was really selected and could not keep up with the cast, he might be fired. If that were the case, he couldn't cry even if he wanted to. You can never defeat entertainment reporters. The more you fight, the more vicious they become. Shen Wei told Yen Biao. Let's not talk about other continents first. Just take a look at our very own Yenzhou. How many people in the entertainment circles have tried to feed those top few entertainment reporters to the fishes? But aren't they still living well and happy all day long? Shen Wei felt that, as a self-proclaimed precursor within the circle, he had an important duty, and he took the chance to impart some lessons to Fang Zhao. Even the bodyguards with him, Yen Biao and Zuiyu, were unable to avoid this. However, what they learned was different. Shen Wei imparted professional knowledge to Fang Zhao, whereas he taught Zuiyu and Yen Biao about some of the troubling matters that were commonly encountered within the circles and ways to deal with them. Fang Zhao also attentively absorbed the techniques that Shen Wei imparted to him. Opportunities were always left to people who were prepared. Just as Shen Wei had said, before he even got a chance to be fired, he needed to make preparations to be ready to get selected at any moment. Elsewhere, Director Roman was in a video conference with his Huangzhou colleagues and was talking about the matter of Fang Zhao. However, he had not directly said which actor it was, nor the actor's background. All he said was that this was a very talented person who suited the role. You don't understand. When he stood in front of me, it gave me a really odd feeling. At that time, it coincided with the image of the role I have envisioned in my heart. Stop finding excuses. Are you starting to get restless and trying to stir up something big again? I'm warning you, Roman, the Founding Era project is to be a milestone. A milestone. Do you know what that means? You should know how many people are eyeing this project. Understand its significance. You better work according to the rules. Despite being separated by their communications devices, Roman could still feel the other party's spittle flying all over. Got it, got it. All of you are just worrying groundlessly. Roman exclaimed impatiently. You think I wanted to say all this? Roman, you have a record. If I hadn't said it, I wouldn't feel at ease. Remember well, this time, we are going about things in an open and honest fashion according to the industry rules. Don't stir things up. This project doesn't belong to you alone. There is still a committee of 100 above you. Every single one of them will not be pleasant to deal with. Don't stir up any trouble. Otherwise, your position as the head director might not be stable. All right, how can I not understand all this? Cut the nonsense. Preparations over the last week have almost been completed. We have to fix the actors soon. Tomorrow we head out. See you at Huangzhou. Ending the call, Roman's mouth twitched. Follow the rules. Whose rules? Default rules? If there were no expressly stipulated rules, it was nothing but bullsh*t. Roman was prepared to give these people a big surprise this time. He was indeed very satisfied with Fang Zhao's performance, so much so that the Fang Zhao character that Fang Zhao had played out was exactly the same as the image of Fang Zhao in his heart. Too suitable. As for how much of a gamble Roman was willing to take, he would once again challenge the community's so-called rules. Please work hard. Roman knew how to guide a complete amateur to appear as a seemingly mature actor in a short time. Fortunately, Fang Zhao was extremely talented and great at perception. Although 1 hour was short, whatever essential points and knowledge he had spoken about, Fang Zhao had actually been able to completely grasp them. The sort of feeling of unintentionally unearthing a gem was what Roman loved the most. At this sorts of time, he felt especially great about himself. If industry outsiders were to watch all 6 scenes that Fang Zhao had recorded for his audition, they might not necessarily be able to see a difference, but the eyes of professional would be able to see a vast improvement, and they would find it difficult to find any minute errors. If this was Roman's own movie, he would have decided right on the spot, but this was Founding Era. Committee of 100. Roman had calmed himself, and he looked at the projection. He heaved a sigh. Fang Zhao, this is all I can do for you. The next morning, Roman brought his assistant and set off for Huangzhou. The relevant parties had all been informed, and a time was set for the conference. Huangzhou Art and Cultural Center's Assembly Hall. The hall wasn't large compared to many other commercial meeting venues and was less presentable. The furnishings here might appear simple, but they were definitely not basic. Here, the projection and sound equipment were of the highest grade in the industry. There were not many seats, but everyone qualified to have a seat at the venue either held high positions or had impressive credentials. These were all people with status, important figures with power. Roman took a look at the time. It was almost time. A number of projections appeared at the venue in succession. The originally empty meeting place was filled with projections in less than 10 minutes. Near the front of the assembly hall was an area with larger seats, which was segregated from the other areas. There were over 100 seats in that segment, and they were nearly filled with projections. Everyone from the Committee of 100 is here. Let us begin. The Committee of 100 were the people in the Founding Era project that had the power to vote for the actors of important roles in the series. Amongst these people, besides investors, there were production representatives, outstanding precursors, in the showbiz circles, direct descendants of the heroes from the period of destruction, and exceptional members from aristocratic families. These people added up to a total of 100, which was why the group was called the Committee of 100. Their position was the specially designated area closest to the stage. Members of the Committee of 100 were scattered in many regions, and there were even some that held positions that required them to spend extended time on foreign planets, so they were unable to return back to Huangzhou just because of this matter. Therefore, this would be an online voting conference, and it would be accomplished with the aid of holographic projections. Just taking a look at the few clad in military uniforms and the general insignias on their shoulder epaulets would let everyone know how much of a big deal this was. Roman's assistant cast a glance at the Committee of 100. Other than those few senior precursors of the industry that made his legs turn to jelly, the lowest-ranked military personnel among those clad in uniforms was a lieutenant colonel. Even he looked very young, and he would surely rise to a general in time. Although it wasn't the first time Roman's assistant was encountering such a situation, every time he faced this, he was afraid of even breathing. His nervousness was at its highest point, and he was extremely observant and alert so as to not make any mistakes. Today we have to decide on 3 important roles. The first is Great General Wu Yan, the second is Great General Agina, and the last is Fang Zhao. We shall first select Fang Zhao. Although Fang Zhao was not a great general of the founding era, he was an integral character in that period of history. Without him, there would not have been a Yanzhou, and even Wu Yan might not even have survived. Nobody could deny the status of Fang Zhao in history. Therefore, although he wasn't a great general, he still was an important role with many scenes in this series, and selecting the actor for this role required the Committee of 100 to make a decision. In the large screen at the front, Roman displayed the photographs of 9 of the candidates he had selected. These 9 photographs had been taken after the actor had been dressed up and had makeup applied. A number of them looked like the Fang Zhao from history, and their faces had similar outlines. After makeup had been applied, it became very difficult to distinguish them apart. There was also no indication of the names of the 9 actors on screen, only the numbers from 1 to 9. These numbers had all been assigned randomly. However, for people extremely close to these actors, they were still able to recognize them. These are the final 9 I have selected, Roman told the Committee of 100 below the stage. Just like the previous time, I will play the audition videos of the 9 candidates, starting from number 1. Each candidate has 3 scenes, and the final vote result will determine the actor. Although the names of the 9 actors displayed on the large screen were not shown, those that were more familiar with the entertainment circles had already started to decipher who they were in succession. However, when they came to the 7th person, they were stumped. "I can recognize the first 6, but what about the 7th?" whispered a member of the Committee of 100 to his old friend occupying the seat beside him. The other person was also puzzled. "Is that Dasmi?" "No, Dasmi is number 9. Then. Nyan. Not him either. Nyan is number 2. That's strange. Is it because of the makeup? I can't recognize him." At first, those in muted discussions had been those from the showbiz circles and people who were more familiar with the industry. At the area where the Committee of 100 sat, there were a few members clad in military uniforms in the 3rd row. Although they did not share a family name or come from the same military district, they all knew each other. Normally, they were incredibly busy and did not have time to pay attention to the entertainment circles, but as the quintessence of the descendants of the great generals, they still had voting rights when it came to selecting the parties that would play those important roles. When the Founding Era project had first been established, they had been informed that it would be broadcast across every military district as a compulsory series. Since it was a compulsory series and they had voting rights, they definitely had to represent their respective military districts by picking actors that were most pleasing to the eye. Actors that had criticized military districts were not required. Those that had immoral characters were not required. Personality traits that did not pass muster were not required. In short, whoever they voted for had to be pleasing to the eye and satisfy their criteria. If the actor wasn't good, when the time came for the military district to broadcast it, how different would it be from compelling the viewers to eat sh*t? Therefore, all of them had come with a duty. At this moment, when those seated in the 3rd row heard the discussions of those surrounding them, they were immediately delighted. 9 actors, yet that bunch can't even recognize them all. Generally, we don't even pay attention to the entertainment circles, we will surely find it even more difficult to recognize them. I can see 9 different people, but who is who, I can't tell. I don't recognize celebrities. I can still recognize the faces of some female celebrities, but I can't remember any male ones. They don't give me a profound impression. I just heard people talking about number 7. I can't help but feel that this number 7 seems a little familiar. I think so too, but recently, I was on vacation at home and watched a few web serials with my wife. I see a few here that look familiar. Number 7. Also seems a little familiar. Surely he acted in some recent series, but this makeup is disguising him, as are those scars on his face. As for those that were chummy with Roman, when they saw the 9 actors displayed on the screen and then heard the sound of discussion, an ominous premonition appeared in their hearts. I can't help but feel there is something wrong. Can you all recognize who that number 7 is? I have already determined 8 of them already. I'm just missing number 7. He seems familiar, but I can't put a name to him. Do you think that Roman is trying to stir something up again? No way. You are kidding, right? This is the Founding Era project. When I spoke to him yesterday, I even specifically warned him to follow the rules. Hard to say. He might not necessarily be trying to stir up something big. Perhaps it is just the makeup that has resulted in everyone being unable to recognize number 7 at the moment. After all, with a costume and makeup, it is easy to deceive the visuals. Later, when the audition videos are out, we will be able to recognize him. Oh, right, when the audition videos play, we will know who it is. The large screen's display changed. The first scene of candidate number 1's audition video started to play. Candidate number 1 was a very famous actor. When his face, adorned with makeup and scars, appeared on the screen, a few of those close to this actor laughed. When it came to voting, they would certainly not be entirely impartial. If the following candidates were not up to scratch, they would surely vote for someone they were close to or, perhaps, someone that they had promised to assist. On the screen, a segment of the audition video played. A tattered map with all sorts of markings hung on a mottled gray wall. On the archaic but sturdy table to the side lay a bunch of stationery for taking notes. It was a sight to behold and had a distinguishing period of destruction feel to it, as if all the items there seemed to carry dirt and blood. There were a few blurry shadows in the room. These were virtual images. When it came to the actual filming, these shadows would be other actors. At the moment, all these shadows were gathered standing around the table. The entire scene was very quiet, matching the furnishings of the room and giving off a somber vibe. This was an ad hoc indoor meeting. A handful of calluses and scars unrolled a map and laid it out on the table. That scarred face and that grave expression did not seem sinister. Instead, his every gesture seemed to be naturally imposing, intimidating others. In the video, Fang Zhao appeared to lean slightly to his side, as if he was listening to something attentively. At the same time, his gaze swept the map before he extended a finger and pointed out a certain point on the map. Like a flash of lightning, he scanned through the side of the table, and everyone appeared to pause momentarily, as if their scalps had tightened. A month is too long. We don't have enough time. Within half a month, we have to seize this area. What followed was a rather lengthy battle strategy. It integrated the day's weather, how to lay an ambush, the most suitable weapons and equipment, troop movements, and potential threats and factors. An overcast tune could be heard, modulating, quick at some parts but slow at others. Other emotions could not be heard, as if feelings were being hidden, letting viewers somehow feel like they were unable to grasp the situation. The atmosphere was grave and heavy. This was a tune that Roman had specifically selected. When it came to the actual filming, the camera would definitely be following Fang Zhao's eyes for this scene. However, these were just for preparing for the role. Below the stage, there were already people starting to evaluate this scene's performance. His dialogue basics are really impressive. For such a long segment, the logic and accents are spot on, said an old man who had long retired. Someone else nodded his head as he watched the large screen. An actor at this sort of grade would rarely make a mistake here. Brilliant tempo control, and his ability to adjust his dialogue to fit the mood is really skillful. There aren't any big problems right now. Let's continue watching. In the video, the character continued speaking. For this portion of dialogue, the closer it got to the end, the more the words were laced with killing intent. The severity of every single word seemed to grow at an exponential rate right up to the last sentence. Fang Zhao stared at the region marked out on the map as if his gaze was a sharp sword. An old man in a military uniform sitting in the second row laughed. Whoa, what a striking demeanor. A few military personnel on the third row also concurred. Seems good enough. Passable. The demeanor is all that is important. It looks rather impressive. Only an old man dressed in leisurely yet refined attire frowned slightly. It seems a little excessive. This was a professor that had recently retired from Huangzhou Art and Drama College. He had nurtured countless outstanding actors in his entire teaching career. When it came to analyzing from a professional aspect, people like them would surely be different from industry outsiders. Thus, when he watched the segment, he was able to see a few minor problems, and he gave voice to them. However, there were also objections from those of the same industry. Where is it excessive? I feel that it is just right. The Fang Zhao of this time was already Yanzhou's leader. Regarding those battles during the period of destruction, whether it was theoretical knowledge or actual battle strength, he was very strong in both. He ought to have the valiant demeanor of a person occupying the top position, someone else refuted. What sort of person was this historical Fang Zhao? Perhaps when it came to battle techniques, he might not necessarily be the best, but he had been able to endure the 100 years of the period of destruction and become a prominent leader. His resourcefulness, ability, and physical prowess were things that others could not compare to. An old man with grizzled white hair defended his own student. The start of founding era will be when Fang Zhao was at his peak. He should not be as weak as he was later. Therefore, he needs to have an imposing manner. There is nothing wrong with this segment's performance. Candidate number 1 was his student, and they had always kept in touch. For this round's vote, he would surely allocate it to this student of his. The old man in refined attire shook his head when he heard this. This was not what he meant, but he would not say more. His eyebrows continued to be knitted up, indicating that he maintained his own opinion. Ha ha ha, this has only just begun. There are still more to follow. We can compare all of them. This isn't all that we will be deciding today. Right. Let's continue watching. There is still a fight scene later on. There will definitely be no problems with the fight scene. This student of mine has filmed many such scenes before. This time, for the role of Fang Zhao, he even went for special training. This was shielding one's own interests. By saying that number 1 was his student, he was telling others to vote for his student on his account. Inwardly, there were also some that sneered. It would have been fine if you hadn't said anything. Now that I know candidate 1 is your student, I won't vote for him. When the committee of 100 chose actors, the struggles were also intense. The video continued to broadcast, and the audience once more paid attention and examined it carefully. Candidate 1's fight scene was indeed decent. Whether it was real or not, at least the result turned out very well. After a candidate's audition videos concluded, there were some below the stage who wrote down some evaluations in their own small books. After watching all the videos, they would select the one they felt was the best and vote for him. Immediately after, Candidate 2's audition videos played, followed by 3, 4, 5. 5 candidates' audition videos were played in quick succession. The discussions among the audience were even more intense. One might reckon his own student's performance was the best, while another might feel that his own senior or junior was the most outstanding. Some people chose to gloss things over and not offend any parties. All of them are really decent. They are all very capable actors. Without the means and without contacts, these people would not have been able to get the script or a chance to audition. Therefore, anyone that had arrived at this final selection stage was not a simple person. There were some people at the venue who would refrain from voting when the time came so as to avoid offending anyone. In the third row, those from various military districts appeared slightly distracted. Hearing the discussions all around, their faces seemed detached and indifferent. All of them seem fine. The acting is quite good. But that was all. Even if the people in question were first-rate or top-rate actors, the military personnel here wouldn't recognize them. The military personnel here were garrisoned on foreign planets most of the time and had very little contact with the entertainment circles, especially at places with arduous conditions, just like planet Baiji before power or had been discovered there. Even the internet bandwidth was limited, and the only news they received to relieve their boredom was official political and educational news. They wouldn't receive any entertainment gossip or any popular films or drama series. Of course, the most important point was that these bunch did not have much real interest in the entertainment circles. How troublesome. Why was this voting assignment taken up? At first, they had still found this rather meaningful. However, at this point, they were starting to find it a little troublesome. It would have been better if these actors had been brought to the mines or to out-explore the cosmos. They could conveniently have friendly interactions with the native creatures on some foreign planets. Seriously speaking, on their sides, there were actually many people with exquisite acting skills. On normal days, they all put on masks and acted. The military personnel here had naturally also honed a set of piercing eyes. If these sorts of people were to act, just based solely on acting skills, they would not necessarily lose out to these professional actors. In their eyes, actors were just that. Actors were not that wonderful, but the military personnel here had no right to criticize. These people did not chase stars, nor did they pay attention to the entertainment circles, but sitting here, they would still show the respect that these actors ought to receive. Even if these people felt impatient, they would still sit quietly and watch the entire thing before completing their own assignments. There are 4 more to go. After watching these, the role will be settled, a major general of a certain military said while glancing at the time. That is only the first role for today. There are still 2 more roles that require selecting. Each role will follow the same process. Sitting here listening to this bunch ramble on and on seems even more tiring than training. What else can we do? Let's continue watching. It's number 6 now. After candidate success audition videos concluded, the professionals in the area started discussing once again. This bunch of professionals had seemed rather upright at the start, but now, when almost all the candidates had been viewed, the competition was more intense, and arguments were laid out in the open. There was even an old fellow who said he was going to campaign for votes. The audience in the 3rd row continued to be detached. 3 more left. Hey, it's number 7's turn. It's the candidate that these bunch can't recognize. Hearing that it was candidate 7's turn, some people who were distracted became more alert. They had to properly see whether they could recognize who this person was from his 3 audition videos. Candidate 7 was an actor. Who exactly was he? I also want to take a look. Perhaps I might recognize who it is before this bunch. You don't even watch dramas. How many actors can you recognize? Perhaps not the others, but number 7 gives me the impression that I have seen him somewhere before. The veteran artists sitting in the 2nd row were also deep in discussion. Their focus was, as usual, on technique. I watched some footage of General Fang Zhao. This leader has unique speech patterns. Others might miss them, but we can spot them right away. When most folks spoke, they put an emphasis on certain words, sometimes just one, sometimes several. They also paused to highlight certain points. Fang Zhao didn't speak extensively in the footage of the conference attended by many leaders, but he had his own style of speech, which included emphases and pauses. The veteran artists considered this Fang Zhao's signature style. The first 6 candidates had tried to imitate that style in their performances. They had clearly studied the archive footage carefully, but they weren't quite there. They couldn't replicate Fang Zhao's speech pattern completely. Their deliveries were close approximations at best. The veteran artists were impressed with the young actor's professionalism and attention to detail. They actually all did very well. It's a tough call. If they'd had more time, they would have done an even better job. They would have resembled Fang Zhao even more. They don't have to be exact duplicates. Art is an embellishment of reality to begin with. Okay, it's time for number 7. I gotta take a close look at this guy. Roman sat in a corner, trying to gauge the audience's reactions. A still photo of candidate number 7 appeared on the screen, followed shortly by footage of his audition. It was the same scene that the previous 6 had acted out, the same lines. A gray-haired old man sitting on the edge of the first row of the area assigned to the committee of 100 didn't seem to be paying attention. His posture was relaxed, his eyelids drooping, but the moment candidate number 7 opened his mouth, the gray-haired old man's eyelids fluttered and he bolted upright. He gradually opened his eyes and glared at the screen. As a veteran artist who had won countless awards, including the most prestigious honor in performing arts, the Galaxy World Medal, this old man was eminently qualified to sit in the first row. True professionals paid attention to minutiae that the actors were prone to miss. They zoomed in on these finer points and isolated them for scrutiny and evaluation. This old man was no different. The moment he heard number 7's voice, he knew this one was different from the previous 6 candidates. There were many professionals in the audience, so the old man wasn't the only one to catch on. True, it was the same lines and the same scenes. There were only so many ways you could break the lines up and vary the rhythm. Candidate number 7 didn't handle his pauses, emphases, and long vowels any differently. The amazing thing was that they detected a form of musicality in his lines. It was a completely unintentional yet mostly natural rhythm. The casual rhythm was seamlessly incorporated into the character. This was what distinguished him from the previous 6 candidates. Even the non-professionals in the audience couldn't help but be captivated by every word in the delivery even though they couldn't explain the attraction. The members of the audience secretly grumbled. Yet another strong candidate. The most frustrating thing was that they had no clue who number 7 was. He seemed familiar, but they couldn't identify him, which bugged the hell out of many viewers. They looked at their colleagues probingly. Any luck? All they got in response was confused headshakes. I'm absolutely positive I've never seen one of his movies before, an instructor from the Huangzhou Academy of Art said. Every performer had his or her quirks, regardless of the role, something in their acting, their delivery, or other features that were easy to overlook. These made up their signature. But the veteran artists in the audience searched their memories in vain for an actor that matched the characteristics of candidate number 7. Where did Roman find this guy? Folks who were close to Roman went through a mental checklist of the world's top actors. No matches. Other industry heavyweights in the audience looked equally confused. Clearly, none of them had recognized number 7 either. That's impossible. He seems so familiar. It's gotta be someone we know. But after a mental review of all the TV series and movies they had seen, they still had no matches. This is bizarre. Just the delivery of candidate number 7 distinguished him from the previous 6 candidates, which prompted many in the audience to direct their attention to the screen for a careful look. Generally speaking, number 7 did indeed resemble the Fang Zhao as scripted in Founding Era. He wasn't an exact replica of old photos of the real Fang Zhao, but at first glance, there was a striking resemblance. Considering this level of skill, has a retired colleague of ours decided to join the fun? Someone speculated. If it were indeed a retired veteran artist, he would certainly be competent enough acting-wise, but could his body endure the rigors of the shoot? Could he cope with the fast pace of the shoot? Could he keep up? Was Roman willing to take the risk? Someone caught a glimpse of Roman, who was standing in the corner, pursing his lips. The observer's heart went thud. Something was wrong. Something was definitely problematic with number 7. The observer knew Roman well from working with Roman for many years. He knew instantly from Roman's smile that there was more than met the eye. How dare he play games with such an important project like Founding Era? Let's see how he cleans up his mess. The audition video kept playing on the screen. Just like the 6 performers before him, number 7 stood up at the end of his extended monologue. He was oozing the ambition and the ruthlessness of a climber who had toiled for decades during the period of destruction. Yet number 7's aura wasn't as in-your-face as the previous candidates. He even looked calm. He spoke quickly, but it was the determination and killer instinct in his delivery that shook the audience much more strongly than all the previous candidates. It was a very special feeling. The military officials sitting in the third row felt it all the more acutely. It was just a video, but the seemingly innocuous face on the screen, the seemingly peaceful eyes projected the utmost fear. They felt their muscles tense despite being hardened by countless missions. They took a deep breath and only exhaled slowly after a few seconds. Such a strong killer vibe. The comment intrigued one of the veteran artists sitting in the first two rows. Killer vibe? So that's a killer vibe? He hadn't felt the vibe as acutely. He wasn't from a military background, after all, but he had felt a sudden chill. It was a bizarre feeling and had prompted him to avert his gaze. I bet all the stripes on my shoulder that this guy definitely has blood on his hands, the military official said. Not necessarily. He might be a graduate of the Military Arts Academy. Word has it they've been training their people quite rigorously, possibly to the level of candidate number 7. The academy is run military style, after all, unlike other arts academies. How rigorous is their training, to have produced someone like this? Hey, old Tan, aren't you in charge of the arts academy? Is it someone from your school? What a good job you've done of keeping him under wraps. Professor Tan wore a blank expression on his face. Huh? Who are you talking about? I don't know this guy. Ha ha ha, don't deny it. I know you don't like openly lobbying for votes. We cast our votes independently. There's no lobbying involved at all. This actor really did a good job. Professor Tan started panicking. I really don't know number 7. I did indeed recommend people for the role of Fang Zhao, but they were all rejected by Roman. He said they weren't artsy enough. What business does a founding-era leader have being artsy? The mere mention of the matter made Professor Tan furious. 30% artsy and 70% killer, Roman's stringent requirements were maddening. Now came the action scene. Number 7 moved deftly, quickly, and powerfully. His punches were very forceful and realistic. There was no fakery involved. This was true talent. The real deal. Who is this? Who's number 7? An old man in uniform couldn't help blurting out. A member of the audience who didn't know the entertainment industry well asked a friend who was more familiar with the community, "Hey, Charlie, who was that?" I couldn't tell. Don't you know all the actors well? Someone in charge of censorship like yourself should know the actors well. How come you can't recognize him? It's probably the makeup. His friend was incredulous. Really? Makeup didn't turn the actor into a replica of General Fang Zhao. You could still more or less tell who the actor was. It wasn't that the makeup artists were incompetent. In this particular project, the actors weren't allowed to resemble the real Fang Zhao exactly. Even if their natural features were similar, the makeup artist was supposed to make clear the distinction between the actor and the real-life Fang Zhao. This was a stipulation from the descendants of the founding-era heroes. People were self-contradictory, they wanted convincing imitations but not exact replicas. Many folks thought number 7 looked familiar. Given his talent level and the fact that he had been given a slot, there was no doubt about number 7's ability. Bowing to conventional thinking, many folks thought the actor had to be a senior figure in the industry. That led many to guess that this was a veteran artist. One scene might not prove anything, but 3 strong performances in a row. The committee of 100 was dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. Clearly, number 7 was a great fit, but they couldn't figure out who he was. A fleeting thought flashed through someone's head, but it was quickly dismissed as ridiculous. The person kept on brainstorming about number 7's identity. Number 7 caused quite the commotion, because no one knew who he was. But to avoid getting hung up on the issue, the audition videos for number 8 and number 9 were played immediately. After the audition videos of all 9 candidates were played, Roman got on stage again. He wore a knowing but also slightly stiff smile. These are the 9 candidates. Voting will begin now. You have 10 minutes. Please get ready. The chatter began again. Among the committee of 100, some started lobbying, others started group discussions and fell into deep thought. 10 minutes later. Roman tried hard to control his nerves. The vote results will now be announced. This vote will determine who will be cast as Fang Zhao. Please direct your attention to the screen. A table tallying the votes that each of the 9 candidates had gotten, in descending order, appeared on screen. Number 7 21 votes. Number 9 15 votes. Number 1 12 votes. Number 2 10 votes. The winner had beaten the runner-up by 6 votes. The total number of votes for number 7, the only candidate who had received more than 20 votes, wasn't that sizable, but it made for a commanding lead. It was an impressive feat, securing more than 20 votes amid such intense competition. The audience had mixed feelings as they examined the results. Some went pale, others fell silent, and some went red, though it was unclear whether it was due to anger or excitement. Some faces looked ghastly, oozing disappointment. There were also some who showed no emotion. Who knows if they were actually calm or faking it? As Roman studied the results on the screen, he could feel his heart skip a beat and the temperature of his blood rise. He could no longer suppress the pursing of his lips. What he would give to burst out in laughter. But he had to maintain his composure as director of the film and host of the meeting. Roman struggled to contain his emotions. Please double-check your votes. It was standard procedure for members of the Committee of 100 to verify that they hadn't cast the wrong vote. After the voters checked their votes, the computer system verified the results. Roman smiled knowingly again. He could no longer hold back his amusement. In that case, candidate number 7 will be cast as Fang Zhao. Roman gestured, and the in-character photos of the 9 candidates appeared on screen in 3 rows. However, the photos immediately flipped, revealing the mugshots of each actor and their personal information. Apart from number 7, the youngest candidate was number 8, who was 59. The oldest was 81, which was considered middle age in the new era. Number 7 was an outlier. His youthful face stood out among the middle-aged men. Number 7's portrait showed him in uniform. It seemed like a military ID photo. Next to it was his personal information, Fang Zhao, Yenzhou native, 25. The audience went dead silent. After the deathly silence, a roar erupted in the venue. Fang Zhao? Which Fang Zhao? Who is this person? Is it really that Fang Zhao from Yenzhou? Why is it this youngster? Impossible. Utterly impossible. Numerous eye daggers shot out and flew toward the front, itching to stab the large screen. If it were any other candidate that had been selected, they would have accepted it, but Fang Zhao? A pure new hand who wasn't even an actor was now going to play a leading role. Could he do it? This sort of important role, why should it be given to him? Refuse to accept. Protest. Roman. This person is out of the question, someone shouted. Standing on stage, Roman wasn't at all worried. He has the highest vote count. How is he out of the question? But he hasn't acted in any films. He has acted as an eye model. He has natural acting talent and ability. Otherwise, how could he have been able to get so many votes? An eye model cannot be counted. What about works? Awards? Qualifications? For someone who cannot even be considered an actor, how can we let him act in such an important role? It doesn't matter. He can learn and I can guide him. Do we have that much time for him to slowly learn? How long will he take? The person halted midway into his sentence. Couldn't learn well. If he couldn't learn well, how could he have beaten the other 8 candidates? The voting results were still displayed on the screen. Someone just could not accept it. In any case, there are no guarantees. Roman, you are going crazy again. I see that you have gotten itchy sitting in the position of the head director. Hearing these criticisms, Roman heaved a long sigh. With a rueful look, he said. As you all know, I am someone with principles. When I select actors, I select the most appropriate. And from what I see, he is the most suitable person. Roman did not pay further heed to them and instead looked toward the area where the Committee of 100 was. Calmly, he asked, Old General Renault, do you have any objections regarding this outcome? Old General Renault was seated in the front row. He had long been retired and was also the father of the current Liezhou governor. This time, he also had voting rights. Everyone could tell how important this old man considered this film project to be. During the voting, Old General Renault had given his vote to number 7. Hearing Roman's inquiry, the calmly seated Old General Renault gave a faint reply, none. Roman looked toward the old artist with silver hair in the first row who was a Galaxy World Medal winner. Teacher Gao Deng. The old man chuckled. None. He had also cast his vote for number 7. From what he saw, some of the candidates had acted too excessively, like they were hunting a tiger when they should have been slaughtering chickens, or too lightly, like they were stepping on ants when they should have been hunting a tiger. Only candidate 7 had had the most natural acting. This old man had only voted for the one that had satisfied him the most. Even if the official result was a little shocking, he still accepted it. Roman looked toward the third person. Brother Dalai. The votes have already been cast. Indeed, his performance was the best. Professor Li. Let's not change it. This young fella acts rather well. Director Torma. I feel that, we can give this youngster a chance. Director Torma would not admit that his judgment was wrong. Teacher Vega. I don't doubt his acting skills, but I also do not understand the rest. Since he is a person recommended by you, I have one question. Please voice your thoughts. There was respect in Roman's tone. Vega had been his teacher for an optional class back when he had been in university. Can he keep up with the pace? Definitely. The moment he is a burden to the production team, I will personally kick him out and settle the problems within the cast. Since you have already considered this, I don't have any other doubts. Roman turned to look at Yenzhou's Wu family representative. Mr. Wu. The Wu family representative's main objective today was to audit the role of Wu Yan. However, he now wanted to pay attention and re-evaluate the role of Fang Zhao. Those from the Wu family who had voting rights originally had not found the results satisfactory. A youngster without any qualifications actually wanted to fight for the role of Fang Zhao. That was simply wishful thinking. But considering it again, it wasn't impossible. Among the other candidates, even if they weren't top-rate film stars, they were at least first-rate actors with considerable influence in every continent, and they were very accomplished. If the actor playing the role of Fang Zhao had too much influence, those of the Wu family might not feel comfortable. Their Wu family had members in the entertainment circles and had quite some experience when it came to the entertainment industry. The tragic role of Fang Zhao was one that was liable to provoke public opinion online. If the role was acted out too well or too profoundly, their Wu family might be embarrassed. After all, during the founding era, Yenzhou had been officially named after great General Wu Yan, not Fang Zhao, who had departed from the world a step earlier. Rather than let an accomplished old actor perform the role of Fang Zhao, why not let a newcomer play the role instead? Given the current circumstances, that seemed like the best option. After some consideration, the members of the Wu family no longer objected. The voting outcome is acceptable. The biggest obstacle, Yenzhou's Wu family, was out of the way. Following Roman's inquiries, the sounds of discussion within the venue became softer. All these big shots were indicating that they had no objections, so what else could they say? Could they make these big shots withdraw their votes? Could they make these big shots swallow their words? Nobody had the nerve to even try. As for those who had abstained from voting, they did not support or object to this result. What they meant was, whatever, you can do whatever you want. I don't give a d*mn. Other than the people from the military districts, there were also many old artists who had made names for themselves in the film circles who had also voted for Fang Zhao. Thus, when faced with all sorts of doubts, Roman wasn't anxious and instead remained confident. He also wasn't worried that these people who were protesting would talk drivel when they left. They were all smart people and knew how to carry themselves. Thus, the outcome could no longer be changed. Roman was pleased and chuckled inwardly. It didn't fall short. Taking this risk wasn't in vain. Fang Zhao, this youngster, had popularity. Ability? The voting results were proof. Skills? Insanely good. They were said to be of a special grade. Furthermore, in the few audition videos and from the understanding Roman had of Fang Zhao after interacting over that short period, he greatly anticipated Fang Zhao's performance in the series. What sort of age is 25 years old? Someone in the venue lamented ruefully. Considering the average age of the committee of 100 was close to 120. He is still a kid. Handing the role of Fang Zhao to such a young person, would he be able to perform well? Afterward, the meeting continued with the other two more important roles. After the situation with Fang Zhao, this round of voting saw many people being more cautious. They were especially guarded against those that could not be recognized easily. They were afraid that another Fang Zhao incident might occur. Even those who had previously voted for Fang Zhao actually felt some regret after knowing the truth. As a newcomer, Fang Zhao had no guarantees. If he did not perform well in the series, then it would be their fault and there would be criticism. Luckily, all the candidates for the later two roles were old faces. Roman himself had only dared to take a risk just once. He wouldn't dare to tempt fate too many times. He really didn't want to be removed from his position as head director. As the selection for the other two roles was underway, on an online social platform, Wang Tai uploaded a new status. The role of Fang Zhao in Founding Era has already been decided. It is somebody nobody would expect, heh. Can anyone guess who it is? Image. Wang Tai posted 9 successive images. These 9 were of the 9 candidates in the final selection for the role of Fang Zhao. From the heh and the rippling ecstasy in Wang Tai's mood could be clearly seen. It had to be said that Wang Tai indeed had information from a reliable source. At practically the same time that the vote had been fixed in Huangzhou, he had already received information. Even Fang Zhao, who was involved, found out later than Wang Tai. But Wang Tai knew that Fang Zhao had not yet officially signed the contract and was not part of the cast yet, so he wouldn't cause too much of a ruckus. He could use this matter to fish for some cash and sell some news, but he would do so in moderation. If he created a commotion and caused Fang Zhao to lose the contract that was in his grasp, even if Fang Zhao did not pay him a visit, Silver Wing would not let them off either. As an entertainment reporter that had safely lasted so long, Wang Tai knew some skills for surviving in this industry. Until the contract had been signed, he would not release the news. Those parties at the conference would not make irresponsible remarks outside, so Wang Tai could still make some money with this news. However, Wang Tai knew how to whet people's appetites. 8 of the 9 celebrities were seasoned actors. All of them could be considered an expected result, the only one unexpected being the 7th photograph, Fang Zhao. The photograph's backdrop was a cruise, and the words, Tizansia Cruise Ship No. 9, could be clearly seen. Many netizens that saw Wang Tai's status started to make some noise. What old Wang means is that they have settled on Fang Zhao. I have pondered hard over this. Among these 9 people, the most unexpected one can only be Fang Zhao. Is Fang Zhao really going to play the role of Fang Zhao? This is a joke, right? Ridiculous. A trick, this is definitely a trick. Why choose him? Because he looks like Fang Zhao. I have given up all hope on this superficial world of ours. My *SS. There are plenty of people who look more the part. I feel that the reason is probably because he has the exact same name. That's even more ridiculous. Do you actually think that with that name he can do as he pleases? This series is a historical epic, not some comedy flick. Is letting a fresh newcomer perform really such a great idea? If this is real, I really suspect that there are some hidden details that cannot see the light of day. Can this person who is still wet behind the years really act as a great warrior who has experienced the vicissitudes of life? Fang Zhao also came from the military. He won't lose out to anyone, supporters of Fang Zhao retorted. That isn't the same thing. There's an old saying, different trades, worlds apart. The boundaries that Fang Zhao needs to stride across are just too vast. Furthermore, if his age and qualifications were put out, how could he have been selected? Some fanboys and fangirls were so excited they lost all logic. There is really nothing that my Zhao god can't do. If your steps are too big, be careful you don't step on eggs, someone added in sourly. At this current moment, Fang Zhao was getting bombarded with calls from close friends and even other actors within the company who he normally did not interact with. They were all trying to inquire as to whether or not he had really been selected. Fang Zhao's reply was this: no news as of yet. At the moment, all these people were excited. Fang Zhao's no news as of yet meant that what Wang Tai had said was the truth. Fang Zhao just hadn't been informed or signed the contract yet. When Duan Xianji saw the status that Wang Tai had posted, she had used her own means to find out about the voting results, and when she informed Fang Zhao about it, she specifically exhorted, don't be too bothered about public opinion. The company's public relations team will handle that. All you have to do now is prepare to join the cast. Shen Wei, you have to guide Fang Zhao properly for this period, Duan Xianji instructed. Don't worry. I will surely do all that I can. When he had found out about the voting results, the way Shen Wei had viewed Fang Zhao was slightly envious and frustrated, plus 100 other feelings. However, after he had sobered up, Shen Wei had suddenly felt a sense of purpose. On the whole, he was nurturing a great person. Online, netizens across the world were paying attention to this revolutionary film project, Founding Era. Any news regarding those important roles would give rise to heated discussions. People with the means of obtaining reliable information got a hold of this information before the general public. Famed entertainment reporters and paparazzi from other continents released the news in succession, confirming that Fang Zhao had come out on top in the Committee of 100's vote. Although there were many entertainment reporters reporting on this news, the one that was most well received was still Wang Tai. Why? Because he had exclusive information. He knew how Fang Zhao had gotten the role. There were many people with wild ambitions who had yet to squeeze into the cast of Founding Era, and were unable to sit still. Wasn't it because a few important roles in this series had not been set in stone? If these people were able to learn from Fang Zhao's experiences and imitate him, perhaps they might be just like Fang Zhao and manage to snag a satisfactory role. Not only the more important roles, even a character that could just survive one season was more than satisfactory. One season was still too difficult. Never mind, 7 or 8 episodes wouldn't be too little. 2 or 3 episodes was fine too. If they did not try their hardest, there wouldn't even be a chance for a minor role. Thus, they were willing to spend more money to purchase this information. Maybe there really was a secret shortcut. Many newcomers in the showbiz circles got restless. If this situation had not occurred, they would not have thought much about it, but now, Fang Zhao, an industry outsider, had managed to get such an important role. How many people were watching him with covetous eyes? These people had foundations in acting or came from families with distinguished showbiz backgrounds. How could they have lost to Fang Zhao? They refused to concede. They would strive and fight for it. Who could say that newcomers had to stand aside now? Not everyone was a first-rate or top-notch film star, and not everyone had connections or a background, but the emergence of Fang Zhao's news showed that even a person without reputation or background had a chance. This was what Wang Tai had been playing for. At the moment, Wang Tai was hidden in his own secret base, lying on the sofa, shaking his legs while on the phone. From the moment he had published that information, his phone had been ringing non-stop and the inbox of his social platform was almost full. This time around, Wang Tai's attitude was high and mighty. Exclusive information. Want to know how Fang Zhao managed to get the role? Come on, show me the money. If you don't fork out a high price, you won't get it. On the same day, after the news of the Fang Zhao role being set broke, the voting outcomes for the other two important roles, Wu Yan and Akalina, were revealed, but they were unable to overwrite the entire entertainment circle's shock at the news about Fang Zhao. The actress who had gotten the role of Akalina was from Ajo and had achieved numerous awards. She was renowned worldwide. Although there had been some controversy online regarding her obtaining the role, there wasn't much. For Wu Yan, as this series would begin when Wu Yan was young, ultimately, 3 actors had been chosen. A child actor that was popular currently would act as the young Wu Yan. A famous star from Yenzhou from the Wu family, Wu Yun, would act as the grown-up version of Wu Yan. Wu Yun's acting skills, when compared to some precursors, might not be sufficient enough, and his global acclaim could not be considered too high, but he was a member of the Wu family and had many fans in Yenzhou. With such high support and backing, there was nothing much to dispute. As for the Wu Yan in his middle and later years, the role would be played by Yenzhou's top-rate actor He Lizi. Wu Yun was unable to act as Wu Yan in his later stages, so he wouldn't disgrace himself and vie for this spot. This was also something He Lizi had discussed with the Wu family, and he had received their backing. Wang Tai also had some information about He Lizi coming into contact with the Wu family. The situation with He Lizi was not a rare case. When competing in the entertainment circles, everyone relied on their ability, and exchanging resources was commonplace. It wasn't a big deal. The role of Wu Yan in the series was more important than that of Fang Zhao. To be able to act as Wu Yan in his later years, it would have been something for He Lizi flaunt, if the matter with Fang Zhao had not occurred. Now, the limelight had all been stolen by Fang Zhao. He wasn't in as many headlines as Fang Zhao. He Lizi's team was left with no choice. They privately spent some money to purchase a number of push notification headlines for entertainment news in various continents. 5 hours later, Roman informed Fang Zhao that he had to head to the designated location within a day for a medical examination. If there were no problems, the contract would be negotiated. Fang Zhao had already made preparations. He set out when he received Roman's official notification. Naturally, there were no problems with his medical examination. Silver Wing had already arranged for a team of professionals to go along with Fang Zhao to negotiate the contract. There was no need for Fang Zhao to worry about anything. As of now, Silver Wing had classified Fang Zhao as a focus for development. During this time's competition for roles in Founding Era, other than He Lizi managing to snatch a lead role, all the other film stars that had high hopes placed on them had been utterly defeated. On the contrary, Fang Zhao had given them all a large surprise, and diverting resources to him now was something that the company ought to do. Despite being extremely busy, Roman still found some time to speak with Fang Zhao. The more important a role, the more pressure the actor playing the role had to bear, and it would certainly be exhausting with those important scenes. Roman felt that Fang Zhao was still too young. It was Fang Zhao's first performance, and he was already acting in such an important role for a large-scale project. Roman needed to say a few words to Fang Zhao to feel reassured. Perform well. My face and reputation are being represented by you. If you don't perform well, that is unpardonable. These words were not aimed at Fang Zhao alone. Roman had the same demands for all the other actors and actresses in this serial. If you are not able to keep up with the pace of filming and you drag everyone else down, then you better scram immediately. After Fang Zhao officially signed the contract, Founding Era officially announced that they had finalized the actors for 3 roles and pointed out that Fang Zhao would be playing the role of Fang Zhao. This news was like a shockwave, battering the entertainment circles. Official seal of approval. It's been confirmed. It is actually him. This made many people who had doubted the news land in a state of self-doubt. Was it them who were unable to catch up with the times, or had the industry rules quietly changed? Fang Zhao. Who was he in the showbiz circles? How had he gotten this role just like that? How the hell had he done so? Were newcomers now so impressive? Media outlets that had adopted a wait-and-see approach started to move too. They wanted to interview this dark horse Fang Zhao, yet despite searching high and low, nobody was able to find him. Since interviews were not going to work, they would stir stuff up. Many media outlets went to interview people in the showbiz circles and listen to what professionals had to say regarding this. Unfortunately, those with even a tiny bit of brains would not say too much. This had been decided by the Committee of 100, not them. They dared not question the Committee of 100's decision. Whatever inner thoughts people might have had, the outcome had already been decided. They could not smack the faces of the 20-plus voters in the Committee of 100. They couldn't afford to offend the Committee of 100, nor were they willing to do so. Whether they approved it or not, they wouldn't express a different view. Roman also publicly praised Fang Zhao during an interview he accepted. That's right, Fang Zhao was recommended by me, but him getting the role was the Committee of 100's decision through voting. All I can say is that he is the most suitable, and the Committee of 100's decision is the right one. Of course, there was no lack of people who took advantage of the opportunity to make their presence felt by calling into question the Committee of 100's decision during interviews. Very quickly, a member of the Committee of 100 who had a fiery temper blasted others in an interview and directly replied to these people. Call into question. Accept? What a joke. It's our decision, why do we need them to accept it? Are they more professional than me? Or perhaps they know more about acting than me? Regardless of how industry professionals and reviewers stirred up arguments in the media, this incident with Fang Zhao had thoroughly shocked the entertainment circles and shaken up the original notions of some people. Many people blew their tops, but they could only clench their teeth and swallow it as they regretted not fighting for a few roles themselves. A role that could only be fought over by globally acclaimed first-rate actors had actually been stolen by an industry outsider. How could they not rage? They were said that they hadn't been staunch enough, and they hated those people that had swayed their opinions. And they were even more envious of this dark horse Fang Zhao. At a certain bar, a certain intoxicated actor was having a foul-mouthed tirade. Fang Zhao might have some reputation in the music circles, but in the film circles, he is just a. As he cursed, he stuck out his pinky finger and then, pushing his thumb against the upper joint of his pinky finger, pointed out with only the tip of his pinky, the rest of his fingers curled in. A server who walked by inwardly ridiculed, "TSK, if it was me, I would have picked Fang Zhao over you. Not only do you have no ability, but you are so petty. You have high ambitions, but you aren't able to pay the price. You are still a long way off." In Jinzhou, Ruan Sheng, who looked exactly like the Fang Zhao of the period of destruction, stared at the news with his mouth agape. Yesterday, he had still been hanging on to a little hope when he had seen the news that Wang Tai and other entertainment reporters were spreading. Perhaps the news is fake. Maybe it's fake news, or perhaps this is just stirring up news. But now, when he recalled the words he had said to Fang Zhao back on Tizanxia's cruise, he felt a stinging pain on his cheeks, as though he had been slapped. It turned out that person had simply not taken his words too hard. When he recalled those events, reality had given him a punch. Now, Fang Zhao had already signed a contract to play the role of Fang Zhao, and Ruanxing hadn't even managed to get the role of a body double. Lijo. Zero tugged on his bed hair that looked like a bird's nest. His eyes were bulging so much they were on the verge of dropping. His face looked as if he had seen a ghost when he saw the headlines of this news notification. What the F***ck? He had just woken up from a nap when he was violently battered by this headline. Violently gulping down a glass of ice water, Zero muttered, "Surely my posture when I opened up the news wasn't right." As he said that, he made a bunch of calls to his agent. For the sake of getting a satisfactory role in Founding Era, he had put in a lot of effort, spent a lot of money, and even been beaten by his father a few times. With great difficulty, he had managed to snatch a role. Yesterday, he was just being ridiculed by that idiot Barbara, and today he had received a battering from the news about Fang Zhao. Zero fumed. It isn't fair. Why does Fang Zhao get to play such an important role? Which people didn't have eyes and selected him? Their dog eyes must be totally blind. Zero's agent hurried in and, with a stony face, warned Zero to watch his words. Old Master sat in committee of 100's first row. I have heard he voted for Fang Zhao. Zero seethed. Surely he was misled by someone. Great-grandfather is so wise and far-sighted. In any case, it's all your fault. I didn't get a satisfactory role because you are too useless. Without any expression, Zero's agent replied, yes, it is all my fault. Zero, hypocritical dog, Renault was someone who wouldn't find fault with himself. His agent would always be a scapegoat. However, his agent understood that Zero had a trashy mouth. He would just treat these as farts. Zero did not fire his agent either, he had genuinely received a huge shock and needed to vent. It just so happened that Old Master Renault had voted for Fang Zhao, so Zero did not dare to continue scolding and just went crazy mumbling to himself. Zero paced up and down in his house, feeling unresigned. That fella really managed to steal the role. What methods did he employ? Surely he found some connections to pull some strings. Pooh! I despise this sort of person the most. With that, he turned around and gave his grandfather, the governor, a call. He would hug the governor's thigh and get the governor to help him get a role. Zero's agent cursed silently. Pooh! Hypocritical dog. Setting standards for others but giving oneself special standards. What sort of morality is this where you can't even identify your own shortcomings? However, if the Lijo governor can really help Zero obtain a role, that would save me a lot of work, Zero's agent thought to himself. On the internet. The focus of netizens always changed very quickly. A while ago, netizens had been discussing exactly how well Fang Zhao would be able to act and whether or not he would be able to perform in the role of an old martyr. Now, they were digging up Fang Zhao's family background. Comparing the images of Fang Zhao alongside the Fang Zhao from history, then thinking about news from the last 2 days, I suddenly had a thought, perhaps they are related by blood. Take a look at Wu Yun. He was able to obtain the role of Wu Yen because his family name is Wu. I just heard that Lijo's Zero managed to get a decent role. Guess it can't be helped, his family name is Renault, so he enjoys special privileges. In any case, we still have to take a look at backgrounds. And their family names. Fang Zhao is also a Fang, and he looks 70% like Fang Zhao. An industry outsider without inside information managing to snatch the role of Fang Zhao. If someone says there are no secret things going on behind the scenes, I definitely won't believe it. Does anyone remember the time when Fang Zhao's grandfather was revealed as a high-ranking military officer? It's his great-grandfather. He's retired. He still has influence even though he is retired. Can anyone dig up the backgrounds of others in Fang Zhao's family? Given my acute sense of smell honed from watching hundreds of detective flicks, the Fang family is definitely not as simple as they seem. There were quite a lot of capable people online, and nobody knew where they dug out this evidence from, but it was all gathered together and it was rather scary. Yanbei Retirement Facility. When great-grandfather Fang saw these discussions online, he specifically went to check the household register and the family lineage files. If I don't check the household register, I might really believe the nonsense that this bunch is making up. Whatever they make up seems so real. The family lineage files were like the family trees of ancient times. These were much more detailed, and as he went up generation by generation, there was not a single one that had any relation to martyr Fang Zhao. If there was any relation, it was just Fang Zhao, for his parents had named him after a great person. Actually, there were many people in the world who had the exact same names as martyrs. In so many years, none of them had created ripples, but internet users were excited now that they had encountered a Fang Zhao. After looking through the family lineage files, great-grandfather Fang was certain that the Fang family did not have any bit of connection to martyr Fang Zhao. Although he was a little disappointed, when he thought about it from a different angle, it meant that Fang Zhao had really relied on his own ability and not his ancestor's shadow to win the role. After confirming this, great-grandfather Fang tidied his clothing and prepared to head out to brag. Before heading out, great-grandfather Fang logged onto his social platform and uploaded a new status: "Our family has absolutely no relationship with martyr Fang Zhao whatsoever." Fang Zhao, who had just seen this status. Actually, there is. Fang Zhao received a notification that the remaining roles of Founding Era would all be decided within the next week. At the start of October, the cast and production team would head for Planet Y. There wasn't much time left for them to prepare. Once filming started, even though technology had improved and the film production cycle had been shortened greatly, it was not known how long the cast would be on Planet Y before they could return. It was rumored that the drama serial would begin airing in January around Memorial Day. This series would be longer than normal. After all, it was telling 100 years of history, and so it would broadcast and film concurrently. When the time came, idle time to do other stuff would be hard to come by, and it would be even more impossible to return back to Earth. Fang Zhao would have no way of returning to Yanbei City for Memorial Day in January to spend time with the rest of the Fang family. Thus, Fang Zhao settled matters in Qian City and returned to Yanbei City to visit second uncle Fang's family and see his great-grandparents at the retirement facility. Great-grandfather Fang was very happy and dragged Fang Zhao for a stroll throughout the retirement facility. Actually, his intention was to flaunt. He was an old person, after all. In the past, they compared their careers, but now that they were retired, the achievements of their descendants were always brought up for comparison. In the past, great-grandfather Fang had not been fond of the entertainment circles and had found them to be foul, but ever since he'd found out that Fang Zhao had entered these circles, great-grandfather Fang's attitude had changed drastically. Furthermore, after everything that had happened, great-grandfather Fang now paid much more attention to the entertainment circles. Of course, he only took notice of matters involving Fang Zhao. One thing he did every day without fail was check up on online news regarding Fang Zhao. Great-grandfather Fang was repeatedly reminding Fang Zhao to be wary and take care of his health on Planet Y when his ears pricked up from the sound of footsteps ahead. Great-grandfather Fang, smiling till his eyes turned to slits, pulled Fang Zhao along. Come, let's head this way." When the few old folks approaching from the opposite direction saw Fang Zhao, they chuckled and said, "Old Fang, your family's little Zhao has returned, heh. It can't be helped. Little Zhao will be following the production team and heading to Planet Y to film shortly. He won't be able to return for Memorial Day, so little Zhao came over to visit us two old folks. He bought a lot of stuff over, including Muzhou produce that isn't sold externally, a whole carload. How are just the two of us old folks going to finish everything? Really? I just told him, even though he earns a lot, he cannot be too extravagant." The few old folks before him. Is this old head showing off how much his great-grandson earns, or is he lecturing his great-grandson? An old man sighed. Oh, acting is tough. Great-grandfather Fang's expression straightened. Can this be called acting? No. This is considered accomplishing a historical mission. It's Founding Era. Even though we have already retired, we all know its significance. I was just telling little Zhao that he isn't playing a role, he is performing a belief. No matter how tough or tiring it gets, he still has to complete it earnestly. If he tries to be lazy, I will be the first person not to let him off. Besides, if youngsters do not work hard and strive, they aren't worthy of the vigor of youth. Fang Zhao. That isn't what you just said to me. Great-grandfather Fang then chatted with his old friends for a bit. After they had left, great-grandfather Fang's solemn face immediately became softer as he turned toward Fang Zhao and said, "Those words weren't meant for you. Fang Zhao. Let me tell you, little Zhao, you have to act professionally for this show, but your own health is even more important. Yesterday, I saw some news about certain film stars striving too hard during filming when they were young. They picked up lots of injuries, and they suffered all sorts of ailments when they got older. Even with the current level of medical science, it is still not possible to completely treat everything. How pitiful. Therefore, striving is good, but don't strive too hard." Fang Zhao. Great-grandfather Fang continued, "There is another saying that I have told you before, be benevolent to others, but you still have to always be guarded against people, especially since you are a newcomer. I heard that rookies without any background support are liable to be bullied in the entertainment circles. I can't help you much on this, you just have to make sure to be very careful. There will be times where you need to tolerate it. After all, your qualifications are the lowest in these circles. There will be times where you would need to swallow your pride and anger, but the baseline is that if there are times when you shouldn't tolerate it, then you must absolutely not hold it in." Great-grandfather Fang even imparted some methods on how to deal with negative people. These were all methods that this old man had put into practice during his own military days. "Can you remember all that I have just said?" Great-grandfather Fang asked. He wasn't too reassured. Fang Zhao. "I can remember." Great-grandfather Fang looked at his own gentle and refined great-grandson and felt less assured. "You are just too honest." Fang Zhao. "Where do you get this from?" After spending 2 days at Yanbei City with the two old Fangs, Fang Zhao returned to Qian City and received a notification to report at Silver Wing. The company would be gathering all actors that had made the cast of Founding Era for a meeting. Besides the cast members of Founding Era that would be heading to Planet Y for filming, there would be assistants as well, although they would be limited. Those without sufficient status could not even bring along an assistant. Even an actor with a status like Ulysses could only bring along one. Once they got to Planet Y, the entire cast would be under unified administration. Thus, Silver Wing and the other entertainment companies involved did the same thing, gathering all the celebrities under their flag that were in the cast to take note of this. Some of you might be very successful in Yenzhou, but on a global scale, you might not necessarily be such a big deal. Furthermore, there are many experienced precursors in the cast of Founding Era. Your each and every move might be deemed immature in their eyes. Don't try to play any tricks. They have traveled along this path much longer than you. Founding Era will be different from any of your previous serials. Do not have any funny ideas. Filming conscientiously should take precedence over everything else. Although you all have signed contracts, that doesn't mean production can't do without you. If anyone gets kicked out for causing trouble, you can forget about ever returning. As you all know, the competition is very intense. Some people who announced their retirements from the entertainment circles came back because of Founding Era, and there are many people waiting to drag you down. Department managers, bosses, and board members all took turns speaking in succession. I don't care what conflicts you might have internally, but when you head out, you are all part of the Silver Wing family. You have to stay united. Silver Wing had a total of 12 actors that were in the cast of Founding Era. More than half would not appear in the serial for more than a few episodes. Silver Wing's little group was headed by Ulysses, and Fang Zhao's position inside was only slightly lower than Ulysses'. After the meeting, many actors from the company came over to greet Fang Zhao. Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, please look after us when the time comes. Brother Zhao, it's your first time filming. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask us. We will be more than happy to help. Yes, we are all from the same company. There's no need for formalities with us. Entertainment circles were very realistic and pragmatic. These people's attitudes changing was nothing strange. Especially for some A-lister celebrities. Back when they had first gone to the Y-Film studio complex for filming, they had thought Fang Zhao did not seem in touch with reality. He had been an industry outsider back then. They had never felt that Fang Zhao would be any threat to them. But now, their positions had changed. Finally, the date of departure arrived. From the official news releases these few days, it seemed like the cast and crew heading to Planet Y had vast fame and influence. 2 large Art Academy high-level collectives had appeared. 5 large live broadcasting platforms would provide instantaneous coverage. 12 large media organizations focusing on Huangzhou Airfield. 30 Art Institute professors and student representatives as a sending-off party. It was as if all the entertainment circle's elite were included. The splendid battle array of the cast and crew alongside the omnipresent news coverage online made the public feel that this wasn't just purely entertainment, that it possessed epoch-making significance. This was a milestone that would be recorded in the annals of history. This was also the reason why many actors were willing to get into the cast even without receiving a paycheck, and there were actors who spent large amounts of money to squeeze into minor roles in this serial. A certain live broadcast channel. The host was currently broadcasting live at the airfield. I'm here live at Huangzhou Airfield. At the moment, outstanding actors from all over the world, famous directors, gold medal screenwriters, authoritative advisors, top-notch production teams, and many others are all getting ready to set out. Everyone, take a look at the many flying transports behind me. These flying transports will send these people to the space station where the cast and crew members will board a transport ship and head to Planet Y. All 12 continents have transferred over a batch of troops heading to Planet Y2. According to the information I just received, we aren't able to see the military now, as they are already at the space station. This serial's escort arrangements are unprecedented. After introducing the situation at Huangzhou Airfield, the program host noticed a comment left by a member of the audience: "Isn't this just filming a serial? Is there a need for such a huge battle array? And even mobilizing the military? This is just a waste of resources." The host read the comment out loud but did not reply to it right away, instead asking in a serious tone, "Does anyone know why each continent's cemetery of martyrs has a batch of the finest soldiers?" Online audiences' comments started to get lively. Is the host talking about cemetery guards? I know. I heard that there are hidden treasures in the 12-continent cemetery of martyrs. If anyone digs up a grave, they will become rich overnight. If no one is stationed to guard it, those treasures will be stolen. When the host saw these comments, his expression became even more grave. Money and treasures are all dead. If you think about it, they aren't actually worth anything at all. What the cemetery guards protect is a belief, our spiritual support. The host's spittle was flying all over as he talked about martyrs and cemeteries. Luckily, he had done enough preparation and memorized a lot of historical information. His seniors had also taught him what to say during the live broadcast, and it was the best and most politically correct answer. Whether those historical incidents that had circulated down over the years were true or not, the host wasn't certain, nor did he have any profound feelings. After all, 500 years had already passed, it seemed so far away to him. Nowadays, people were incapable of understanding how desperate and arduous that time period had been. Memorial Day was just a vacation to celebrate the new year. How many people actually went to worship the spirits of the martyrs? How many gravestones had thick layers of dust on them? Now, as the host faced the camera lens and spoke to the audience, everyone got all fired up, as if a burning passion had ignited within. But when he finished, that was it. In just the few minutes after, everyone's blood had already cooled, let alone after 500 years. They hadn't experienced it personally and had never lived during that period. How deep could their sentiments be? When it came to characters from the period of destruction, what the masses came into contact with were only those groundless fabrications, those high-energy historical films with monotonous writing, and the very few historical images online that had been officially released to the public. How ardently could the masses feel about such a thing? As the host thought about this, he saw the light. He suddenly understood some of the reasons the government wanted to reboot the Founding Era project. When he thought to this point, the host's expression became very solemn as he stared straight into the camera. Heroes never die, they are only forgotten. There are some things and some people that should never be forgotten. Don't even mention 500 years, even 500 years from now, we must never forget. Now, Founding Era isn't just a simple historical serial. It has been coined a revolutionary project to let everyone remember how the present came about. We, as people of the new era, have to remember this belief. The host raised a finger to his temple. Later, when the transport ship leaves the space station, that will be the ark ferrying our beliefs. Those in the cast and crew are heading to Planet Y on a mission. When the host finished speaking and recalled what he had just said, he immediately felt that his pretentious level had just risen by 100 times. I am AF * King Genius. In no time, this portion of the host's speech during the live broadcast was clipped and uploaded to the internet. It was met with a round of approval by netizens, and even some big shots in the academic and entertainment circles acknowledged it. When other live broadcast hosts saw this situation, they were suddenly enlightened. In the future, they would play this angle, since it could both attract fans and obtain acknowledgement from big shots. Regardless of what they thought, during a live broadcast, a host needed to love the martyrs more deeply than anyone. Talk about their heroic deeds better than anyone. Be even more pretentious than anyone. Inside the airfield, celebrities of all sorts of ranks were hurrying to take selfies before they set off. In the past, many of these celebrities might have been obsessed with taking passerby-style shots of others at the airfield, but this time, in front of so many seniors, they were afraid their actions would be looked down upon, so most photos they took were very normal without too many gimmicks. There were selfies uploaded online, as well as group photos with other actors from the cast. Regardless of how they treated each other in private, on the surface, everyone put on a show of unity. So many seniors from the industry, so nervous. Look who is standing behind me, image. Met my childhood idol, so excited. Took a photo together, image. Preparing to set off. Image. Setting off to battle for our beliefs. I feel handsome beyond recognition today. Image, image, image. Only when the notification to board the transport sounded did they put down whatever they were doing and board obediently. Outside, in the area surrounding the airfield, media outlets, fans, and passers-by collectively watched as the flying transports rose up into the air like they were saluting those flying off. Or maybe there was envy in their gazes. When the transports arrived at the space station, everyone from the cast and crew transferred over to the transport ship. Military personnel armed to the teeth sat in silence, and the solemn atmosphere quelled the lively and excited spirits of the actors, replacing it with a sense of nervousness. And while there was this sort of peaceful atmosphere, someone just had to suddenly voice his thoughts. If this transport ship meets with an accident, the entire entertainment industry will be set back by God knows how many years. Everyone simultaneously looked over at Zero standing there as they lamented, this bastard. We should just drag him outside and beat him up. If gazes were like arrows, at this moment, Zero's heart would have been pierced 1,000 times over. Who wanted to hear such inauspicious words like accident before they had even taken off? Zero's agent was riddled with despair. What a talent! What did you just eat that made you able to offend an entire ship just after entering the cast and crew? Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.